up, 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 1,000 miles of love. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 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 1,000 miles of love. We stay understated, pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hands. Travel like land, it's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, I'm just a man, just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated, pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the sidewalk. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated, pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah. Travel like traveling, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, tryna be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, duh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah, we stay understated, pressure feels amazing. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes, straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile don't die around this neighborhood. We used to sell a double pills, young and misunderstood. My homie, tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the range is on some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing with you. Unless you turn your boat around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze in depth that we're steps away from death, 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp. For real. Cause we're alone sometimes, trying to know what father brought us down in here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, I just gotta work until my songs are covered. Hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Hey. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile when shit's rough nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. 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 Hope you learned your lesson, girl. I cannot teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in men. I am not like anyone. Cause I am over being sober with myself when I'm with you. I am over being so I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handout. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handout. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could say forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my eyes close? And I feel like we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it. That we're drowning in it.
Nice. Alright, go. Let's go. Can. Alright, can. Nexus. Okay. Nice. Okay. Nice. I'll see you in the game. Alright, guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan into the infernal boundary. Solar Blade. Perlu fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Welcome and good afternoon, everyone, and we welcome you to the show. This is the ESL Mobile Open presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Malaysia, and it's the fall season for 2021. It all happens so quickly right after Sea Summers Super Cup, and here with me is the Hound. And you know what? All this is organized by ESL and Riot Games and our official tournament partners, which we want to give a big shout out for Maggie. How are you doing, buddy? It's been a long time since we shared the desk. Well, now virtually. And I wanted to know, how have you been doing lately?
Well, it's been pretty all right thus far, trying to keep as safe as I can to fall. And summer has come and gone, but it seems that the spirits are high. We have seen some high-profile transfers across the board for a lot of the teams that are involved, Contra, and I feel that that's just going to be a very interesting playing field for a lot of the teams that are going to be involved here today.
Indeed, it will be. So we'll be looking at some of the brackets to tell you guys what's going to go down. Definitely some great Wild Rift action will be coming your way. Now, this is going to be the close qualifiers where we will have the teams fighting for the top 4 spot to get themselves into the playoff season, where we'll be placed into groups. But overall, I want to see new players out there, or, all these rising talents just finally stepping up to the plate and try to claim what's theirs. And I just really want to see if anybody can topple down Berjaya Dragons in the upcoming season, because that seems to be a little bit of a tough task to do throughout the entirety of our first ever season back in Summer Split. So heading into its fall, I just want to be surprised,
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one indeed. Definitely one of those... the storylines that is coming here is that a lot of the Malaysian teams have had quite a bit of a struggle heading into the Sea Open, to the Sea Icon Series, as they were eliminated rather early. We do see that a lot of the teams here have actually been able to regroup and look towards qualifying themselves towards the next stages. These are the qualified teams thus far: 5 Cavalry, Artic Fox, Assassin Academy, SDGR EBLIZ, EBLIZ, Splat Zone, INSOMNIAX, Axis Legends, Silent Killer, and TODAK.
Well, all of these names, we can definitely see a few notable ones. I'm looking at TODAK, who has played in the previous qualifier, almost making it through to the regular season. Now they will try to their level best to make sure that for this season, they'll get themselves into the top 4 slot. Axis Esports, we've heard about this organization from some time ago. While I've seen some community tournaments which features 5 Cavalry and also SDGR. And these are some of the names that we've seen and heard of. But Splat Zone INSOMNIAX, they were one of the teams that have been playing in the past season itself, and this time they need to re-qualify themselves to get themselves back into that top 4 spot. So I wonder if there's going to be any sort of veteran players that's going to be somewhere hidden between one of these teams, and I believe that we can give them a little bit of a big shout out of, their whole historical run, whether they come from the PC days or from the past season itself, although Wild Rift has just begun back in early 2021 when it comes down to the esports segment, but it has been blooming thus far, and I'm glad that all of you guys watching have been a part of this. So make sure you guys share, as well as drop a like to the stream and give a wholesome love to Maggie, as they've been providing us with a lot of all these goodness. Now, you've been mentioning that during your college days, you've been spamming a lot of Maggie to make it through. Likewise, and even recently, since we're basically stuck in our own homes, making sure that we stay safe, overnight, you don't really get too much to actually prepare for yourself, and what better way than to get yourself a Maggie hot cup. What's your favorite flavor, by the way?
I'm all for anything that Maggie provides. I know. I like the blue ones. I like the red ones. I like my life to be a little bit spicy as well. They do also provide quite a bit of the... I think they have those really, really, really spicy ones. Now, that's something that always freshens me up at the cost of my stomach being set on fire, that's for sure. So that's definitely some of my favorite experiences with Maggie, that's for sure, when I was either growing up or even now during the pandemic. So it has been a very, comforting companion throughout these trying times. and of course, very affordable as well. So I don't know about you guys, but why don't you go on downstairs, boil up some water, drop yourself a cup, pour yourself a cup of Maggie cup, because we've got so much action lined up for you guys. Let's talk a little bit about drafts. Let's talk a little bit about what we were discussing yesterday after our casters briefing, Contra, because we do have, but before that, let's take a look at today's matches to see who is going up against each other here at the close qualifier for day number 1. It's going to be SDGR going up against 5 Cavalry, TODAK against INSOMNIAX, Silent Killer against Axis Legends, Artic Fox against Assassin Academy. For those of you who are watching outside of our time zone, times are all in GMT +8.
That's right, and I'm really excited for the very first game, as I've been seeing 2 of these teams compete before. So I'm pretty sure that we'll get ourselves some pretty big impact plays that's going to be out there in the scene, and hopefully they'll be able to actually qualify in a sort of sense. So TODAK, Splatzone, INSOMNIAX, they had their go back in the very first season, but Splatzone and INSOMNIAX were the one that qualified overall. TODAK was knocked out by Homie. This time around, we won't be seeing Homie, but a very big hurdle along the way for TODAK. So let's see how much can they put out for it. For the rest of the teams, I believe that this might just be my very first time witnessing them in action. So this will be your format for today. On match number 1, we'll have SDGR EBLIZ as well as 5 Cavalry going on in Group 1. And in Group 2, it's Silent Killer as well as Axis Legends for match number 3. And of course, to follow by that, we had match 2 with TODAK as well as Splatzone INSOMNIAX. And last but not least, on match number 4 for today, it's going to be Artic Fox versus Assassin Academy, where we look at the brackets. There will be winners as well as losers brackets later on, where on the upper bracket, they only need just another game to qualify to the top 4. Meanwhile, the loser bracket finals, whoever wins that loser bracket finals, they will get themselves to the qualifiers.
Yeah, and these are going to be very, very important for these 2 groups, mainly because that they will look towards keeping the format very, very close towards each other. Remember, ladies and gents, this is going to be a best of 3 format, so they do have the benefit of being able to go back-to-back against their opponents and at least get a little bit more information comparatively. So I think this is going to be one of those games that could actually be where they learn a little bit about each other in the close qualifiers, and at the next stages of the game, that could actually be the stepping point where they could actually be able to turn around some of the strategies against their against their opponents within their matches. So SDGR EBLIZ going up against 5 Cavalry, TODAK, and Splatzone INSOMNIAX, Silent Killer, Axis Legends, Artic Fox, and Assassin Academy, all in that order. Whoever wins it out from those matches will be proceeding to the winner brackets. For those in the lower brackets, they still will be fighting off against each other, and they will have an opportunity to still qualify towards the top 4. So I think it's safe to say that there could be opportunities for some of these teams that may struggle in their particular matchups against certain matchups that could actually benefit from going down towards the lower bracket comparatively. So I don't know about you, Contra, but this is just indicative of a very competitive matchups here. I think all the teams that are showing themselves here at the close qualifiers are definitely talented and are definitely names to look out for moving forward.
Indeed, and I'm just really grateful the fact that, this close qualifiers here has been giving them chances as well. If they were to, drop a really bad game early, and you will be able to have a second chance in life from the losers bracket. So that's fair enough. We're in particularly, come community tournaments, it's basically best of 1s or best of 3s, which can, go swinging before either sides depending on whatever momentum that you guys have. So I believe that this current meta, it is going to be very exciting because we got Irelia on board, we got Riven on board as well, which we haven't been able to see during the Summer Super Cup overall. So I have been craving for some stylistic plays that you can bring in with, all these sort of blades flinging all over the Riv in general. So getting ourselves ready for the very first game itself, we will have SDGR taking on 5 Cavalry. So just looking at some of the lineups, right? I've just been wondering, who's going to be able to take it. I have seen 5 Cavalry tried their way before. A few names that I could definitely call out is going to be Heiha, but there's also the supplementary jungler that might just be stepping in the form of Oxen, where we have to check out Mal, because 5 Cavalry, they have been playing pretty well. But EBLIZ, we've got big names like Emotion that has been playing for the past season, and he used to be a member of Berjaya Dragons. He's been shifting around from teams to team, and the past team, Lynx Esports, they almost get themselves in towards the top 4, and this is where we look at it. It's going to be Emotionless over in the bottom lane, Fallen on the jungle, Williams in the mid lane, and Gotchby and the Zafiroff over on the bottom side for SDGR EBLIZ.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed. All these players are definitely names to look out for moving forward. As we did talk a little bit about how these teams are going to be synergizing against each other, we did say that there were some big changes across the board for a lot of the teams that are involved in this particular matchups. So I think that there could be one of the indicators that for them, we do see that for SDGR EBLIZ as well as 5 Cavalry, if I'm not mistaken, right? They are from, I think, SDGR is, I think they were created by this local rapper, and they are consisting of a lot of ex-League of Legends players as well. So they do have the capabilities and at least the knowledge to be able to bring out a win for SDGR. But the thing I feel that is going to be very important is how they are going to actually implement 5 Cavalry, team from Johor Bahru, looking to be amongst the best of the best here. Their captain Aftershock playing on the solo lane, with Heiha in the jungle, Zuto in the mid lane, Mal and Alif Mifzal in the duo lane bot sides.
Well, I definitely think that this is definitely going to be some interesting dynamics that we're going to be seeing when both horns clashes. And, early on you mentioned that Kimi Kimo is the owner or the founder of EBLIZ. That's definitely a very interesting fact. Definitely welcome even more of rapper celebrities to be hopping into the esports scene, and I give them a big warm welcome for that. But for 5 Cavalry right here, that they're going to be offering some heavy firepower in the Rift overall. So this team, as I've mentioned, they are based in Johor Bahru, all the way down to the south side of, a peninsula, and this is where we want to see how much can Mal bring to the table. Aftershock, so far I've seen some of his games, he's been doing pretty well. He can play very aggressive type of Baron laners overall, and if you want to rely back on tanks such as Gragas, which we do see from time to time, that's also very doable. So I just really want to see what the very first draft will be bringing to the table in this best of 3 format. First of 2 is going to be able to get themselves in towards the upper bracket finals. And after that upper bracket, if they do secure the win, they should be able to actually get themselves in towards the top 4 qualifying slots to the playoffs.
And I think that's going to be very important here, Contra. Why? Because best of 3 formats definitely are able to benefit a lot of these teams in terms of the information that they're able to gather, in terms of how they're able to adapt. Because in my opinion, I think previously in the Summer Cup, in the Summer Super Cup, I felt that a lot of the teams, the Malaysian teams, had a little bit of issues with the best of 1 format, and I think that a lot of them actually were not able to adapt, while some of them were given some chances. I feel like Malaysian teams need a little bit more information for them to adapt against one another. So I think this best of 3 format for the close qualifiers is definitely going to be a heck of a fight between these teams, because I'm looking at it, when we see it from face value, considering that both these teams have been very, very much involved with one another in terms of how they're going to be competing against each other, and the fact that Irelia and Riven are now in play, that's going to be something that's going to be a bit of a meta changer, like we discussed yesterday, Contra.
Indeed, like we definitely will be seeing a little bit of shift of all these sort of priorities as well. In the recent new patch, we've seen some buffs as well as nerfs overall. So Garen, he won't be as beefy as ever. So if anybody pulls up that Garen, might as well just build full damage if that's going to be the case. But overall, I just want to be overwhelmed with some stellar plays that will be brought out to the Rift. Now, if you were to pick a team from the very first game, who would you favor? Because we got our picks and bans ready as we head into the Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one indeed here. Gragas as well as Camille being banned out. No surprises there, mostly because the Hextech Ultimatum and the Explosive Cast from either side is definitely going to be banned out. Galio being banned out on the second rotation here from the side of 5 Cavalry shows that 5 Cavalry does not want to have that Galio flex pick either on the mid or in the support lane for SDGR. So I think this is going to be very wise. Very surprising here to see Garen being banned out despite the fact that we are on 2.3b. I think that's the current patch, right? 2.3b. So that's going to be one of the things that's going to be very revealing indeed. Sometimes it's all about the overall matchups, as we do see 5 Cavalry Aftershock going for the Janna pickup here. I think this is going to be very interesting because it will actually deny a lot of these overall engages, especially those of like J4 flag and drag kind of engages with the Howling Gale as well as the Monsoon, that could actually work out in favor for the side 5 Cavalry, as SDGR EBLIZ right now with Emotionless and a Fallen with the Twist of Fate and Fiora respectively. Contra.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how they actually can pull up cross-map plays is going to be pretty magnificent. But to answer to that Twisted Fate up in the mid lane, they're going to be picking that Diana so that he don't really have too much of room for himself whenever the Diana pops right in, tries to land a big Moonfall, and you got Heiha that can just absolutely lock somebody down with the Assault and Battery. And how they really want to make sure that they have at least a very safer lane as compared to the mid lane is to build this Braum, to stack it alongside Xayah, and they could easily stack those concussive blasts proximities, and that will be able to actually give them some good stun. Now, on the other hand, 5 Cavalry, they lock in the Ezreal as well as with Pantheon. My question here is, Pantheon versus Renekton, who do you think will actually win this matchup?
I think it's very much a skill matchup here between these two champions, mainly because of, yes, I do agree that Renekton does have quite a bit of skirmishing capabilities. I mean, solo kill capabilities, especially if you're able to know how to play around the wave aggression, the minion aggression, as well as being able to manage your rage bar and playing with the overall 3 abilities that has been given towards Renekton. However, Pantheon, I feel like the amount of responses that come from a Pantheon pick is a lot more dangerous in terms of what it can provide towards towards the team that picked it. So, in my opinion, I feel that sometimes it's not about the overall matchup. Sometimes it's also about what the pick actually brings overall towards the entire team. So at the end of the day, I think that Renekton will definitely be a bit of a nuisance, but we have seen teams shut down Renekton mostly by focusing a little bit of those resources towards shutting him down. And if they're able to shut him down early, then it could be a huge problem for that Renekton to come into the game.
Yeah, I still believe that, overall, Pantheon will have a little bit of a late game fall off in terms of scaling. So if the Pantheon does not really contribute all too much in the early game, that's where we'll see a little bit of issue. But with that being said, it's SDGR EBLIZ taking on 5 Cavalry. We'll hit right into the riff for game number 1. Now, as we start off the show, we will see a little bit of a duke out between both of all these bottom laners, or you should call them dragon laners, and a very good poke being shown by the likes of Aftershock. This is how you really want to play a Pantheon over on the top lane. Exert a little bit of dominance, but really not overstepping the line. But Williams, he's trying to go for the blue buff in vain.
All right, so what I'm really liking about this is the fact that 5 Cavalry immediately recognizes what they need to do over to the top side. They need to push it out, and that could be a signifier that they are going to be focusing quite a bit of their aggro towards the top side here, because we do see that Fallen is actually pathing towards the top side, may open it up for a gank, but it's got to be careful though, because Fallen compared to Heiha doesn't have the same amount of utility in some of these fights. Yes, damage will still be a thing, but Heiha now with them. Exchanging a little bit of damage here. Vault Breaker being charged up from the side of Heiha, not looking towards getting anything out of that. And it seems that both these teams now are going to be exchanging Rift Scuttlers. And I think this is going to be very good because we do see that SDGR EBLIZ, SDGR, very, very aware of where they are on the map, immediately take the double scuttle.
Oh, that's actually beautiful play coming from SDGR EBLIZ overall. Trying to unleash the demon pretty much early in the start of the show. And what we want to talk about here is also the Fury in the jungle, as this was the EVOS Esports special. And, you know, the tie strat of having the Fury in the jungle is to have some added power when it comes down to skirmishes overall. And he does have really good clearing speed. So it comes down to all these sort of flex pick. I think that SDGR EBLIZ, they know what exactly they're doing. It's going to be a little bit of a slow start for sure, but heading in towards the very first Drake, probably will see a little bit more of a fight between these two teams.
All right, so we're going to be seeing that both these teams now are going to be exchanging a little bit of the fight here. Fallen has come in. Beautiful Destiny there coming in from the side of Williams. And you see that it's going to be a first blood going over to the side of the GR. Very, very well contributed and very, very well coordinated from the side of SDGR, scoring their first kill of this game.
Excuse me for that. Well, I was choking for a little bit, but I hope that Calvary is not. But, you know, that was a traditional dive that has been brought forward. And from that sort of dive, they managed to even pop all these summers coming from now. Now 1v1 commence. While the Motionless will be able to actually do a little bit of a good exchange, but he's a little bit too low. He has to be wary of how much damage can this Pantheon actually bring out. And here comes Fallen as well. Here comes the Manas. And this is the Flash coming out with the barrel. You will be safe and sound. Emotionless gets the kill.
Emotionless with the help of Fallen will be able to get that kill. Very, very well done indeed. 2 assists for the side of Fallen here. And you see that there's going to be a Vault Breaker coming in. Heiha immediately trying to go and get that Vault Breaker onto Williams. But immediately we do see a flash coming out from the side of Williams to get away. Very, very... And it seems that they are playing it very basic indeed. Going to try to get the priority over to the mid and bottom side. Why? Because Cloud Drake is in the game. And with Cloud Drake in the game, it means that whoever is able to score this first objective will be able to rotate quicker from one objective to the other. And I feel this is going to be a big team fight that is going to come underway here, Contra.
Oh boy, and speaking of which, I do believe that one of the teams will be able to actually get themselves this sort of Drake. And I don't seem to be able to actually see too much going on from my side. I'm not too sure about you, my friend.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing quite a bit here as the good fight is going to be very, very much in favor of the side of 5 Carry. 5 Carry being able to take down 3. This is going to be very, very bad here as we're going to be seeing Phantom Storm come back. It's going to be Blade Caller. Nope, it's not. God Gatsby will be able to get away though, but it seems that 3 members of the side of SDGR. A lot of issues here moving forward. So we do see that 5 Cavalry looking towards getting some of these more interesting objective fights. And for Zuto as well as Mal and Alif, I think that a lot of their movements there definitely showed that even though they did lose out a little bit on the priority, they were actually able to score that Drake, and this is going to work wonders for the side of SDGR. But we do see that there is going to be a bit of a swap here, considering that Drake is now out of the game. They want to be focusing and pivoting a lot of their focus on towards the top side Herald, and with that we do see that God as well as Zaphiroth looking towards getting that lane priority over to the bot side. Mal now trying his best to get the poke Contra.
Indeed, and Mizel now has to back away, taking a little bit too much of a soak of damage. That previous fight definitely favored the likes of 5 Cavalry overall, and this is what you really want. You've already got that 1 kill on that Pantheon, and overall having all these members possible to actually take SDGR early into the game, because the late game is going to be a little bit more troublesome. That's why you have the GA on the side of Aftershock, but Emotionless is just going to be shoving all these waves back. And with the GA available, it's really unadvisable for them just to dive this Pantheon overall. So smart moves coming in from 5 Cavalry. Now they get spotted out by the Square's Orb. And that's an easy clearance of some of the vision control being set earlier by 5 Cavalry. Now, starting the scuttle. I think that they might just be, you know, chilling back for a bit. None of the members are going to be committing to the scuttle as of the moment.
All right, we're going to be seeing that some of them are going to be moving into a position of control here, as we do see that 5 Cavalry now may actually focus quite a bit of their priority over the tops, over towards the mid side as well as the bottom side. SDGR are going to be going for a very interesting dive here.
Okay.
Fallen takes 2 to 3 turret hits as Aftershock, as Emotionless takes one of his own as well. Very nicely done there from the side of Aftershock to get away. We do see Herald now going to come up for the side of 5 Cavalry, and they could actually be able to take this without any contention. And this could be a huge issue for the side of SDGR, even though they were able to start the opening salvo really well by Moonfall hits onto Williams. Williams with the gold card, but it seems that the flash right onto Dunk from the Pantheon here in a bit of a spot of bother, as we're going to be seeing the Assault and Battery right into the Vault Breaker here. Gets Emotionless, but we do see that Heiha now in the middle of the Friar, as we do see hot heat for the side of Heiha, as he's able to get away beautifully with the flash. But we're going to be seeing Dominus there being set up, beautifully done from the side of Emotionless to be able to come in with the Call to Meek and the Slice and Dice. The flash has been used. We do see Zaphiroth as well as God Gatsby looking towards getting some of these fights, but no, we'll be able to get some of those kills for them. But it is going to be only one casualty for the side of 5 Cavalry, and that's going to be Aftershock in that exchange.
Overall, this is really good advantages coming from SDGR EBLIZ. We saw that dive over on the Pantheon just to shove him away from the turret and also to pop the Guardian Angel. And I like what he did right there with the Starfall coming in. And he will just be able to actually get himself off the way, saving his GA for a slight moment or so. And that's where you saw both the Vi as well as the Pantheon. They won't be able to actually contribute much, but this Ocean Drake spawns up. Now, heading into the items, we do have Blade of the Ruin King being set up by the likes of Emotionless. So I feel that this is going to be a pretty huge party for them to take on that big alligator on the way. Now, Vision control all being set up, and it will be dewarded instantaneously. Williams picks up the Lich Bane. Now, I just really want to see, you know, they keep on going for some of all these slight exchanges. They give the Rift Herald away to 5 Cavalry, but how much will it cost them is going to be the question here. Oh, Bell's going to be on chopping block, and here comes the Glacial Fisher dropping on top with a Monsoon hopping out as well. But for the side of EBZ, they will just back away and put the priorities back on towards the Dragon.
Very nicely done from EBZ to be able to get at least one ultimate down. Mivzal has been used up for. Mivzal uses up his Monsoon here. Doesn't have that much, but we do see Assault coming in, and it seems that it's going to be a beautiful steal coming in from the side of 5 Cavalry. 5 Cavalry in the middle of it, and they already lost one, but it seems that members of 5 Cavalry now have lost out at least 3 members here. Not a very good choice for the side of 5 Cavalry to go in for the steal, but it seems that SDGR were able to be like, yep, you'll be able to steal our objective, but we will steal the lives of 3 of your members here, as we do see priority being built up for the side of EBZ, Emotionless over to the top side.
Well, that was kind of like a 3 versus 4. I didn't really understand how did they actually lost the Drake. It's supposed to be landed perfectly in their hands. I guess this is a little bit of a mispriority play coming out from the side of EBZ that have cost them that Drake overall. Now, Aftershock under the turret, he will be able to just chunk a little bit of damage. He will eventually fall to the hands of Emotionless, as well as get the turret underway.
It seems that SDGR EBZ now looking to get a lot of these early game advantages here, despite the fact that 2 Drakes have been pocketed by 5 Cavalry. It seems that they're not entirely too worried here, as EBZ looking to get that turret advantage. Already 3 in their pocket already, as 5 Cavalry now desperate, trying to actually summon the Herald into the game and force something out. We do see members of EBZ, beautiful stand behind me there, to be used up with the wall to actually deny the 3-shot barrage to do a ton amount of damage towards members of EBZ, as we do see the poke, the siege coming from 5C working out wonders. Emotionless now decided to slice and dice his way through the wall.
Yeah, this is just going to be some really good safe plays. Let's have a look at the instant replay brought to you by Maggie. And he went in with Assault Battery, locking down the jungler of EBZ. And that's how you really want to negate him from making the last move to smite it off, but there was a Baron call being set up back into live action, and oh my goodness, he goes right in, and that's where Baron Nashor will still fall in the hands of EBLIZ, but they have to run for their lives. Zephyros want to fall, and Zuto won't be able to actually connect some of all these shots. Fallen now on the other corner, now trying to trade right back alongside with Zuto. Fallen now, getting taken down. And that was a risky play, but he has almost had his grand challenge up online. Especially if he pops it, he couldn't be able to proc those final passive.
All right, and the first tier 2 turret for the side of for EBZ, as EBZ Scattershock and Emotionless now scoring a bit of a fight here. Baron already being picked up from the side of EBZ, as this is going to give them a lot of pushing power as well as auto priority, in my opinion, unless members of 5C are able to actually try to force some of these fights in their favor. But it seems that this could be a very tough spot here for members of 5C. EBZ now are most of them are resetting, trying to get their appropriate power spikes. Talking itemization, we do see that Trinforce as well as Muramana has been picked up from this for Mal, as we do see that comparatively for God Gatsby does have an IE as well as the Static Shiv and the Rapid Fire cannon. So this is going to be one of those situations where the range is going to be pretty much on the side of 5C. They are going to be able to fight from a distance, but the problem is it's only Mal that is able to do quite a bit of damage from long range, because we do see Williams as well as Zephyr on overweight, but we do see another one there. Killing spree beautifully done onto Alif Mifsal, and this is going to be very bad here for the side of EBZ. Why? Because they don't have their disengage. Heha now from the side are going to try to score in, and without the Janna in play here, Contra, it's going to be bad because Fallen as well as Emotionless and as well as Zaphiroth will be able to close the distance, as we do see over to the top side. You see Destiny is going to be pulled up. Emotionless will be able to take down one despite him going down, as we do see Fallen here coming in with the grand challenge with a beautiful assault and battery, but it's not going to be enough, as it is going to be the help of Williams as well as Fallen will be able to take him down.
Yeah, that was some smooth plays coming from SDGR. They exert dominance as well as control, as they have already taken majority of the turrets. All the tier 2s have been struck down like lightning, and with all these sort of big decisions, especially the Destiny spotting out the Vi, they have easily got themselves the upper hand to really take on that soul jungler that's trying to steal it off the wall. So 5 Cavalry, as much as they have really good team fighting prowess, this is where it hits them real hard. We talk about their early game being very efficient when it comes down to all the sort of the plays that they can make with it. Now they're slowly scaling off. They have to rely on Mal to really scale up quickly. 2 Zanyas being bought, or you could call them stats champion as Wild Rift. So if you were to actually compare it back towards the side of God, he seems to be having a little bit more upper hand when it comes down to all these gold being guarded, as well as 3 items being stashed up, and he's already working on that Mortal Reminder. So you're not going to be expecting too much healing from that Monsoon once he'll be hitting all these sort of feathers on top of that Janna. Now, a real good catch towards the side of Zudo, and let's see what they're up to.
All right, Zudo now takes a little bit of that damage from Williams, gets taken down, loses about 30% of his HP, has to back away a little bit. It's got to be very careful in how they want to be getting some of these fights off, as 5C now doesn't have that much information, but they are going to go for the assault and battery onto Emotionless. I think it's going to be working very well for them, as it's going to be another Baron for the side of EBZ. Not a very wise choice here coming in from EBZ. I do agree that yes, they were able to actually close out onto Emotionless, but I felt that the fight, or at least the contest of Baron, is way more important compared to getting that solo Renekton that was pushing over to the bot side here, Contra.
Yeah, and just look at this beautiful play coming in. The emotionless Renekton will be able to actually bring all these sort of attention. It's more of the small little calculated risk that 5 Cavalry is taking here is not really worth the trade, and they didn't really have too much vision being set up over Baron. And even if they try, that 4 to 5 man collapse on top it might still favor the side of SDGR EBLIZ. Now they're trying to knock their way towards the first inhibitor up mid, while they still have the Fuhrer pushing up top. Heiha tries to actually negate any form of aggression coming in from SDGR's top laner overall. Fallen trying to actually buy a little bit of time. Well, God guess me, he's just going to be continuing all of this dirty work. Well, Heiha, he almost gets his GA vein popped up.
All right, this is going to be very interesting indeed, as it's going to be knock in on 5C's door, as EBZ looking towards smashing that door down in the mid turret. It is going to be the next turret over towards the top side. Oh, wait, but before that, we're going to be seeing pick a card. We'll be able to pop on towards Aftershock here. Redemption being used from the side of EBZ, as EBZ right now trying to sustain that damage, as we are looking to see 5C is actually getting the space that they need, but it's only a bit of a slow bleed here, a slow choke from the side of EBZ, as Emotionless comes over to the bottom side. Because of the amount of rotations that are coming in from 5C, they have to actually respond to this. Very, very nicely done there, coming in, as Heiha will be the next one to lose out on his GA. We do see that it is going to be Aftershock that gets taken out next, as we do see that Glaze of Fissure hits onto 2. Zuto is going to be prioritized here, as EBZ's Fallen decides to get back. It's going to be knocking on the Nexus here, as the next turret is going to get taken down. A total of 9 turrets to 5 Cavalry's only single turret that has been taken down. It's going to be exposed here.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way that SDGR is playing this calm and composed throughout the entire game. They had some rough start indeed, but now they got everything in the back. Without any sort of turrets, all these super minions are going to be marching down every direction. They don't really have to be too worried about, you know, members inside of 5 Cavalry snatching this Drake away. Although there is a ward, I don't really understand how 5 Cavalry could actually come back on top, because if we look into the entirety of the plays, it's majority the Diana just dropping in with some good moonfalls to be able to actually pull something off. So if they really want to snatch this Elder Drake, they better be having at least 4 members to commit, or else they'll just lose this to SDGR, and they should be able to actually close out the game for our first matchup here. Here comes Destiny, though.
Destiny has been opened up. Beautiful, beautiful pick a card onto 1. We do see Destiny being used to get in front of Zuto. Zuto runs away with the flash, but it's not going to be enough. Monsoon, Howling Gale, will be able to hit onto 2. Look at that, the slice right into the flash. There's still the dice left for the Renekton, but we do see that this is going to be the end for the side of 5C. Another member bites the dust here, just as Freddie Mercury would say, as Aftershock, Heiha as well as Zuto are down for the count. It's going to be Mal as well as Alif Mal Mifsal left behind, as EBZ close out game number 1.
What a beautiful game displayed by SDGR EBLIZ as they take the very first pointer here. Now, just look at how 5 Cavalry has been playing the early game. They didn't manage to convert any of all these to actually get that momentum in towards the entirety of the match. They were paying too much attention towards this Renekton over on the side lanes, and they absolutely forgot, you know, bigger objectives to take. They managed to get the first Drake out there with a big steal, but overall, it didn't seem like it has been able to convert into anything that's going to be significant. So SDGR EBLIZ, they managed to go in to punish them even further, knocking 1 turrets after 1. And I believe that if SDGR were to continue at this sort of pace, they should be able to actually close out the series to hit themselves into the upper brackets.
And that's the thing that I feel that they need to be very, very wary of. Mostly because of how some of these players actually interacted with one another. Let's take a look at the post-game matchups here. And Contra, I know you're a big fan of stats as well as the itemizations for Wild Rift. Why don't you break it down for us real quick before we come back?
Yeah, sure thing. And Heiha is going in for a full defensive build on this Vi, which is why you don't really see, you know, some heavy punches being laid out. But it's not really too huge of a concern. My concern here is that if you look at the itemization for this Pantheon, yes, you have the Guardian Angel for safety overall, but you immediately go for the Yumu's Ghostblade and Mortal Reminder immediately. It's not really going to be all too efficient. I understand what he's doing. You don't really have to complete that Mortal Reminder. Instead, what will be more efficient is to actually drop right in with an early Black Cleaver and then work towards the rest of the items, and the GA can come right after. But we understood that he was trying to hold on to his own turret, but with the significant dives as well as Fallen playing very well on this Fury in the jungle has proven that, you know, he has what it takes to go in for the trades when it comes down to any sort of commitment, and Williams will drop right in with the Destiny plays across the map. But overall, it's going to be God Gatsby here that will take the cake as the overall MVP, because he's almost at completing his final item right there. It could be a Bloodthirster for all we know for the final item. But that being said, it was a close call when it comes down to certain skirmishes. I give 5 Cavalry a little bit of credit for that, but SDGR, they were looking to be playing a beautiful macro game to exert dominance all over the map, and I guess that's where they shine best.
I think that was the biggest problem for 5C. As soon as they were able to score at least one of those Drakes, they didn't actually play around with the lead that they were given, or not to say the lead that they were given. They didn't play around a strat that could actually lead them to more big wins and big leads. And this is the reason why EBZ were able to score quite a bit here. We do see Williams with his almost completed set, as well as Fallen. They also have a pretty good completed set. And although yes, Mal does have the Mortal Reminder, I know what you guys at home are saying in the comments. You know what? Mal has anti-healing. What you're talking about? What you mean? Sure. But the thing is that he doesn't have anyone on the team that's able to stack it up against these players as well, who use the ability to sustain in a lane rather effectively. I mean, let's talk about Emotionless. Let's talk about Fallen as those primary case examples. Mainly because of the amount of damage that comes in from Emotionless is definitely one of those things that members of 5 Cavalry were not expecting.
Yeah, and I feel that when it comes down to any sort of particular change that we might want to see in game number 2 is that 5 Cavalry, of course, they do have a few issues here and there to fix. Vi can be exchanged for maybe a pick like Lee Sin in particular, if it's not being banned away, while Pantheon, they can actually get a little bit of a difference in favor if ever Camille gets opened up, but that's not the case, because game number 1 we saw the Camille being banned away, and therefore you only have some few interesting choices. I haven't seen Aurelia being brought into play. I haven't seen the Riven, and I think that it's a really good call to actually face off a Renekton overall with some of all these sort of pickup, or better yet, steal the Renekton away for game number 2. So there's that for our very first match. So I just want to see, you know, a little bit more of a control play overall than just to dive right in for those early skirmishes, which didn't really result all too much for 5 Cavalry. The timing that they actually go in for fights favors SDGR overall because of the way that they've been able to actually peel back. You have this big Braum on the way, so it's not really the damage output that has been brought by Braum, but the rest of the members. Just look at it. Every one of them almost hitting the 20k mark, and the one that has been overachieving that is going to be God Gatsby coming in with 27k, while no members from the side of 5 Cavalry has been able to match majority of the members of SDGR other than Zuto as well as Mao.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those games where a lot of early game rotations are going to be given a slight higher priority and will be taken every step. Each steps will be taken considerably in bringing an opportunity to win either side of these teams here for 5 Cavalry as well as EBLIZ, EBZ. So what do you think are going to be the winning conditions for the side of 5 Cavalry heading into game number 2 here, Contra?
Well, they definitely want to start off with a draft when it is balanced when it comes down to scaling. As we saw, early game, fantastic. Mid game, mediocre. Late game, a little bit of a dismal, if you want to put it that way. I'm just trying to put a pun with Mal's name, anyways, intended overall. But for SDGR, they can continue doing what they do best, because you look at the amount of poke damage, it's good overall. Williams playing a very fantastic Twisted Fate. if they were to actually switch anything up over on the mid lane, I guess there's going to be things like the Ziggs that can still be brought right in. It's something that's a lot safer, that doesn't require very heavy commitment coming in from Zuto. So these are just a few things that's on top of my head, but they probably have a plan of their own.
Yeah, we're going to be looking back at the total score lock here. It's going to be a big win for the side of EBZ, being able to win it out, even though they were losing out in terms of the Drakes for the, at least, opening stages of the game. And I feel that that's going to be one of those situations that could actually put them in a spot where if they're not able to pop off early on, especially depending on the comp, it is going to be rather detrimental for them. I think what the other team needs to do is to be able to shut them down for at least the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game, and that is one of those things I feel could bring them victory against a team that's better than them, supposedly, in after one game.
Yeah, I guess it's just one game overall. Is there going to be any sort of reverse sweep? We will have to find out. And that was your opening game, and it has been definitely a really big blast here for all of us that's been tuning into the ESL Mobile Open, presenting to you the Sea Icon Series Malaysia League of Legends Wild Rift for the fall season 2021. So, Hound, I guess we'll take a little bit of a cup of breather, grab ourselves a cup of Maggie to be cooked in less than 3 minutes. So, I guess when we come back, we'll have even more exciting Wild Rift action to come.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro!
Itu petangkap alam mata.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill?
Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to your bitch one. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody make me say it. Nobody make me say it. None of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody make me say it. Nobody make me say it. None of my business. It ain't none of your business. Okay, stuck on the same excuses. I think it's getting old. I ain't your therapist, I ain't your measure. Hey, oh, can't really tell you anything you don't already know. No one said it was easy. Don't even bother, cause I'm in this secure location. I turned off my phone and my patience. I wanna help you, but you ain't even trying. You made your own bed, now you gotta fucking lie. Ain't nobody make me say it. Nobody make me say it. None of my business. It ain't none of my business. Nobody make me say it. Nobody make me say it. None of my business. It ain't none of your business.
Tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro.
Itu bertangkap alamat.
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And welcome back once again to the ESL Mobile Open, presenting to you the C Icon Series Malaysia for League of Legends Wild Rift Fall Season 2021. I know it's a little bit of a bad hair day coming from me, just going to be casually trying to fix it on screen, but I absolutely failed on that anyways. So, yeah, let me just get this done real quick. So, overall, we'll give Hound a couple of minutes to join right back as he's enjoying himself a Maggie hot cup. And we definitely want to thank them as our tournament partners overall. And a big shout out to ESL as well as Riot Games that has been able to bring us all of the wholesomeness that is to come. So we've already seen game number 1 as SDGR EBLIZ have been able to take the very first game. Welcome back, buddy. We miss you very much. You know, it's just been a couple of minutes. So, game number 1 was definitely all swinging in favor of the side of the likes of EBLIZ. Now, 5 Cavalry has got a lot of work at hand to be able to actually tie things up even and then perhaps challenge them for game 3.
Yeah, that's going to be a very situation for them to actually draft a little bit better. And I feel that for a lot of these turnarounds, I think that the Fiora in the jungle could have actually been maybe swapped out for something else, in my opinion. And I feel that a lot of these picks for some of these teams have got to be very much focused on what the entire team can do. I felt that, yeah, comparatively, there were some actual pickups that I feel that put members of what's it called? Not Fiora, sorry, the Vi. I felt that the Vi was, I think, could have been a little bit more impactful in the overall matchup, and I felt that maybe a J4 would have done a little bit better, in my opinion, because of the overall earlier game pressure. Because for me, the Vi has to actually. The Vi actually comes online a little bit later compared to a J4. But I guess that's enough from us in terms of theory crafting. Let us go into the Champions Select, brought to you by Maggie Cup. I don't know about you, Contra. This is going to be very interesting indeed, as we're going to be seeing relatively identical bans from game number 1 with the Gragas as well as the Camille being picked out.
That's right, and overall, I think this is a very standard sort of ban coming in where you want to avoid all these pickoffs easily by the Camille with the Hextech Ultimatum. Gallo now being banned away, and we haven't really been able to actually see the might of Demacia coming into the action as well. So Garen being locked away, I don't really think that it's necessary to ban the Garen overall, because from the side of SDGR, they've been able to get those picks such as the Fiora, easily shredding him out, especially now that he doesn't have that much of a base health or even armor. Renekton will be picked up by 5 Cavalry, snatching that away from SDGR. Well, they take what was given to them. That's going to be the Fiora, and the Twisted Fate has been playing outstandingly well. So SDGR stick to the usual.
Yeah, ooh, 5 Cavalry now. Renekton as well as the Kai'Sa being picked up. Fallen and Emotionless, as very astutely pointed out by my co-caster, is going to be staying relatively unchanged for the first 2 picks. Ooh, the Darius by Williams pickup here. That's going to be a very, very, very interesting matchup here between him as well as the Renekton. But the Renekton can be a bit of a flex pick, coming from 5 Cavalry. For EBZ, they are actually going to go for the Xayah on God Gatsby. So that's going to actually be a strong pickup here. We normally see that Xayah and Rakan, Xayah and Kai'Sa are normally the 2 ADCs that are normally picked up by either side of the teams. I mean, if you see a Kai'Sa, you're most likely going to see a Rakan, most likely going to see a Xayah, or a Kai'Sa on the other end, or a Xayah on the other end as well. For either or, we did see that there was a blitz that actually was highlighted by EBZ, and that made Contra go, uh-oh.
Yeah, you know, like, I'm glad that it's not going to be a Blitzcrank coming in. Blitzcrank, yeah, it's a little bit cheesy. You just get one hook, and you'll be able to actually get some really good picks. But if you miss the hooks, then you essentially don't contribute all too much. Maybe when it comes to team fights, the silence definitely will be able to actually bring something up. But I think that Falcon Cavalry, they look a little bit better on this sort of draft, while for the likes of SDGR EBLIZ, they are just refining what they are comfortable with. They still have the Riven, sorry, not the Riven overall, it's the Fiora going in towards the jungle. So they still haven't been able to actually answer some of all these sort of picks, and I would like to be stand corrected overall by 5 Cavalry, but I want to see that sort of the big team fight happening over the bottom side, just to ensure that, you know, you get a winning lane for the marksman, and that should be a real good smooth game for the likes of 5 Cavalry. Now, SDGR EBLIZ, they are the one that managed to get the lead in game number 1. Let's see what they can actually do in game 2. Will they be able to get themselves up ahead in the upper brackets?
All right, so what we're going to be seeing from 5C is that, from 5C, from EBZ, is that they are going to be going for the 3-man stack, 2-man stack over to the mid side. They want to be getting a little bit of that shared experience, and that's going to allow Aftershock to be able to score all of that experience and go all to himself over towards the top side here. So this could actually make him hit the levels faster than Emotionless. So I think this could be an interesting start for 5 Cavalry. I mean, it's a small start indeed, but over to the bot side, Domal taking in a little bit of damage, gets hit with the Blade Caller. Very nicely done from God Gatsby. Emotionless now. Seems that both these players are going to be exchanging one another, as Aftershock now has to get back. Takes a little bit of the bleed damage as well as the crippling blow.
I like the fact that Aftershock didn't really commit, and this is where the Sonic Wave does land towards Fallen. They don't really want to commit overall. It's a little bit too hasty of a fight to take. Now, over the top side here, a Barra now being popped by the side of Darius. We almost see a first blood, perhaps, but now we pan towards the bottom end of the map as members of the side of Falcon Cavalry, they are being forced to retreat. And God Gatsby is just playing a magnificent Xayah overall. Now, Renekton being forced to back away. This is where he loses maybe a little bit of a lead when it comes down to EXP, but things can be changed when Heiha pays a visit. And this is where he almost lands that Sonic Wave. Good sidestepping coming from Darius. And with a dive, that's first blood for SDGR. And gets another one in the bag, 2 for 1.
SDGR EBLIZ now very much coordinated with the dives. We did see that similar concept being brought to life by them in the first game, and this is one of those games where it could be more of the same for the side of EBZ if this keeps up. We do see 5C now. Zuto actually trying his level best to get that mid lane priority, as Williams is going to match him in terms of the push after this. We do see that over to the top side, outside of our view, there is going to be a bit of a fight between these two. As Emotionless, what is he doing? Is able to get it around and turned on him by Aftershock as he just pivots hard. Even though Heiha was nearby, it seems that greed is a big killer for Emotionless.
Yeah, I guess he just wanted to land one stack, and here comes the Dragon's Rage as well, landed by a charm, and I don't know how on earth will William survive, but that was a beautiful one. He managed to trade it back for a kill against Heiha.
1 for 1 between both these teams, as that mid lane gank didn't seem to work out in his favor here. Miscalculations being done for the side of Heiha, but the stun as the pick a card definitely worked out wonders here. Oh, Blade Caller there working, throwing it out. Oh, the Howling Gale hits right into the tidal wave, but it's not going to be enough for anything. The Feather Storm, as we do see God Gatsby will be able to get away, but oh, it could be a very, very scary one indeed, as Zuto now, as well as Heiha, may actually give a bit of a threat that they might turn the fight around, but EBZ decides to get away.
Yeah, and I guess that definitely was a very smooth dive coming in overall from the side of SCGR. And overall on top of the Barrel lane, Emotionless just have to be a little bit more careful of what he needed to do. He was overzealous the other time where he tried to land the very final stack of the Hemorrhage just to bleed out 5 Cavalry's Renekton, but it definitely didn't really pay all too well. Now he came back with a Bramble Vest, working on a Black Cleaver, so it's going to be a lot tougher to actually kill Renekton, especially when he has Dominus up available online. Now, first Drake has already spawned up. Seems like there's not going to be heavy interest for the moment, but members of the likes of 5 Cavalry, they can get some early access. They've already got some good wards down all over the map. Rod of Ages being purchased by the Twisted Fate. Meanwhile, Luden's Echo will give a little bit more of a heavy amount of burst coming from the Ahri. And speaking of the Ahri, he's already camping by the brush. He might just be able to look for a pickup. Emotionless tries to actually go for the trade. But overall, this is where SDGR EBLIZ, they really want to get a little bit more shoving being done towards the bottom side before they get any other advantages to get themselves into the river.
All right, so I do see that this is going to be another dive here coming in from the side of EBZ. EBZ now going in for a beautiful one for the side of Fallen. Fallen going in with the riposte, but we do see Heiha now to match the aggression, but it is going to be Destiny that comes in, turning the fight over to the bot side into a 3v4. We do see that Zuto is back to match the aggression that's coming in from the side of EBZ, but 5C now decides, all right, it's fine. We will be able to get them back and away. Over to the top side, Emotionless and Aftershock, both of them exchanging fights. Oh, wait, over to the bot side, though, before anything, it is going to be a turnaround. Look at the Featherstorm, right to the Blade Caller, but Zuto right now, a little bit out of trouble here. There goes the bot side, a double kill, going over towards God Gatsby.
And he plays that Featherstorm perfectly well, and Ahri, he was trying to fend him off, but he did not really notice the Blade Caller will be inevitable. Now, going back towards the top side here, reducing a very good pull coming in. Aftershock just getting apprehended overall, and SDGR EBLIZ, they cheekishly just leave this Dragon B because they understand that 5 Cavalry will be coming back for more, and that's where they can stash up even more kills. Now, 8-3, 5k in terms of gold difference, while SDGR, they already have the upper hand when it comes down to some of the major item builds coming in effect. Static Shift up online for God Gatsby. Well, they just get a little bit more of a vision control over on side of Herald. They may actually look for a trade. So 5 Cavalry, they need to call the shots right, or else they will even lose even more momentum overall. Redemption being popped right in. This is going to be a little bit of a healing done, but I don't see a reason how 5 Cavalry actually steals it. I stand corrected, but the rest of SDGR EBLIZ, they will be able to actually retaliate for a tad longer. But wow, oh wow, he flashed right in with perfect smite, all in a split second.
That was just beautiful from the side of Heiha. Oh, but over to the top side, they're barely away as Emotionless immediately comes in with the barrier. And it was just the amount of defense that was needed from Emotionless to survive that onslaught that came from Aftershock. Now, one thing that 5 Cavalry is doing right is stealing objectives. We did see them do it very well in the previous game, as we do see that 5 Cavalry, oh wait, misses out on it, and that could be bad, as they were able to get at least one on Emotionless. I don't know what Emotionless was doing, at least resetting there. I understand that they want to get the most quickest reset timer, but losing out on a 2 or 3 seconds just to make sure you're able to reset safely is way more important than getting a quicker reset timer for sure.
Yeah, he was basically standing on some vision of being set up by 5 Cavalry as well. So that Ahri along the way was just given a freebie after all. Fallen now trying to defend this turret over the top side of the map, while the rest of 5 Cavalry, they're trying to look for objectives. They haven't got a single turret in hand available for them, but at least they do have a little bit of a gap closer when it comes down to the goal differentials. All they need is one good fight in particular to be able to actually do a big change when it comes down to the mid-game impact. So 9-4 as we speak of it. Infinity Edge now being completed by Desire. Meanwhile, very traditional build coming in from the Fiora. Now he's probably looking for the Ghost Blade eventually. But 5 Cavalry, I think it's a problem with the rotations as well as the priorities. They got the Drake. They may have actually committed in towards that fight to be able to actually bring better results, because we've already seen the Dragon's Rage already being utilized, while the rest of EBZ having Emotionless just constantly shoving the side lane. So with the Darius being pretty much a non-factor in these team fights, they can get a 5v4 in their advantage, but I don't see any point of time where 5 Cavalry was actually pressing onto that state advantage.
And that's the thing I feel that 5 Cavalry needs to actually work up on. They need to be a bit aware on when is their advantage spikes and when they're able to actually score this out. Because again, oh wait, over to the bot side though, we're going to be seeing Aftershock. Going to be hit with the Grand Challenge. Both these players now triggering the redemption, as we do see Heiha as well as Zuto all going to come and match it over towards that side. But oh no, it was going to be the Aqua Prison that actually was going to be the difference here. Beautiful Monsoon there to make sure that God Gatsby will be able to at least survive that, as we do see the follow-up coming in from the side of Williams. Was able to get it, but over to the bot side as well, we do see a double kill happening off our screen.
Wow, a double kill coming in for the side of Emotionless, while SDGR EBLIZ having this perfect God Gatsby play with the Featherstorm, and the Ari once again being caught in a very awkward position. And I'm looking at the flash being available. He could have actually flashed over the wall to get himself away from the radius of what the Featherstorm has been placed behind her. So EBZ, they just know that, we're just built different, Just seeing Emotionless getting marched upon on was not really the best side, which is why producers, you guys are doing a good job. We don't need to see that collateral.
Yeah, we don't need to see the collateral indeed, as we're going to be seeing that Herald is going to be summoned over towards the top side for the side of EBZ. 5C now going to go for the objective. We do see that this is where members of EBZ struggle a little bit in terms of their objective fights, but it is going to maybe be in favor of the side of EBZ here. It's all, I think, a matter of positioning right now and who has what skill as members. Oh no, Mal again getting caught up by that Howling Gale. Not going to be a very forgivable thing that's happening in here for his favor there. Oh my god, Killer Instinct there being triggered from the side of Mal. But what was he doing there alone? Was going to be immediately exploded, blown up by members of 5C. 1-for-1 trade here with a big turn for the side of EBZ, as 5C now looking towards exchanging over to the top side between Emotionless and Aftershock and building up pressure. 13-5 at 12 minutes in this game. Contra.
Yeah, overall, I'm just looking at some of all these plays coming out outside of SDGR. They love to go in for a little bit of teasers, and they've just picked them one after another. So as much as Destiny wasn't really available, they've been using it just to scout out for vision control over on towards the Ocean Drake. But SDGR, they use all these objectives to try to rail them right in, like, a fish in the barrel. When 5 Cavalry arrives, they don't really have too much to do when the rest of them are already being set up with the Death Brush. But overall, here comes Tidal Wave. I guess Emotionless this time will not be able to survive the shield just enough to ensure that Aftershock will be staying put. But here comes Zuto.
All right, Zuto now trying to start it out, but it is going to be EBZ that is able to get that smite, as well as that Drake and Spirit Rush being used from the side of Zuto to get away from EBZ. EBZ now, I think, are going to be setting up for a Baron here. Oh my goodness, what was Mal doing there? It seems that it is going to be a rampage going over towards Williams, as Alif Mifzal has been taken down for the shot. Void Seeker thrown out towards Zafiroth, as it is going to be the first Baron of game number 2 between EBZ and 5CO. Another gold card there onto Aftershock. Mal there gets taken a little bit of damage from Williams, as we do see the game might slowly but surely come to an end for the side of 5C if they do not stop this Baron.
I don't really see a point for them to contest either ways, because they've been losing a lot of all these small exchanges, but they needed to actually get something out of it, maybe a kill or so. But now SDGR exerts full pressure on top of every single lane. All they have to do, make a 1-3-1 formation just to push out on every side waves. And Aftershock is getting chased upon, but Emotionless, he does not care. He will go in for a dump. He gets the Noxian Guillotine, and that's a double eventually as they all fall alongside with the turret. And that's where SDGR EBLIZ, if you have a little bit of fight going on, that's a very good Howling Gale knocking them up, and that is where Mal says goodbye. And Willems playing this one to perfection alongside with Gesby. I don't understand how would you actually make a comeback out of this one. 5 Cavalry, they watch as all these turrets get crushed.
Zafarov, as well as Williams, very nicely done there, stacking the Howling Gale as well as pick a card, specifically the gold card, to work in their favor. Got Gatsby taking a little bit of damage here as we're knocking on 5C's Nexus. Tidal Wave comes out. Zafarov is going to be blown up from the side of Zuto as this is going to be a turnaround. Look at that feather. Woo, as he goes golden. Stasis is going to be affected here. Oh, wait a minute, Williams. What was he doing? It seems that his cards that were thrown out he was trying to predict something that was going to come out from from the side of Zuto, but I guess the prediction worked against him.
Okay, you know, I just want to talk about this thing real quick here. They could have ended the game. That's 87 HP or 89 HP overall, and that reminds me of one of the matches back in Summer Super Cup, and here comes Aftershock actually going for a chase. So one hit to the Nexus is all it takes, but then again, the good news is all the turrets stay intact for SDGR EBLIZ. No turnaround whatsoever, while Fallen will be marching right in. 900 regeneration on the Nexus. Buys them a little bit more room for some plays being done. Here comes the Dragon's Rage, and alongside with Tidal Wave. How long can EBZ Fallen hold on before he falls? But Emotionless, he's just watching right across the corner. And now with the water being dropped right in, he can't actually move any way forward just to backdoor.
I don't know what that was for, Contra from Fallen. I felt that could have worked out way better if he waited for his team to actually come up with him and regroup. But then again, you know, you can only speculate what was going through Fallen's mind, as we do see that 5C now are trying level best to at least fight within the walls of their base and slightly outside of it. But as we're going to be seeing here, EBZ now has all the measures of control in their pockets, as members of 5C now are playing on the defensive, as EBZ has all of the agency to be on the offensive. Oh, very nicely done there from the side of Heha to be able to steal. I don't know about you, but Heha is definitely getting my attention in terms of all these little steals that he's getting. But at the end of the day, I feel that if you're able to steal but you're not able to actually use those steals and turn it as a big advantage, then then it's not going to be something that's going to work out in their favor. Oh wait, Mal is out of position here. Very interesting indeed, as we're going to be seeing a Vault Breaker that, not sorry, Assault and Battery being used, but a beautiful Monsoon to be able to at least get a little bit of space. Breathing room is very important. They're coming in from the side of EBZ, as EBZ is going to be closing out. Destiny has been popped up. Very, very nicely done. Pick a card will be able to hit on by Williams here, as we do see the end of game number 2, as EBZ wins it out and will move forward in this tournament.
2 games in a row. SDGR EBLIZ will be your first team to advance through the upper brackets and hopefully to get themselves a shot over on the regular season that will be happening real soon. So SDGR EBLIZ, they take 2 consecutive wins, very convincingly so. 5 Cavalry, like you mentioned, the Lee Sin able to actually go in for a couple of all these snails coming from game 1 as well as game 2, but he didn't really make too much proactive plays to actually set things up for his teammates to get the upper hand when it comes out to some of the team fights. It was all about Zuto there holding the lines, trying to pull as much plays on this Ari, and even so, early game, he got absolutely punished. So looking back at the stats here, it was just very clean plays. I would obviously say maybe not that tad to be played out all too cleanly, coming from Fallen on what was happening over the mid side. But, you know, they still get the win by the very end of it all. And the MVP will be God Gesby with an overall 7-1-8 scoreline.
Yeah, very nice scoreline being shown from God Gatsby, but emotionless as well. Not someone to be slept on, as well as Williams was able to actually turn some of these fights in his favor, mostly because he was able to stack pick a card, specifically the yellow card, on top of a Zephyroth's Howling Gale. And that was just something I feel that was a very, very, very much a detrimental and painful combo that just secured kills onto Zuto, onto Alif Mifzal and Mal. I mean, those are some of Mal and Zuto are definitely some of the high priority targets that they want to be stacking those combos on. But we did see it work to mix a success onto Aftershock as well. And I feel that that was just one of the signifiers that EBZ was just operating on a different level here. They were a little bit more coordinated compared to 5C, but I still have to say that for all the praises I want to sing for EBZ, we've got to sing a bit of praises for 5C as well, for 5 Cavalry. They were able to score some interesting steals, in my opinion, and they were able to at least play around and cause members of EBZ to actually be a little bit wary of how they were going to actually initiate some of these fights. But whether or not it is based on the mistakes that were made from EBZ or whether or not it was mistakes that were taken advantage of by 5C is an entirely different story altogether.
Agreed. And well, very deservedly so, SDGR EBLIZ now marches up ahead, and we'll see later on who will they be taking on, as there will be another team that will be advancing to the upper bracket. So they were just another best of 3 away from perhaps getting themselves into the top 4, where they will qualify for the C Icon Series Malaysia regular season. So the next few teams that will be coming into play is going to be something that's going to be a little bit different from what we saw in game number 1. So I do want to see a little bit more of a cleaner play in general when it comes down to teams that are qualifying. Understand that many of them actually come from all walks of life. Not all of them are professional players just about yet. Many of them aspiring to become one. So you have things like, studies going on for younger students out there, and also work commitments, which is definitely understandable. But for those who, put everything on the line to make sure that this works out, of course, we give hats off to you, and hopefully things go pretty much smooth sailing. So that is our very first series being concluded. We will come back with even more, but Hound, I haven't really gotten my lunch just about yet, so I probably want to just make sure I boil my water, and right after that, I'll just pop myself a Maggie hot cup. You guys can do so as well, as all of this is being brought to you by ESL, as well as Riot Games as your official tournament organizers, as well as our partners here at Maggie, keeping your bellies all filled up. So we'll take a short break after this, and we'll be right back for more Wild Rift action.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! 18 lagi nyawa nak dan into the infernal pounder Turi Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol mega infernal pounder.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage sangat besar.
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat. Kekuatan kill.
Gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn. Gonna let it burn. Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling. I'm faster. Making my way back. I'm close to home. I'm 'Cause I've come to claim my throne, never letting go. These wings carry me, live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
Carpe diem, I know I got only one life. Don't wanna spend it, listen to your bitch and whine. It's a little mean, I know, well, apologies. But my New Year resolutions and my honesty. Trust me, it ain't nobody, nobody make me say nobody, nobody make me say none of my business. It ain't none of your business. Nobody, nobody.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan into the infernal pounder Turi Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk pastikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal
Pertama, dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage sangat
ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, summoners from all over the world to the ESL Mobile Open, where we're presenting to you the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season 2021. I'm Hound, alongside with me is Contra, the man himself. And I don't know about you, but man, oh man, was that one heck of a game, Contra.
Well, definitely it was, and I was enjoying myself casting alongside with you, and you know, it's been years since we managed to get ourselves together on, you know, this virtual desk that we do have. But, you know, I see that you were rocking that Berjaya Dragons shirt all over the background, and I'm a big fan as well. I want to see more teams stepping up to the plate to give me that fury wholesomeness, just like how Maggie has provided us with the hot cups. I got a few stashed up. You know, I've just boiled my water, but the next break, I'll be popping all this fun water into the cup. Easy for me to just slurp myself away within that for a minute. So, you know, SDGR, they definitely stand a really good chance here to qualify. Just looking at how well they've been playing. There's still a few more things that I really hope to see refinement, because, you know, late game, they were just playing around already. They were doing a lot of teasing moves just to ensure that, you know, they exert a little bit of a mind game control over the side of 5 Cavalry. Now, 5 Cavalry still has a chance. Now they fall towards the low bracket. I hope that they reflect back on the game that they just played and see what else could they possibly improve overall. Now, we're going to be heading in towards the next series, so we'll see which team will be taking on one another in this upcoming game.
All right, so we've also got these two teams that have been able, excuse me, not these two teams. We have seen that between SDGR EBLIZ as well as 5 Cavalry, they are going to be relegated towards the lower bracket for 5 Cavalry, and EBZ EBLIZ will be pushed up towards the upper category. We do see that overall for the next matchup, we've got ourselves a boomer here, quite a bit of a banger between TODAK going up against INSOMNIAX in a best of 3. Between these two teams now, it is going to be a rather interesting one indeed. TODAK, I mean, a very well-known gaming brand here in Malaysia, has esports teams across multiple titles, so professional gameplay as well as professional how to say, not etiquette, like what's the word for it, conduct is something that is definitely not entirely a foreign concept towards TODAK. They are going to go up against Splat Zone INSOMNIAX. They are a professional Wild Rift team in Malaysia, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing up, what they're going to be bringing forward here in terms of the picks, in terms of the drafts, and whether or not with whatever skills that they have, they're able to push down TODAK by a few pegs. It's going to be George Amanka as their captain, who is playing the support role, whereas TODAK is having Amiruddin Harris on the top side as their captain.
Yeah, and I definitely want to keep my eyes on Ame because I've seen some of his games when he was playing in some of the other smaller tournaments out there. He's been a shining star overall, and I do believe that he's been able to actually still hold a level of quality of play when he goes on roles like the Zaya or even Kaisa that's been heavily favored in the entirety of the tournament. So what else should we actually be seeing from the likes of Splatzone and INSOMNIAX is that there is a lot of changes when it comes down to the roster, where the member that I do recognize from here is Linus, as he'll be taking on the captaincy role for the side of Splatzone. But TODAK, I'm pretty sure on the other end of the broadcast on the Malay segment, Ikuto will be feeling slightly nervous, or maybe not at all if he's feeling very confident. So hopefully we have something special coming up online. And one more player in particular from inside of Splatzone INSOMNIAX that I want to highlight is Wadu. He definitely is a very strong player in general. He can whip out all sorts of styles of play when you want to go for control mates or even assassins. Wazu's the guy that you want to look at. But TODAK, the only few players that I have been able to actually note down is definitely going to be Ame as well as Kuro overall. So Ame will be heading in towards the Baron lane alongside with Newgate heading into the jungle. Skylo will be there, mid laner for TODAK alongside with the bottom lane, Kuro as well as Hazim.
All right, so this is going to be a very, very revealing one indeed. Looking at both these teams head to head against each other, I do like the fact that with what we have seen thus far, Amiruddin is going to be the captain. Ame on the top lane is going to be the captain. So in terms of that, right, I've always felt that normally in a lot of these instances, we do see that captains are normally played as the supports, but looking over towards the other side, Splatzone INSOMNIAX here, it is going to be a Divine One on the top side, Evolution in the jungle, Wadu in the mid side, alongside with Ceres and Linez on the bottom side duo, with Linez serving as the captain, George Amanka. So I don't know about you, but normally as a support, right, being a captain normally means that playmaking supports are definitely going to be one of the things that captains want to take. In my opinion, I do feel that sometimes, yeah, anyone on a team can be a captain, in my opinion, right? But sometimes supports have a little bit more of a wider encompassing view comparatively towards a top laner who is also a captain as well, because there is a lot of a lot of volatility in the top lane and a lot of stakes in terms of how they are going to how they have to focus into winning either the matchup or at least playing around the fact that even if they're going even or they're losing, they're still able to make some really good decisions that could benefit the overall team. I don't know about you, Contra, but are you ready to get into the picks and bans brought to you by Maggie?
That's right, I'm pretty much ready for it, and there we go. Maggie Hot Cup Champions Select is underway. TODAK now starts on the blue side, while SMAZone INSOMNIAX starts on red. It's going to be the Fiora being banned away because of the flexibility of heading in towards the Baron lane or even the jungle, so you want to get rid of it ASAP. Same reason why Camille is being banned out overall when it comes down to the split pushes. Both Fiora as well as Camille can do the job real well. Now, I want to see something more aggressive coming on. So, Twisted Fate was being brought upon by the likes of EBLIZ in the past match, but this time around, they want to target over on side of Wadu. I've been playing a few games with him. He definitely smashed me to pieces with pretty much a lot of good plays coming in from the side of the Twisted Fate. So it's a respect ban coming in, which opens up the Ziggs overall, which I definitely love. Not too much of a nerf going on towards the Ziggs, and we will expect some big Mega Bomb safe plays overall coming from the likes of Skylo. But it's not as dynamic as certain picks like we saw early on Renekton. Sometimes you can hit to mid. So Lee Sin being picked up, very standard start. And that will be a Akali, which may likely to go into Baron lane or even mid lane.
I like this Akali pickup here. Very, very much a skill flex pickup. And the ability for her to go either mid or top side could actually throw members of TODAK for a run, not to say for a run, for a spin here in terms of what they can actually, what they're looking towards. Ooh, I was just about to say that it could be a time for Riven to actually make a debut, and Skylo immediately picks up the Riven, and I like it. I really like it indeed. But SMAZone does have, okay, one thing that's really important here is that TODAK has shown their hand in terms of the top and mid side pickups, and this actually opens up the ability for SMAZone INSOMNIAX to be able to at least get some counter picks or at least pick up some of these matchups that could actually benefit them in terms of safety as well as what it brings to the entire team. So as we see it, TODAK right now very much in control and very much going for some very, very safe pocket picks here across the board.
That's right, and I do like the Ezreal. He provides a little bit of safety net. Now, Riven will be confirmed for the Baron lane when you have the Jarvan coming into effect, but there's also cases where you do see Jarvan overrun to the Baron lane, so either or, I still like it very much. The Blade of the Exile now being brought to play, and that's where the Lulu comes into effect, because Lulu, overall, what you want to do is you just land the Whimsy and render this Riven to be ineffective. Not being able to land any spell is one of the biggest nightmares for Riven players in particular, and I just feel that this sort of matchup overall is going to be very, very decent. I expect something that's going to be a lot more fast-paced as compared to the very first series that we've just witnessed, so I'm liking every sort of idea coming in, even from the likes of SMAZone INSOMNIAX that we haven't really paid too much attention to. There's a lot of pick potential when it comes down to Lee Sin setting up alongside the Ahri, which, you know, last game we have a little bit of a taste of what an Ahri can actually offer, especially when she lands the charm beautifully alongside with all the Spirit Rush, just to add all these sort of extra mobility as well as control in some of the fight. This is where I want to just witness some spectacular gameplay overall. So TODAK now with a refined roster. Let's see, can they actually get this win against SMAZone INSOMNIAX, the past season's top 8?
All right, this is going to be very interesting indeed. TODAK on the red side, TODAK on the blue side, going up against SMAZone INSOMNIAX on the red side. Could this be a very, very interesting... ooh, we're going to be seeing some early cheese maybe? No, it's going to be a 5-man all towards the bottom side. No one is going to be exchanging against each other. Skylo there immediately wants to get that early wave priority, and it's going to be sharing it out to his army. Nice stuff there from Skylo, being able to actually push out onto Wadu, getting a little bit of that pressure as well as that bit of harass for himself.
Now, Ami will have to actually play the skill matchup very, very slowly. He doesn't really want to get poked by the 5-point strike, and here comes a couple of all these rotation, a spell as the broken wings immediately secures first blood. Are you kidding me? You're not allowed to do it all too smoothly, and Divine One just got smacked right in the face.
And it seems that TODAK right now were able to open it up very, very well indeed with a kill for himself, as it seems that biting off a little bit more than they could chew is INSOMNIAX here, as we do see that over to the top side, nothing in terms of exchanges between Divine One as well as Ame, but priority building up for Ame for sure. It's going to free him up as well, could actually give him an opportunity for to help a Newgate actually get quite a bit of these objectives in the turret, in the jungle of INSOMNIAX.
Yeah, and overall, I just feel that this is just a little bit of a slight misplay, as well as what they could have actually expected. You see Divine One, he saved his flash. I guess that's the only good thing about this, is that, you know, you overall won't fully lose your lane if you just drop one kill, but Ribbon's just gonna be able to actually snowball. So I don't really advise Akali to really go all in. And speaking of which, there's gonna be a dive being set up as well. Newgate just dropping in, casually dropping the Dragon's Blade on top of her. Now, Akali is absolutely getting shut off from the game, and that rotation was done perfectly well from TODAK.
All right, 2 times already that Splatzone INSOMNIAX has been splattered out of the game with regards to Divine One. And it seems that coming in from Newgate, it is going to be a lot of priority here being shown towards them controlling and making sure that Divine One does not give any, does not garner any advantages. And oh, look at that, Ame exchanging himself with a Divine One. Divine One taking a lot of that damage there, and it seems that in between, Ame was able to land at least a few auto attacks as well. So that's going to actually be building up in terms of the damage on towards Divine One. So even though she's able to hide inside the Twilight Shroud, smoke bombs will not be effective for Divine One.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit difficult for them to just juggle a lot of all these sort of control over on the bomb side. Just look at how deep the vision is going to be set as well. As much as with all this deep vision, I don't really see too much of a solid winning lanes, but there's a fine line of balance coming in towards the mid side as well as the bottom lane, while Ceres is already trying to get the Catherine Rain up available to be upgraded, but here comes Newgate. Newgate trying to rotate alongside with Skylo. They will just be perhaps holding on towards this sort of the angle, and if they manage to get a good catch, that's great. But speaking of catcher, oh, Ame's in trouble.
All right, very interesting indeed here. Splatzone INSOMNIAX was able to at least score at least 1 kill at the 4-minute mark. Very nicely done, and it was on Ame that was out of position, or at least was moving around towards the mid side without much information or without much reason to be honest, because even though that the setup could be good, it seems that it is going to be TODAK right now that has a little bit more information, or at least trying to garner a little bit more information on Splatzone.
Indeed it is. So just look at some of all these builds. It's going to be a more amount of build for the likes of Kuro, but he hasn't been able to actually complete just about yet. Still stacking on that tier. Meanwhile, if we go head to head, Ceres will be able to actually offer a lot of damage because she's already upgraded a Catherine Raid like I speak early on. Alongside with 2 Black Cleavers for Newgate as well as Ame, but here comes a good charm on top of Skylo. And he just will just back away easily, especially when you have a Brum just over the back. But Evolution, he might be looking to bring the rest of TODAK over on his side because they've already got a little bit of edge.
All right, some interesting one as the Sonic Wave will be able to hit, but he's not going to go for the Resonating Strike. And I feel that this could be a very, very good opportunity for the side of Splatzone to be able to get that Drake. We do see members of TODAK right now are going to be jostling for position. Hazim there going to get in the middle of the fight. Very wisely done there. Look at that Glacial Vision onto 2. We do see that from the side there. It's going to be Divine when it comes in. Very nicely done with the perfect execution. But it's not going to be for the side of Splat Zone here, as we do see that it is going to be in favor of... for the favor of TODAK here, as TODAK walk away, limp away with 4 man down. Skylo, last surviving member, with the double going over towards Divine One. Oh boy, Divine One there, Twilight Shroud. And decides to get back. The 5-point kunai not landing through.
Yeah, and I don't understand why would he actually go back towards the turret range as well. Like, how much more does this Ziggs have to do? He doesn't really have his element available. The next objective is going to be the Rift Herald, so we will expect a lot more of these rotations to be hovering towards the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Ame, as much as he got punished the other time around, he didn't manage to actually get too much of a hassle to just keep this sort of push going. So all you have to do is just to chain all those sort of combo. And, you know, for all these newer players who still figure out the best way to actually chain everything up, you generally want to reset some of all these autos. And oh, 1 HP left. Evolution, he gets blown up as well with only 1 HP surviving. But this is where the Herald goes to the hands of TODAK. Not only did they snatch away the dragon early on, this is just a smooth cruise for them overall when it comes down to how they play the objectives. Speaking of that, we have an instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. And this fight, it was all scattered overall, but when it comes down to how they managed to rotate and just re-engage coming from the side of Special INSOMNIAX, they have managed to pull back from all the loose ends that they have in the early game.
All right, we're going to be seeing here from the side of TODAK, they were able to at least get 1 onto the side of Linez. And we do see that Ame, takes a little bit, but Killer Instinct has gone down. 1 more hit. The barrier there was able to keep him alive for so long, but it's only going to be a matter of time here before Newgate comes in with a good Cataclysm. But will it be enough? Beautiful flag and drag here. Oh no, this could be bad here. Skylo, a little bit too far off. Wadu mixes up, matches the rotation from the side of Skylo, as Skylo now wasn't able to take down the Lee Sin in that turn, but we do see there Orb of Deception right into the charm. This could be bad for the side of Skylo here, as we do see a beautiful stand behind me right with the shield that came up from the side of Hazib.
Yeah, and overall, that sort of trait diving into is the turret range. It was handled magnificently well. Ceres may have ought to actually survive for a tad longer if he didn't really overcommit himself as well, but you can't really blame him because Newgate was already cornering him up by the edges. So this is where they secure a little bit more vision control once again, getting the Skull Crab into the hands of Newgate. Now, just comparing both sides of the jungler, it is Evolution here that has more stats of gold because of how clean he has been playing overall on this Lee Sin. TODAK now having a little bit of a slight challenge overall because of all these outplays that they try to bring up. And I mean, now getting endangered, and with the perfect execution alongside with Evolution helping out, that was a little bit too smooth from Splat Zone.
And it seems that Splat Zone right now slowly starting to find their groove. About 3,000 gold advantage in their favor, as we're seeing that the aggression from INSOMNIAX here is starting to put TODAK behind on the back foot and leaving them slightly flustered in a lot of these fights.
Indeed it is, and here comes the Cataclysm not really being popped up. No heavy commitment so far. The rest of the members of TODAK is just a little bit far behind to actually follow up, but they do establish a lot more of a control overall over the river. The restart of the dragon, while Linus as well, so they're watching alongside. They won't be able to contest as much as they want to. The Lee Sin is nowhere near, so TODAK gets 1 more in the back.
Okay, we're going to see Sand behind me right into the Unbreakable here by Hazib, trying to deny a little bit of the damage coming in. Very, very nicely done, but Kuro goes for the flash. They're very preemptive indeed. Don't know whether or not that was required, to be honest, mainly because that there wasn't going to be a there was going to be a dive that was set up from the side of INSOMNIAX. So we do see that from the side of TODAK. They are very much concerned with getting their first start of the game, evening out in terms of the priority over to the bot side with the help of Herald. That's definitely going to work out in their favor. But Ceres there will be able to turn that around. But no, it's not going to be enough. The boom goes the clock on to Ceres as we do see Evolution now. Oh my goodness, almost getting taken down bottom of the side from the two-shot barrage as they are able to walk away, Contra.
That's right, and that was really tough one there for Ceres to actually do anything about it. And this split push coming from the likes of SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX is looking to be very favorable, but they didn't manage to land the final hit. Divine One now struggling for a tad bit longer, but he managed to bring Newgate low. So Newgate will respect that. Both of them will go in for a little bit of a slight reset, while TODAK will try to brute force their way to break down the mid lane turret. Just needing a little bit more damage, and that should be able to actually crush it with the satchel charge, break it down.
Crushed it indeed here between these two players, as we're going to be seeing that both these players, both these teams, and right now very much kind of even, with a slight lead here in terms of for SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX. When I say kind of even, I don't mean by in terms of score, overall score, but I think maybe in terms of some of the itemization that is apparent for both these teams. We do see that for Skylo was able. Oh wait, but before that though, Hazim could be in a bit of trouble here. Contra decides to go with Unbreakable and stand behind me, and we'll be able to live to fight another day.
Indeed. So currently, as it stands, Ami trying his best to hold his own, but you know, he started off really well with a 2-kill lead in particular, and it didn't really result too much for this Riven. But as we go in towards the late game, I believe that there's still ways that he can actually go in for a full skirmish. But here comes Lee Sin with the Dragon's Rage dropping on top of them all. But Evolution will not be able to survive for long. Calculus locking them all in place. Ceres now with so little health, they will inevitably fall. Same goes to Ami, but Ceres, he walks away alive for slightly longer so. While Wadu, he could only try to, you know, block a couple of shots from Hazim. And SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX, they absolutely dropped the ball.
And this is where SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX is actually picking off a little bit more than they could chew here, Contra. I think Evolution tried his level best to be very sneaky indeed, coming from behind, but it seems that TODAK were able to at least equalize in terms of objectives that has been garnered. So I think that TODAK is slowly coming back into the game, mostly because of the goal advantage now being almost non-existent between these two teams, as TODAK were able to actually score that third turret and immediately put them on the same playing field with members of SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX. But when we look at the stories of the items though, this could be a very different story overall, Contra.
Yeah, indeed. So I just feel that this is just a little bit tough for you know, TODAK to just really fully find love all these openings unless they get those picks. And that pick over the top side here has been done magnificently well. Now look at the builds once again. Kuro has already built an Ice-Mon Gauntlet that will actually negate love all these burst damage coming out of the Lee Sin, as well as Ceres if he were to drop right in for a quick killer instinct right in front of his face. So now it's all about using the objective to actually control what's about to happen next. And TODAK, they're already shutting off some of all the entry points already. But with the Kali shoving one more wave down bottom side, that makes the appearance of Jarvan to be showing up towards the side of SPLATZON. This is how they manage to get a full great rotation with the warping setup. Now, TODAK, they need to respond. Ami now on the split push as well. Here comes the TP.
All right, the TP has that up. Beautiful two-shot brush. He's onto 2, and we do see there the Cataclysm will be able to take down Evolution. Evolution now has been taken out of the game. We do see Linez was able to go for the Wild Growth, but it's only inevitable. Exhaust now being put onto the side of Ceres, as we do see Orb of Deception comes out from the side of Wadu. Nothing much can be said here as SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX limp away from a disastrous fight.
Yeah, and I just want to see how you know, SPLATZON and INSOMNIAX could actually recuperate from that. Like, they kind of have a little bit going overall, but TODAK was just a little tad too aggressive, and that counter was absolutely perfect, and this is where it all starts.
All right, Ceres now has been hit by the Mega Inferno Death Ball. Army gives a little bit of attention here. We're going to be seeing a teleport being used from the side of Splatzone INSOMNIAX. Oh my goodness, the Baron is about 4,000 HP. If members of Splatzone actually go for this, this could be a lot more effective for them. But Newgate onto the side gets kicked away. Oh my goodness, we're going to be seeing a turn here for the side of Splatzone INSOMNIAX. We do see True Shot Barrage coming in a little bit too late here. Splatzone dodges the Sonic Wave and may not be chased here as the heal comes out from the side of Kuro as they live to fight another day at the expense of Baron. I don't know about you, Contra, but this could be trouble. Big trouble for the side of TODAK.
Yeah, I just look at how they were trying to manage that fight over on the Baron, and it didn't really favor them all too well, especially when they get members blown up before they officially lower down the health bars of Baron. That's not what exactly TODAK needed, and that's how Splatzone also get a really big advantage overall. Now, the goal graph now swinging in favor side of Splatzone, and this is where I just feel that overall they should be able to actually get more objectives. That turret over the top side is going to be a lot brittle, so at least it's just going to be having an easy shove, and that will keep them all at bay and opens up the mid lane turret for tier 2.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing here from the side. Oh, wait. Oh, look at that. Beautiful True Shot Barrage hits onto 2, as well as the Mega Inferno Bomb not being able to hit onto anyone, but helps with the wave clear. Army right now may actually get a bit in terms of the push onto the bot side. I think TODAK right now is a little bit split in terms of their focus. So we do see that members of Splatzone now actually playing the rotation game a lot better compared to TODAK. But TODAK does fight pretty well comparatively. So we shall see whether or not this could turn out disastrous for the side of TODAK, or could it work in the favor of INSOMNIAX here, Contra.
Yeah, now I just really want to see, can Splatzone INSOMNIAX really punish that one bad move? Now, there's still all 3 inhibitors up, meaning to say that TODAK still has a chance to challenge for that Drake later spawning. It's just going to be that juicy one in the form of Elder Inferno. That gives you 12% of added damage alongside with the true damage that's already in the passive of the Elder Drake. So, I just want to know, how would TODAK actually turn this one around? Because they need them to be in a better position. And Ame, he has to play a little bit cleaner. Somebody has to stop Wadu from playing this perfect game, because that Ari has been able to charm the right units at the right time. 25 seconds to go, and that's where we'll see perhaps a little bit more of that shift of momentum if anybody lands that Elder Drake in their hands.
All right, so it seems that Splatzone INSOMNIAX very much concerned with getting the priority over to the mid and bottom side, and I feel that's just, I think to me, it's definitely an indicator of the Drake that has come into play, Elder Infernal Drake. Definitely, they want to be the ones that catch it and are able to handle it, as we do see members of TODAK now jostling for position.
Oh boy, now only a little bit of tickle towards the Drake, while the rest of TODAK, they've already got the ward being placed right into it. They don't really have to commit. They can also opt to now trade objectives. There is the Baron buff available if TODAK wants to give a second chance at it. So the rest of Splatzone INSOMNIAX, they are not really pressing on that sort of advantage that we saw, and now they are trying to break things all even yet again. And this is not really a good sign overall. That buys room for Jonathan, who was slightly behind early on. Or should I just say, yeah, he gets some really good pickups here and there. But when it comes down to itemization, it's just going to be a lot harder to kill off Newgate from this point onwards. Meanwhile, Evolution just hanging out about, not really soaking EXP. He's just waiting for Ame to overcommit, and that's where they will come in with a punish.
All right, we're going to be seeing a bit of a punish over to the top side though. Speaking of it, we do see that Ame now has been hit with a Sonic Wave. This could be a turnaround here as they go golden for the side of Divine One. Very nicely done to make sure they deny the kill on towards Ame. As we're going to be seeing another fight here coming in for Wadu.
Oh, Wadu now going in with Spirit Rush as well, trying to actually go in for a pickup there. Saros now goes to blow up the rest of Skylo, but speaking of blowing up, they do have plans of their own, dropping the Mega Infernal Bomb. A little bit messy, but nothing is being achieved in the span of that 20 minutes. So Ceres now tries to actually go in for a little bit of a shred. While TODAK, all they have is Nugget now at the ready, trying to actually smite this one away. Here comes the teleport, and he gets kicked off. Bad signs, and that's where it's easily done from SEM9 and UndeRank with the Dragon's Rage. While Divine One, he hops right in for the backlines, blowing up Skylo, and the process will be completed. But Divine One will risk his own life, 1-for-1 exchange for both teams.
Very nicely done there from the side of SEM9. I mean, even though Divine One was taken down, he was able to take a high-value target in the form of Skylo. So there goes a little bit of their global presence with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and the ability to steal is definitely non-existent. And I really like the fact that Evolution keeps his ultimate, his Dragon Rage, at the best timing to make sure that the opportune moment could actually benefit his team. We do see two members there being blown up. But look at that, Wadu still very aggressive indeed. Gonna be seeing that the flashes are coming out. The killing spree is gonna go over towards Wadu. Wadu still no death yet coming into this game.
This is just getting a lot messier from both ends. SEM9 and UndeRank, you know, they try to really press on, especially now that they do have the Elder Drake. Letting go spawn from the bottom side of the pit now, and they're playing a little bit too safely for my liking. I understand why, because if there were to be any sort of turnaround, it will be really hard. Ami, time and time again, getting punished on this Riven. Not really showing the best sort of proficiency that you do expect from top-tier Rivens overall. And, you know, I'm not giving him too much of heat. It's just, you know, if you're going to be playing Riven at a high level, you need to actually know your animation cancels and to really go in for that full rotation of the spell in a split second, or should I say in 2 seconds at the very least. But he hasn't been able to actually manhandle this. Akali already gives you a little bit of hindsight of, okay, I'm struggling right here, and this Lee Sin is always going to be up in front of my face, so always needing to actually save that sort of shield dash to get himself into a better position to just, you know, outplay some of these players will be really, really important. Now, SEM9, they try to press on. Now you have Evolution all alone on the bottom side, so mid lane is the priority for SEM9 and UndeRank.
Okay, so we're seeing Evolution going to be pulling a lot of the attention from TODAK over towards the bot side here. Contra, this could be one of those situations. Oh wait, Wadu in the middle of it, getting that kill beautifully onto Hazim. There goes that engaged priority from the side of Hazim as well as Newgate. And oh wait, okay, yeah, we saw a little bit of lag spike there. Must have been a technical issue on our side, as we're going to be seeing that they are knocking on TODAK's door.
We are just taking it slowly, and this is where Wadu did not really connect all too much of all these sort of skill shots. A little bit of slow shove coming from the Akali. Divine One tries to pull a little bit more attention, but there's no clear-cut answer. Somebody really has to commit onto something, and there's no major objective. There's just 21 HP. Somebody just move right in, safeguard it if you will, knock that one down. This is where we actually start things off. Okay, now we got that out of the way. Perfect. It's 23 minutes. It's getting a little bit draggy right now. But SEM9 and UndeRank, look at that goal lead. They can't afford to dive in. There's just no items out there for TODAK to really outfight them coming in for the 4th or 5th items. So SEM9, if they don't use it to their advantage, they might just pay a hefty fine.
Yeah, a hefty fine indeed here, as we do see that TODAK now is, I think, okay, now what TODAK really needs to be wary of is that a lot of the fights needs to be started by Newgate or Ami or Hazim. Skylo as well as Kuro are there for exactly the purposes that they have been given. Long range pokes and a dwiddle away at members of SplitZone INSOMNIAX. As we're going to be seeing another game coming into, not the game, excuse me, another Baron coming in to play, and this could be one that could end the game for TODAK if they're not careful.
And this is where TODAK now tries to actually shred the health bars off. Here comes a very big arcade shift. Oh, that's a steal coming from TODAK with the Mega Infernal Bomb as well. And this is where SEM9 and UndeRank, they boss the fight. and they are still looking for it. Cartesian may pop, but this is where Splatzone loses another member off. TODAK now with fighting chance, but they have to back away. Look at the bottom side. There will be a split push coming in. Divine One now hitting on the Nexus. Ame now going for a flash. And Ame only does a little bit of damage overall toward the likes of Divine One. TODAK now needs to hold on tight and, whoa, fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, because this game might just hit to 30 minutes of play.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a first here for our two matches that has have a settlement already, and even at all the levels that we have casted at, none of these teams have actually went past the 20-minute mark. And I think even if they do, it's a very, very rare occurrence. We do see over to the mid side. It's going to be one of those. Ooh, some good poke there, but it sees from behind, intercepted from the side of Wadu. Wadu now being very aggressive indeed with his overall movements. We do see teleports that coming in, but oh no, the turnaround. Turnaround's never good, as good. Be unstoppable onto Skylo.
Ah, boy. Even though they snatched the Baron away, just look at how confident Splatzone right now. Just really want to hammer down Nexus. They are feeling it already, and this is where thumbs up, thumbs up. We're ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. So, one more blow towards the inhibitors here. This is where the match actually defend it real well. Evolution now getting chunked down for a tad bit, but that's not going to be enough. More minutes coming in the way, 500 HP or less. And Lin is almost get full out. He still has a Guardian Angel. This is where they commit. Calculator knocking right there. TODAK now trying to go for some full exchange. And now they try to go for the fight. Divine One walks out alive. 2.8k on the Nexus still stands.
Oof. That's just unfortunate for the side of Splatzone. INSOMNIAX now, what do they need to do, Contra, to be able to come back into this game and try to defeat INSOMNIAX?
Well, overall, I think this is where, you know, Splatzone INSOMNIAX, they just got to rush in. That's all they have to do. They had the GAs, they had everything on the line. Crush the final turret over the top side. That's what they're trying to do. They can die for it, indeed. They don't really have to wait for minutes to actually do the job. Well, I guess the very final Baron is where, you know, it is the make or break of the game. If TODAK gets an ace, that's also game. So this is the kind of game that I do expect overall, which TODAK as well as Splatzone will offer when it comes down to quality.
Yeah, and overall quality is definitely working in favor of Splatzone, INSOMNIAX, and Contra, because it seems that they are going to be focusing quite a bit on a mid-time push, as we do see that Waidu is actually... Oh, wait. Oh, no. Looking at the overall rotation for the side of INSOMNIAX, it seems that they are going to all pivot over to the top side. They are going to try to push Hazim out of the jungle, and this could be for the side of INSOMNIAX here if TODAK plays along with this game.
Yeah, and I just feel that this whole he say she say thing should be over by now, as Splatzone INSOMNIAX, they will be able to actually land the Baron. Thankfully so. And this game one is already having such a high intensity of play. Water now moving right in with Spirit Rush. He's trying to actually look for a target. Charm does not connect, but with the Baron buff already marching forward, this is where TODAK, they will lose another turret, and the marchers of minions comes in from all areas. The Nexus is going down, and Splatzone INSOMNIAX finally lands their first point in this best of 3.
Very, very nicely done indeed here, Contra, as we do see that it is going to be a big, big victory for INSOMNIAX compared to TODAK. TODAK, however, has a little bit of time to go back and at least, review the footage, or at least review whatever mistakes that were made, and focus on the next game, Contra.
That's right. So overall, I do like what I'm seeing when it comes down to this sort of skirmishes, the sort of picks, but they need to take certain risks to be rewarded as well. This game dragged the fat a tad too long because of a little bit of misplay coming in from Splatzone INSOMNIAX as well as TODAK. You know, they lose a Baron each at a certain point of time, and it's a-okay. It's more of how, you know, you really want to make sure that your top lane don't get bullied overall. And Ame, yeah, he got the initial kill. He was feeling very confident on his Riven until Evolution just keep paying visits after visits. And like I told you, Wadu didn't even drop a single time within the span of 30 minutes. So I think this is absolutely spectacular. While Ceres has dished probably one of the highest amount of damage that we've seen in this tournament so far.
I've got to agree with you on that in terms of Splat Zone there. Wadu has kept it very much a 0 in terms of the deaths overall for this entire 4 games that have passed already in total, including the ones before this. So I'm thinking that Wadu is going to be most likely a targeted ban in the next pick and ban phase from the side of TODAK. But then again, this might not be his main champion. So those begin the mind games, don't they, Contra?
Yeah, I definitely feel so as well. So I do hope that there's more fight in them as well. TODAK, I guess, is just a little bit of a mid-game sort of the things that they really have to fix overall. Meanwhile, it just didn't really seem like they were having too much of a clear-cut answer of the aggression that was put out by especially INSOMNIAX. While INSOMNIAX having Wadu alongside with the Lee Sin that's trying to actually make plays happen has given them the edge. So TODAK needs to do exactly the same or even more so coming out of the likes of the Malaysian team. Well, both are Malaysian teams overall anyways. So Hound, we're going to take a little bit of a breathing room here. We do have, the usual 4 minutes coming up. Right next is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific, presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Malaysia. This is a close qualifiers, and all we have to really give thanks to is, of course, Riot Games as well as ESL for bringing us such a great showing of talents in the Malaysian scene. And big shout out to Maggie, as we'll be cooking ourselves a little bit of a hot cup. So, Hound, I believe you probably want to get yourself energized. So, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue with our series.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar, bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan into the infernal pounder Turi. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb.
Dia bisa melakukan. Titi sekarang diperlahankan. Titi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of love. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just the one. Just a believer, I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand, just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like travel lands, just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just la la da da, just the dust, just the sand, just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me. me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, thousand miles of love. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! 18 lagi nyawa Nadam dan into the infernal pounder Turi Solar Breath. Perlu fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima the damage dengan sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. It has been a crazy one here at the ESL Mobile Open, where we present to you the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season 2021. It has been one heck of a game between these two teams. I'm Han, alongside with me is Contra, and we're going to be your casters for today for the matchups that are about to transpire. And man, TODAK being put up against the ropes, Contra.
Yeah, and this is one of the times where they go into panic mode again. Their nightmares or the flashbacks of what happened previously was they did not manage to qualify just because of one single game away from doing so. So I just felt that, you know, they just really need to amp things up and they should be ready to blow. So the few sort of picks that they had in a few exchanges when they were trying to actually get the dragon, it were looking amazingly well, but heading it towards the Baron, they should have actually heavily committed to either going for a team fight or just have members just doing the Baron, get one guy over the wall and they get absolutely smacked. That's not really a good sign, which I felt it has been able to give a lot of leeway for Splat Zone to just come full swinging, get that first game done, but it definitely wasn't a easy one for either side because it went all the way to 30 minutes. So game number 2, I expect something to be either way too fast and furious or it goes all the long mile once again.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed. That I think when we were talking about yesterday about stats overall, right, between the overall Wild Rift stats across the entire series, the entire show, even from the summer show, we did realize that most of the games actually ended, a high percentage of the game ended at about the 15-minute mark. The 15-minute to about 20-minute mark, but it was quite surprising to see that both these teams actually will keep pushing it, that they kept pushing TODAK against the ropes over and over again for an extended period of time, and I felt that that's going to be one of the exceptions rather than the norms. But then again, we have seen crazier things happen. Will we see another extended game between these two teams, which I have to wait and see. Let's talk a little bit about drafts here between these two teams, and let's talk a little bit about what TODAK can do differently when they want to face up against INSOMNIAX here, Contra.
Well, what TODAK really have to do is really establish a lot more of this aggression, especially going for those invades, going for something that is going to be putting Spatzo and INSOMNIAX back, because we saw that sometimes they don't really handle it all too well. So you need to really pry open this big gateway of a win condition. Play to their strength. That's all that really you have to do. If they were to actually draft something out, if they want a team fight, go ahead, find those team fights. If they want to go for pickoffs, leave it up in the open. And they don't really need to ban some of all these party picks if they were to be on the blue side. So like leaving available the Camille will be adding them a little bit more edge when it comes down to the jungling patterns of how you want to go about it, or having Camille to swap things out with Riven. I, in particular, wasn't really a big fan of Riven per se, so Riven only does very well in the early game, and heading into this late game, she just struggles to really fit into, you know, what a team fight has to offer.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting indeed between these two teams, because at the end of the day, right, when we did see the Riven pick up, sure, there were some moments where I think Ame was able to actually turn the fight around against what was his name again, from split zone from Divine One. Yeah, so that I think that's something that I feel that they need to actually be wary about. Sure, there was a lot of times where Ame was just like, yeah, we'll just roll on you for just roll my face on my phone and just roll on you for the next few minutes. But when the team fights happened, I felt that that was going to be a huge problem, because we are going to go into Champion Select, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. And man, oh man, with one already in the pocket of Splat Zone INSOMNIAX, it is going to be rather revealing to see how this game is going to transpire. Looking at it, Fiora, Camille banned out on the early stages of this ban phase.
That's right. So far, you definitely don't want a skirmishing Fiora to be up in front of your face every single time they go into the battle. So TODAK now, they don't really have the Camille option left available. They will continue to ban the Twisted Fate, because Wadu, you see, when he goes on to some of these assassin mages, he just plays extremely well. So they need to actually figure out how to deal with the Ahri. Ahri was that unkillable one from the side of Splat Zone INSOMNIAX, and this is where Ame, he has some plethora options as he start off here, getting the jungle pick done for Newgate on that Lee Sin, snatching away from Evolution. So at least they got that going for them, but that passes over that Ziggs over to Splat Zone INSOMNIAX. So you will expect a lot more lobs of all these Mega Infernal Bombs to come into effect, and to chain it on top. That's going to be calculated to really lock them in place so that you get the max damage coming out of Mega Infernal Bomb. Yeah,
so we did see that that is going to actually play in favor for the side of Splat Zone, because they are going to be picking that up now. Evolution as well as a Divine One now going for the other way around with a very, very strong pickup.
Wow.
Wadu with the Irelia pickup, first Irelia of the tournament thus far here in the qualifying, the qualifiers. Skylo with the Akali, Newgate with the Kaisa, and Ame with the Lee Sin. So, oh no, we spoke too soon. It seems that it is going to be Renekton on a Wadu here.
I really do like that Wadu actually pick up a high priority on towards the top lane. So if we really want to look at top lane matchups, it's not really all too favorable for Irelia to face certain type of matches overall. So it's definitely a lot safer to actually go for Renekton, which essentially still bullies the laners overall. Now, that's going to be a Galio over on the top side of the map, which we haven't seen for too much. Okay, I'm glad to actually see the swap around to Skylo. Okay, this gives a little bit more control, and the Galio overall should be able to actually soak in whatever damage because of the passive shield that he actually gets, and still give big enough of a presence when it comes down to the team fight. Now, they still lean back towards the Akali over the top side for Ame, so he needs to play a lot cleaner as compared to, you know, game one when he was actually holding on to that Riven. So this is definitely a big step up coming from the side of TODAK. What do you think about Splat Zone INSOMNIAX?
Well, I am thinking that it is going to be a very interesting composition. I don't particularly enjoy the Tristana being picked up, because mostly the amount of I mean, a lot of it revolves around the fact that Draw a Beat is able to get this scaling towards the late stages of the game, where a crazy amount of distance has to be covered in order for you to get close to the Tristana, and even then also Buster Shot alongside with Rocket Jump makes it close to impossible to catch onto the Tristana. But that's towards the later stages of the game though. Ceres has got to be very careful going up against Kuro, because I mean, if he's able to use his third skill on his turn on Kuro, then that could be maybe what. Oh wait, over to the top side though. TODAK on the cheese, they found him, and Divine One gets taken down in the opening seconds of this match.
Yeah, I can see you chuckle for a little bit because he didn't see that one coming. Same goes to Evolution. He burns that flash, giving this rate buff away to the likes of TODAK. This is what we're talking about. Press on the attack, go all in or nothing. So Newgate, he should be able to actually get this one easily so. And now, with that rotation coming from the Braum, yes, it is a long journey all the way down towards the bottom lane, but hey, soak some EXP from the mid lane while he's at it. That's going to be A-okay. While he's walking right into his trap. That's where Linus tries to poke him all up, but he should be A-okay.
All right, TODAK right now looking towards evening out the game. About 900 goal advantage early on, about close to 1,000 goal advantage early on. This is rather negligible, but we do see, oh wait, over to the mid side though. Splat zone in a little bit of trouble here. Oh, Newgate fighting off a little bit more than he could. Ceres now comes in to give a little bit of assistance on to Skylo as well as Newgate, but they're not going to be committing. They got to be careful. Oh no, what is going on here, Contra? It seems that they are picking off a little bit more than they can chew. Kuro is in the middle of it. Flashes have been popped from the side of Splat Zone. As we do see, this isn't the same Splat Zone that was playing from game number 1. TODAK, I think, is just pushing the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, and they definitely have been able to actually get so much of all these sort of great advantages because of their aggression overall, getting a 1K lead, and now really burning so many summers out of the members of SEM9 and UndeRank. And the change of tempo is what they should have actually done back in game number 1. And now finally, we see the true colors of TODAK. The Swordfishes now try to stab them where it hurts.
Swordfish is definitely looking towards stabbing them with the fury and the sharpness of a knife. But oh wait, before that, Wadu getting hit. Very nicely done here. Right the side of Newgate, and will be able to walk away. What is going on here, Contra? Sees that TODAK right now. I think they just woke up. I think it's for some reason TODAK is just playing it very, very differently in this round.
Yeah, and we are definitely seeing them knowing the urgency of the matter, just having so much on the line. They cannot afford to drop another sort of the series here in the close qualifiers. Yes, there is the lower brackets to be played out, but that's a danger zone that nobody wants to be hanging around. So going into the upper bracket at least provides them with enough of a lifeline there to actually play on. So this is where Hazim alongside with Kuro to get poked up for a fair bit, but the Lee Sin is well on his way. There is still the ultimates all offline for the likes of Ceres as well as Linus, so they opt to play it a lot safer.
They ought to play it a lot safer indeed here. Skylo now is going to be hitting the Idol of Duran. Excuse me, not Idol of Duran, sorry. Just going to be getting a little bit of that clearance over to the bot side. We do see Ceres as well as Linus going to actually force the wave to push onto the turret before they are going to be resetting. We see that Kuro as well as Hazim wants to bounce off the minions of the creep from the turrets in there for their favor, opening up the priority. And with 10 seconds left on the clock before Infernal Drake comes in, I think priority for TODAK is what they are setting up, so they'll be able to get that Drake and also try to get a little bit of damage onto the turrets.
Indeed. So currently as it stands, it's definitely looking to be a little bit more dicey. Although SEM9 and UndeRank, they may not have a single kill just for the moment, while Hazim as well as Newgate, they're trying to actually secure the scuttle. That will be secured overall as Evolution. He just needs to actually walk out as before getting punished. And now with the beautiful stun, he has to flash away. And with the Wild Growth, that's where he gets a little bit more HP off. Trying to actually recommit into action. SEM9 and UndeRank, they have to run for life. Wadu trying to hang on for dear life. While Ami will be outplayed with a flash, and now he's being dropped down low. Mega Infernal Bomb drops right in. Wow, this is where the hero's entrance coming to play. Calculus right in effect, and Sky Low will be able to be shut off completely, and SEM9 now opens up a little bit more room, but TODAK snatches Dragon right under the noses of SEM9.
Well, we're going to be seeing here that TODAK is winning big with those fights, but it seems that SEM9 now is looking towards closing out the objective. Newgate going for that kick, will be able to get away with that Dragon's Rage. Exhaust has been pushed up, but it is not going to be enough damage for the side of Divine One to take him down. Newgate lives to fight another day, but first, turret goes over to the side of SEM9.
Yeah, very good rotations overall. A better macro play coming out. In fact, SEM9 and UndeRank now just really want to press on. And Ceres, now he's already working directly towards an Infinity Edge, while Kaisa, as usual, trying to upgrade her very first skill, which is Casting Rain. Might just actually get the catch. He's not even inside the bush. Divine One, are you trolling or what?
All right. Divine One gets hit, but will be able to get the stun off, but gets a little bit of time wasted for the side of Kuro as well as Hazim. Very nicely done now from the side of Splatzo to at least try to get a little bit of that distraction away. But oh wait, Ami, nicely done there. Gonna try to get away under the shroud, but oh, perfect execution as well as the shuriken toss to be able to get over the wall. Ame lives to fight another day, and it seems that TODAK again has drafted really well, drafted comfortably, and it seems that they are slowly but surely building advantages for themselves. Contra.
Indeed. Now, this is where INSOMNIAX, they try to hit another good objective, and that's going to be the Rift Herald now being slain there. And, well, things are just about to get even more spicy than a Mikari coming in from Maggie Hot Cup. So, Ami as well as Skylo, they try to just weather the storm for a little bit with a little bit of rotation of their own. So TODAK tries to force them to stay put under the turret, and now with 4 members having committed and Skylo having the ultimate to drop right in, he can just shove in the mid side and then look to regroup. So INSOMNIAX, they let go of another turret of their own.
Okay, so I think that with both the turrets here and both the turrets even, goal advantage, goal differential as well, very much even across the board here, Contra. How do you feel these two teams are actually doing against each other in terms of the overall team fights? I do think that there is going to be a bit of an, how to say, a bit of an advantage towards TODAK, mainly because of how they were able to catch Splat Zone in some very interesting and detrimental positions. But I'm talking about the overall 5v5 fight. Let's say all of them are running it down mid at the same time, and both of them fight on even ground. How will that actually work out for TODAK if that were the case?
Well, I just really want to see TODAK, try to actually start the fight here with a good Dragon's Rage, and follow-up will have to come in from Ami as the third person to come in the scene, because Lee Sin, you have a little bit more room to bring in the Gallows ultimate of the hero's entrance to just try to land somebody. So the priority target overall, it has to be the Lulu. Why I'm talking about the Lulu right here is because whoever you hop on top of, she's just going to wild growth, and that negates this Lee Sin to have a really good active trading going on when it comes down to landing that Dragon's Rage, especially if he gets whimsied, then that's bad news, right? So Lulu has to go off the table first before anything else happens.
Okay, so we're going to be seeing that some of these... Oh, wait, Void Seeker hitting onto Lunez. Skylo now going to push out over to the mid side. It seems that priority has been opened up. Oh wait, we're gonna be seeing the fight actually start out. There goes a beautiful, beautiful ultimate there from the side of Skylo, being able to hit down onto 3. But we do see that Ame is going to be polymorphed as well as taken out. Beautifully done from the side of Nex to be able to at least negate Ame in that turn Kuro as well being taken down for the count. It's only Newgate, Skylo as well as Hazim. No damage dealers left, and I think this is going to be very bad. Oh wait, Newgate trying to do the evolution on to Splat Zone, but could it be? Oh, he does! He does! A little bit of revenge there from game number 1.
Oh, wow. And this is where they actually dive right in as well. Divine One will have to back away. Skylo now with very little take of health. He should not stay any longer, though. A very risky attempt coming out. But overall, TODAK is winning a lot of all these sort of exchange. And when it comes down to major objective, they snatch the dragon away. And if they get into the late game, even more better news to come, right? Because overall, you'll be able to actually deal with a lot of all this damage output coming out from the Ziggs, which... yeah, we see a little bit of the changes coming from many of these sort of adjustments. But for the likes of Splat Zone and INSOMNIAX, they can still try to actually use the map control that they currently have. And, to my surprise, but you do have the Ziggs here that can actually blow up turrets with the satchel charge. So you should be actually making a lot more aggressive pushes. So if the Ziggs choose to actually walk up to the top side, they don't even need this 4-man commitment to even secure the turret. Like, look at it. 135. Easy satchel charge, right? But one auto attack will do anyway. So that's where no heavy commitment coming from the side of TODAK. Wow. Next objective here. Baron Nashor while I'm just seeing how well they are actually playing overall, I still think that is still a very 50-50 split between the two of them. Although it's a 3K difference of goal leaning towards Splatoon and INSOMNIAX. UGate.
All right. So we're seeing UGate here. Gonna go over the wall. Wants to get away from members of Splat Zone. Splat Zone were able to actually get quite a bit ahead here in terms of those fights. And I feel that Splat Zone is actually slowly but surely building up a bit of that pressure over to the mid side. They want to free up that mid side, so it does open up their opportunities over towards the top and bottom side. Mid is the shortest lane and the most direct lane into TODAK's Nexus, and I feel that with that, the more they spend getting that pressure and the more objectives that they get out of it is definitely going to be a big win for the side of a Splat Zone, as we do see that TODAK actually wants to match up that push and at least try to score that mid-side turret in for them. And at the end of the day, right, we do see that Splat Zone does have quite a bit in terms of of ability to be very, very much on the defensive. Ame there going for the ultimate, will be able to go over the wall, flashes away as use the shuriken toss just to make sure. Hazim there, very, very aggressive with how he wants to push, as we do see Mega Inferno Bomb has been dropped into the mid side. Kuro takes a little bit of damage, as well as the push from the side of TODAK onto the mid side here, and it seems that another turret. This could be bad here. Beautiful Dragon's Rage that hit onto Tree from the side of Newgate. We do see Ceres now is going to go for the chase onto Kuro. Kuro, just a couple of hits, could be in trouble here. Beautiful Idol of Duran, but the Wild Growth will be able to keep him alive. Dodges the Void Seeker, but it's going to be a day end for the side of Kuro as well as Skylo Contra.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how they've been actually moving around the map and actually not really getting all too much getting done. So TODAK, they did get actually a turret or two out of the exchange over the mid, but you know, they paid them a hefty sum of a price overall. Now they don't have Skylo, they don't have Kuro, and this is going to negate them even further from getting all these sort of fuel build going on. Now, just look at a single Blithering King without all too much for the rest of it. So Divine One, he's going to be going in for a slight dive, and this might just be actually punished by the likes of Newgate. Ame doesn't really have too much of health, but the next objective here, this is going to be pretty massive, because overall, you want to actually get the Mountain Drake, especially if you are on the likes of Splatoon and INSOMNIAX, and they do have overall great armory, great survivability, and now they're going for the chase as well. And here comes Newgate, comes in, Dragon's Rage, and yet again, Splatoon and INSOMNIAX managed to actually steal it away still, and it will land in the back. Here comes Hero's entrance with the Flag and Drag. They'll be able to actually knock one down, and Hazim, they're running for life. Skylo now in an awkward position. Ame tries to make an outplay, but how long can he hold on? Wadu does not really have too much mana going on, as he has to actually back away. Sarah's now goes for the blow. One final rocket jump and one auto attack will do enough. Of course, the likes of TODAK, they lose 3 members, and in that scuffle, they did manage to get that dragon, and this is where Splatoon and INSOMNIAX to get a turret, and they call for Baron Asher.
All right, Divine One will be able to get it, but oh my goodness, look at that evolution as well. Wadu very, very low indeed. They're going to go for the reset. They got to be careful. Newgate spots Wadu out, gets him down for the count, and I feel that shutdown goal is going to work out wonders for Newgate. Oh, Dominus right into Call the Meek there for the side of Divine One. Not entirely a waste of the ultimate, but enough to put Newgate on the back end. An ultimate for an ultimate for both TODAK as well as Splat Zone for the price of a Wadu.
I'm just looking at the current game state. Now, 50,000 to 44,000. So, as only INSOMNIAX, you see that they have all the tools necessary to even end the game. So, what they want to essentially do is that they set up this Baron and look to actually have members of TODAK trying to commit. They don't really have to take it down to, you know, the final tick of hell to smite away. You just need to reel them all in. Fish in the barrel once again, like what I said, because it's always TODAK. But this is a swordfish that we're talking about here, so you don't want to be messing with.
we don't definitely want to be messing with the swordfish for sure. A bit of thrashing and you can end up getting gashed. But looking at it, those Insomniacs are showing that they aren't exactly scared of getting gashed. On the other hand, they're the one doing the gashing against members of TODAK. As we do see that Splat Zone Insomniacs now may actually be pushing over towards the mid side. Skylo decides to go for Linus. Linus will be able to walk away.
Yeah, that's a really good tempo overall. Now, Splat Zone Insomniacs, you know, they have been actually taking a lot of all these good exchanges, but that's where Linus, he forces 2 summer spells being used up. He still has the ultimate, but this is also a position where Splat Zone Insomniacs can actually capitalize, but they don't really have too much heavy commitment overall. While Ame gets chunked out, and he is just making a very, very risky move just to, you know, get the shuriken flip, just to get out into safety, and continuously having Divine One to pressure the sideways. This is a smart move overall. So it's telling TODAK, do you want the Baron, or do you just want your turrets to stay intact? But if I'm at their current case here, I'll let go of that turret. I'll commit to this fight, get that Baron buff, and walk out of it. But now here comes Divine One, now getting shoved out of his side. And that's 50% of damage being dealt towards Divine One without needing even the ultimate being popped up. So Ame misses a chance to actually get a kill for himself.
Very unfortunate that coming in from the side of Splat Zone Insomniacs. We do see that TODAK right now slowly coming back from a dwindling disadvantage. From a dwindling deficit that seemed to be against them. As we do see that Splat Zone Insomniacs are moving into positions of power. TODAK is actually very much in slowly chipping away at the lead that Splat Zone is building up for themselves. I think all that's needed is maybe 1 or 2 Drakes and maybe some really good team fights for the side of TODAK, and then it could be game over for the side of Splat Zone Insomniacs in terms of their advantage. However, I mean, advantages all aside, both these teams understand what they're doing, decide to back and get the resources possible for them to contest this Drake.
Yeah, overall, this is going to be the most important objective in the scheme of things. 2 wards being placed right there. Evolution knows this. That's why they try to actually reset the Drake. They don't really need to commit because Divine One is all the way across the map. Now here comes a Mega Inferno Bomb. Not really all too worth it when you are trying to just secure a Skull Crab. A little bit too much of a heavy commitment, but it's okay. Because Divine One, they're already knocking down the turrets one after another. Now here comes the Lee Sin. You want to find a little bit of opening here. Well, Hazim tries to blend and set the pace. Here comes Cataclysm, locking all 3 members. All intact. Water down gets hovered upon, and that's where Galu moves right in. Turns golden. Water tries to buy enough time, and Saras, he tries to negate all this pressure, and Ame will boom to smithereens. While Kuro now gets their attention coming in. Saras now gets another reset. Here comes another rocket jump. Wow. This will be the Dragon going in nobody's hands, but this is Divine One now trying to go in for a backdoor. He does have the Guardian Angel. TP coming in as well. Splat Zone Insomniacs, they can't actually close out the game, but what is Wadu doing right here? Not the right person to actually TP, but he is buying a little bit more time. Guardian Angel coming up. Wadu will go down eventually so.
Oh boy, Wadu gets taken out with the Winds of War from Skylo. And oh my goodness, Splat Zone with 4 members down. 45 seconds for Wadu on his death timer. Luckily enough, they still have quite a bit of turrets left. They have 1 tier turret down for the side of TODAK, and it seems that they are more concerned with the pressure that had built up. If it wasn't for them, if they had rotated a little bit earlier, it could have been a big win for them, and it could have actually turned in the favor of Splat Zone. But we still see that the lead is still comfortably in favor of the hands of Splat Zone Insomniacs.
Oh, here comes the big fight here. Glacial Fissure dropping right in. That's where the GA will be popped up. And that's also Ame dropping low. Oh my goodness. Evolution is out of pit. They may lose the Dragons eventually. And TODAK, they managed to secure it. But they do not last in this team fight. It's an ace going over the side of Splat Zone Insomniacs as they look to end the game. The waves are crashing in. Nobody to defend. And Splat Zone Insomniacs will knock down TODAK towards the lower brackets. As Splat Zone they look for another beautiful season in Fall Split.
Wow, Splat Zone INSOMNIAX showing what is up. Beautiful, beautiful final fight for that Drake to seal off the deal 0-0 from TODAK against a Splat Zone INSOMNIAX, with INSOMNIAX controlling a lot of the stanzas of the games. Though, although that we did see a bit of a pivot in terms of what's the word for it? Overall map control. I have to say that the objectives that were controlled from the side of INSOMNIAX, the movements of players like TODAK and all that came into the game, that was really important as well, I feel. And the fact that a lot of these teams were at least very prepared to bring the fight against each other. I mean, my hats off, of course, my proverbial hats off to TODAK, mainly because of their scrappy and willingness to actually be very, very aggressive in some of these fights here, Contra.
Yeah, we really have to give it credit where credit is due. I do love how NewGate is playing overall, and they managed to actually shove all these members aside with a Dragon's Rage. But somebody has to make a clean opening, and the only person that's able to do so is always going to be NewGate. And for Hazim, it's either the peel coming in for Kuro, which you saw how many times Splat Zone INSOMNIAX have been jumping on this Kaisa, and he goes to 2-1-5. Of course, they may not look too impressive, but he was having a lot of damage done. And look at Ceres, right? Like, Ceres, throughout these past 2 games, has been able to play the wonderful marksman, getting in towards the right position, shredding them all off, and is all the way down towards the final item again, alongside with Divine One, who's always split pushing. So in that final fight that TODAK was actually taking, it's kind of like a lose-lose situation. You either give away all your turrets or even have your Nexus open up, or you have to give the Dragon away. It's one way or the other. And in this case, they got the Drake, but they lost all their lives, unable to defend. And it's a close call once again, 16-10. But I've been enjoying it thus far because of the spectacular plays being brought up by every single member in play from both ends.
Beautiful stuff being shown here, looking at some of the goal differentials and damage scores differentials between these two teams. Look at that. Ceres was able to do about 32,000 attack damage, and that's definitely indicative of the fact that Ceres was just in the middle of everyone. He has the J4, he has the Divine One, and he has Linez to keep him in safety. So that's definitely one of the things that Ceres has to be at least very wary about in terms of whenever he wants to go for a fight alone or he's pushing on alone. It has always been a bit of an issue for them moving forward. What do you think about that, Contra, as well? Because like there has been some crazy fights thus far, right?
Yeah, that's some of all these great fights that we do see, and overall they just really have to find that opening. Somebody has to take a little bit of a beating out there just to get a little bit more advantage. It's always the push and pull sort of relationship, and when you see 2 of these titans collide, it was just epic, right? The final fight to decide it all, and there was that base defense which we saw a little bit scuffy. Honestly, it could have gone better for Splat Zone. They decided to, you know what, let's TP into the base and try to backdoor, and it didn't really work too well. But you know, finally we do get a little bit of a midway break. So this is 2 series in already. Later on, we'll be hitting in towards the lower brackets. Well, not exactly the lower brackets just about yet, because we got Group 2 that we're playing in shortly. So my name's Contra, as well as the Hound. We'll catch a 7 minutes break, and we'll see you right then.
Nice. Right. Go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nandang dan into the Infernal Pounder Turi. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Pounder.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
Tell my sons are covered. Hey, I just wanna make it proud to be my mother. Hey. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes. Straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile, which is rough nowadays. Change our reactions. You just gotta love yourself. 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 Hope you learned your lesson, girl. I cannot teach anymore. Hope you show some faith in men, and not like anyone. 'Cause I am over being sober with myself when I'm with you. I am over being something I am not. I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. Huh? I'ma turn it to the man now. Hey, finna get my money, ain't no handouts. Hey, finna be a legend like I'm playing down. Hey, I ain't gotta focus on my friends now. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself. You just gotta love yourself.
I've been with you for as long as I can remember, and you stood by me and held up my head. But it's getting hard to say that I am not a pretender. No, I don't wanna leave any words unsaid. Now I think that you hate me, and I'm driving you crazy. Wish I could stay forever, but maybe we're better when we're not together. I know that we have to let it go. I can see your eyes close, and I feel like we're drowning. I know that we have to let it go. Can you see my
tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. 18 lagi nyawa Nadam dan into the infernal bomb dan Turi Solar Blast.
Perlu fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan.
Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol mega infernal
Apa yang
bomb.
pertama, dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan quadra kill. Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan quadra kill.
And welcome back. ESL Mobile Open presents the League of Legends Wild Rift Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season 2021. I'm Han, alongside with me is Contra. And man, oh man, has it been a heck of the past a few games, has it? We would like to thank all of our partners and sponsors, but most of all, we would like to thank Maggie, the main one, being able to feed us here and getting me through my college days there. Brand engagement, the bestest brand engagement by Contra right there.
I can't help myself, man. We've been talking about it for so long, and I just can't help but to crack open the cup and, of course, get my boiling water into the cup. And 3 minutes of a break, or we got 7 minutes, right? So I took a few bites, and I hope you don't mind me doing so because, you know,
By all means,
there's
by
a
all
lot
means.
more coming in to this match, and I just want to get myself energized, and this is how. So, all thanks to ESL as well as Riot Games for bringing us all the action here in Malaysia with the C Icon Series MY. And we'll have, by the end of our close qualifiers, 4 teams to actually get themselves into the regular season of the playoffs. So we've already got 2 teams in the upper bracket. We've got Splatzone and INSOMNIAX, who have just won 2-0 against, excuse me, a little bit of the soup is just blocking my lungs, but don't worry. Anyways, so Splatzone and INSOMNIAX have got the first one in the back against TODAK, and also we absolutely had the likes of EBLIZ that have been able to march up ahead and take a 2-0 win overall. So 2-0, 2-0. Will there be any sort of a difference maker? We'll have to see who's the next team that will be competing in order to get themselves into the season playoffs run.
Yeah, so that's going to be one of those are going to be placed within the top 4s. I do like the fact that between between these 2 teams, it is going to be the lower brackets between these 2 players of what's it called? TODAK going up against 5 Cavalry. So maybe there might be a little bit of hope for TODAK to actually come back into the game here, because they do have to stand quite a bit against each other. And of course, there, as you guys can see, Contra getting some high quality Maggie gameplay inside him there, right there. Some good stuff there. Plus 10 HP for sure.
Plus 10 HP. I feel like I've increased 200 HP. Like, it is the Maggie soup ayam, so it definitely, you know what they say about chicken soup, it's for the soul, right? So
It's for the soul.
I just really want to see, you know, the flavors bursting out of all these sort of teams that will be playing overall. Now I'm like referring them to a hot cup in general because, you know, I just want that full package all done, delivered in a short span of time. Now, we will see Sound Killer take on Axis Legends. So, a little bit of background for the 2 of the teams. Axis Esports has been a esports organization that has been established from years back, and now they finally ventured into the Wild Rift for the very first time ever. And we start off with Silent Killer here, having Sunshine, RSSG in the jungle, Astral in the mid lane, Martin Larson, as well as Dan over the support role. I've seen Dan around before. He's been playing some epic games out there. But, you know, for a fact that now that they have a little bit of a change of roles, Martin Larson tells you that this ADC wants to be playing just like Reckless.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one indeed. What a what a name to have, Martin Lawson. So I just find it
No
really,
copyrights intended, right?
yeah. I mean, no. Okay, so before anything, it is going to be rather interesting to see whether or not Silent Killer will be able to stand up against Axis Esports, Tail Eater, Idan, Fearless, as well as G Top from Axis Legends, top top jungle, mid, and the duo laners here are going to be going up against Assassin Academy. So this is going to be one heck of a fight between themselves, because this is, I think, in my opinion, the game that is going to be determining who is going to be going towards the next stages that will be occurring. And I feel like in this best of 3, it's all about whether or not these teams are able to basically forge on. Thus far, we've only we have had to omit the need of a third match in the last 2 series of games. However, entering this third series between these 2 teams, whether or not it will go into a best of 3, we shall have to wait and see. Yeah, okay, so Contra, we can't hear Contra for some reason, so I think there is going to be a bit of a technical issue from Contra. We see his lips move, but he doesn't actually say anything, so very unfortunate from Contra there. So I don't know about you guys, but it has been a heck of a day here. I think there was so much spiciness from the Maggie chicken soup that he had, like it just like threw his settings off in whack a little bit. So yeah, he's agreeing. So definitely going to be one heck of a day here. So I don't know about you guys. If you guys are watching on anywhere you like to watch, whether it's Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, make sure to drop in your comments and predict who is going to be winning the game thus far. I don't know about you, but looking at what it has in store, Axis seems to be pretty strong as well. But looking at the other team, if I'm not mistaken, Assassin Academy, they are also they are a Malaysian esports organization. They are headquartered in Kuala Lumpur. They have been around since the 25th of June 2021, apparently, so not too long ago. Silent Killer, excuse me, that's what they were. That was my bad, not Assassin Academy, Silent Killer. For that, they have been around slightly longer than AA, but SK here only been around since the 18th of May 2021. Still a relatively new team here, and they're looking to scrape their knees. So I don't know about you, but Contra, are you back with us? Can you? Nope, we can't hear you. We don't hear you at all. Blink twice if you're being held hostage. Anyway, I don't know about you guys. We do hope that the issues of I think there is no more. I don't know whether or not it is on our side or their side. So yeah. So we shall wait and see if Contra is going to be back into this. But at the end of the day, it's all about the fun times. And yeah, let's yeah, it's only me now. Yeah, it's a one-man show now. Hello guys. Anyway, okay, I'm looking for things to talk about now. Stall for time. That's what I'm saying. So anyway, we do hope that you guys are at least a little bit
All right, I
patient
think you can hear me
in
now.
terms of-
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you. Just as I was about to
Okay.
bring out my big notepad of stuff to talk about, you come in and save me just in time.
Okay, my bad. Apologies. So, production telling me like, oh, is your mic muted? I'm so sure that my mic wasn't muted, but I forgot. My Maggie Hot Cup actually touched my mic over in the corners of the sensor, and I accidentally muted here. I was checking like my side. I was checking,
I'm done.
every
I'm
other
done for today.
platform.
I'm done.
I'm I love.
Why, Contra? Why?
It's so good that it leaves you speechless. That's how good Maggie Hot Cups are. All right? Are you guys not convinced of getting yourself one? Well, dinner time's about to be there, so, you know, we're getting ourselves ready for the match anyways. Let's head over to the Maggie High Cup Champion Select. So, Silent Killer is taking on Axis Legends. It's going to be blue side for Silent Killer, while Axis Legends take on red side. Sunshine will be the first one to pick, but wow, interesting. A Braum band signifying that they want a signature pocket pick hitting their side.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one here from the side of SK. SK going up against Axis Legends. They seem to be a bit of a targeted ban in terms of Silent Killer banning away the two biggest men on the Wild Rift right now, and that's Braum and Gragas. I do like what Axis Legends is doing here, though. No, I'm sorry. It's going to be rather revealing in terms of Axis Legends. They are going to be giving a lot of bans, 2 bans especially towards Astral. So definitely targeted bans across the board here from the side of Axis Legends. They are going to be leaving the Camille opened up as well. So that's going to be immediately picked up from the side of Axis Legends. Despite that,
I love it.
Silent Killer will be able to actually get the Lee Sin on the first rotation. You love it. I know you love it. Big fan of the Camille pickup here, don't you? Aren't you?
Yeah, like overall, I thought that Silent Killer wanted the Camille for themselves, but instead they give a little bit higher priority on that Lee Sin. So if you really want to look at the interactions overall, if you do have the Lee Sin to just kick away the Camille whenever she drops that Hextech element, yes, she goes invulnerable for a tad bit, but if you kick her out of the arena that she sets up, then there's no point of having the Hextech ultimatum. It will just absolutely get crushed over, and that negates him from being locked in. Now, Sintao is something that is off the wall. Axis Esports, they go in for that pick. Now, it tells you that this is a top lane Sintao that will be dealing with the Renekton, or it could still go in the jungle. It's very much efficiency when it comes down to how you really want to play some of those flex picks, but it's a very safe laning phase for the likes of Martin Lawson as well as Dad, now that they do secure the Rakan. And in the past major, in the Summer Super Cup, Rakan was one of the biggest picks that has been able to disrupt the tempo, especially when you were fighting against the Janna. So I feel that this is going to be a little bit worrisome. There's 2 knockups available, or make that 3, because you have the Galio with the Hero's Entrance, or if you come in with Justice Punch, it will enable something to be unleashed, where we saw hovering on towards the Yasuo, but instead we will have the Tristana coming into play.
Yeah, and that's going to be rather revealing indeed from both these teams, mainly because of how capable these 2 teams are in building their compositions and how to say filling up a little bit of the gaps that are left behind by some of the how to say the picks that were lacking, in my opinion. I feel like there has to be some sort of a delivery system for how some of these fights have to be engaged on, and I feel that that's going to be one of the more revealing, one of the more captivating factors that could actually turn the fight around. Because whenever you're not able to actually pull the trigger effectively, then it could be hugely problematic for a lot of these players, because you only have a certain window to basically how to say pull the trigger, and once you pull the trigger and that shot goes off, you can't pull back that shot again. So remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's match number 3. Silent Killer going up against Axis Legends. Silent Killer on the blue side going up against Axis Legends on the red side.
All right, here we go. And towards another series of best of 3. Winner will go to the upper brackets, and probably this is in group number 2. They will be the first one to do so. And Astral trying to actually zone away this Gallo from getting any sort of last hits. But then again, it's still very early in the game. A Gallo into an Orianna will still be able to actually hold the lane pretty well. So unless you go to the mid game, where the Orianna does have a better clearance when it comes down to speed and a lot more poke damage, then that's where Gallo might actually look to do a little bit more roaming. And if you look at the Orianna and Rakan combo, right, where you come in with quickness into his team fight, you can actually chain it with a big shockwave, and that's what they really want to do when it comes down to a 5v5 situation. Now, 1 versus 1, Kill Leader versus Sunshine here is going to have some really interesting interaction because of the way that they really want to trade. Camille will just look to poke you once or twice and then just fall back. But Renekton, once he comes in, he will take a big chop out of the HP bars of Camille. That's where, you know, the adaptive bars right there will be able to actually give him a little bit more of a leeway just to survive as tail leader. He's just holding on strong. But here comes the Xin Zhao, Aidan. He's just going to be walking backwards, and he has to give away the Skull Crab.
Aidan now may actually be in a bit of trouble here. Will not be able to get any of this. Oh wait, we do see a beautiful knock up there onto Gito OP being able to get away, and they are able to basically get away safely, but it comes at a cost of the Scuttle Crab. Silent Killer now winning it big with both Scuttle Crabs does give them a little bit of an advantage in terms of the resources garnered between himself and Aidan. So our RSSG and Aidan now, they are very much competing against each other very evenly, but it seems, oh wait, could be a very good one there coming in from Daan. Daan there being able to get 2 down.
Yeah, and this is where we zoom in towards the bottom lane. Martin Lassen, also known as Reckless, the Malaysian Reckless, we shall call him, I guess. And, you know, the initials of Martin Lawson is Mala, and I like myself some fancy, spicy Mala hot pot. And I do know that heading in towards the late game, this is where he will be able to really peel away some of all these health bars off of the side of Access Legends. But you know it's going to be a little bit of a threat as well. But so far, it's still the very initial phase. We haven't seen too much of item builds coming out. Ralph Asia's being worked on for Access Legends mid laner, while Astral is already trying to get those finishing touches just to get perhaps a completed Seraph Embrace very early on. Or they could just work for another Ralph Aegis in particular, or even Luden's Echo, whichever works best for the Oriana to try the very best to bully off the Galio.
Yeah, it is going to be rather interesting in terms of both these teams. I don't see any first bloods yet, but I do think that the potential play that could come from Silent Killer is the fact that they want to basically use Daan, RSSG, and Sunshine as the overall ball delivery system, and I feel that's going to be one of, like we said just now, the determining factor. The delivery system for Astral is really, really important, because if he's able to put the ball onto Sunshine, onto RSSG or Daan in a manner that is able to affect more than 2-3 players for the side of Access Legends, then we may see that the slight advantage may pivot very, very aggressively to the side of Silent Killer here today, Contra.
And this is where Silent Killer exerts a whole lot of control over the Riverside. Sunshine now getting a catch tilt leader, forced to actually pop the Hex element, and he gets kicked! That's first blood coming in for Silent Killer. Now they go in for a big collateral collapse, and Shockwave will land onto 4 while Sunshine has to walk back. Dan now finds a kill, but he will pay it in the cost of his very own life. RSSG, they march forward alongside with Astral. A couple more hits will land, and Fearless goes down. It's a double kill going in for Astral, while Silent Killer now will be knocking down the very restricted game in the form of Cloud. Now, this one goes swinging. Out of a sudden, Access Legends, they tried to pry this one open, but they did not find anything. Maybe just a kill, but that's a little bit too much to take against the likes of Silent Killer. Smites away, RSSG goes for the reset.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that a lot of these resets are definitely going to come on a very, very good timing for SK, Access Legends now. For Access, it seems that they have to actually be one of those teams that has to take it slow a little bit, or at least try to make sure that members of SK don't take advantage of their... Oh, wait, before anything though, let me see Dan not going to go for it.
Now, the next objectives here is going to be quite crucial for either side, especially for the likes of Access Esports. Now, we look at the team fight once again, brought to you by Maggie. That was where the Shockwave connected. Well, Access, they had a chance to actually walk away, but due to the fact that they were all negated that chance, and they will have to actually blow the flash either much earlier or later. And if you do it later, that's where you actually get punished, which we obviously saw. It went 3-1. That shockwave this time going to miss, but you know, the smite's still available, so Silent Killer does actually land that one. Here comes the quickness now, getting them all charmed up while flashes away. Now is the exchange. Then now with a tick of health left, he will be able to survive. But that's all that they can do. Trying to go blow for blow, but still not receiving any kills thus far. Martin Lawson and the rest of the members of Silent Killer, they will be able to easily shut the turrets down. And Axis Legends, they just have to look by and look for other alternatives.
Yeah, they have to look for other alternatives here. As we're seeing from the side of Silent Killer, it seems that 2-0 in terms of the objectives that, in terms of the towers that they have garnered, actually opens them up quite a bit for the priority. We'll always see that the minions, the waves, will always be pushed up over the Silent Killer line into the Axis Legends base, into the Axis Legends territory line. So I think that with what they're trying to do here for the side of Silent Killer is that they want to be able to at least score a little bit more priority over to the mid side. That opens it up. Very nicely done there with the grand entrance. Nothing much to follow up there. No quickness to be used. But we do see RSSG against Gito OP.
Good flash coming out from the Janna now. That's going to be Sonic Wave not connecting. Now it's the 2 versus 1. RSSG, he can just dash away with the safeguard. Good enough of a call. But members inside of Silent Killer, they're just looking for picks in particular. No major objective being done. Oh, good knockup coming in. And that's where they will look to charm them up. And the Janna goes down. This is the matchup that favors Rakana most. And here comes the Sintao trying to actually find that pick in the opening as he tries to shove them all aside. Sunshine now trying to actually find an opening from the top portion of the map. Meanwhile, Shelly comes in. Shelly will be able to actually get nothing with the knock, but that has the health bar still up intact, so they will escort this Rift Herald over on towards the tier 2 turret up mid.
Yeah, an opportunity for that. Look at that amount of damage coming into its Axis Legends there, as Rift Herald was able to make a bit of a touch on to the mid side, the turret. About 3 turrets in total. Axis Legends still struggling to be able to get one into this matchup. 9 minutes in the board thus far. What do you think Axis Legends needs to change in terms of their strategy, Contra?
Well, honestly, I'm not really a big fan of Sintao unless we were talking about back then when he's the closed beta, when Sintao was just reigning supreme without too many other champion pool out there. Now, there's just a lot more better champions that does essentially what a Sintao can do. If you want to disengage with the ultimate, yeah, you got explosive cast from the Gyakas. Hello. Yes, that's pretty much banned away. But if you want to do that, like, listen, as much as it's being taken, go for the Jarvan. Jarvan's going to be doing essentially the better things that this Demacian can do. But here comes Fearless. He's going in for the taunt. And that's where the big Kalara comes in. Accent ultimate dropping to Martin Lawson, but he will be saved for quite a tad bit. Dan now running for his life, but Dan will drop. So Axis, they do manage to get a couple of exchanges. 2 lives in favor of just getting the Gallo being knocked down. Now Idan wants to actually recommit as well. Martin Lawson tried to actually poke him down. Well, RSSG, he should be able to smite this off the way. Axis Legends once again letting another objective slide.
Another objective bites the dust for a Silent Killer as they're able to pocket it. Seems that Axis Legends now a few steps behind here. Not even a single turret in their favor at the 10-minute mark. As we do see that Silent Killer is dictating the overall pace. As we do see Idan was able to score that red buff, and it seems that RSSG not content with stealing a little bit of those camps, but wants to give as much as much disturbance towards Idan as possible.
I just really want to take it slow right now, as we are seeing no major objectives being up in the contention. Camille so far maybe not really being played the best of effect. As much as he was going for Martin Lawson, there's no follow-up whatsoever. Fearless, he was the one who initiates. He should never be the first one to go, and a few reasons, because you need the Gallo to survive. You need that hero's entrance to really land on top of these members, and if you were to risk him all up, oh, speaking of risk though, that's where a dive comes in, and the very deep move coming in from RSSG to pick up that kill overall. And Lee Sin comes swinging like Bruce Lee. Now, the likes of SK, they're already knocking down the inhibitor up mid. And this one should just go pretty much all delivered to the likes of Silent Killer, having even the tier 2 in the bag.
Having another tier 2 in the bag for the side of Silent Killer, as we're going to be seeing another one here as the clearance over to the bot side may actually signify that the Drake may be taken as well. Looking at the priority that has been built up for the side of, not to say priority, excuse me, but looking at the amount of, amount of pressure that has been built up for towards Axis Legends by Silent Killer, it seems that Axis Legends is having a huge trouble actually adapting towards that particular pressure. I feel like coming in from Axis, they need to be able to catch up members of SK as quietly and as safely as possible, but that may not be a case here. 4-man Death Brush with Tail Eater moving through the jungle without much of a care.
That's right. Now, Iceborne Gauntlet in the hands of Martin Larson, so he can easily kite some of these members, especially so get a little bit extra damage coming in from the Camille as well. So even when the lockdown sets inside with the Hexet element, it may not actually hinder them too much. Speaking of which, now he turns golden. Here comes Zero's entrance. We'll be able to find any member being knocked up. Dan now trying to actually chase off to Dan. Okay. Deja vu, or are we actually seeing double? I guess there's an eye in front of the Sin Tao, so Dan and Dan, they have a little bit of dance off, and you know, party might just be over in a short bit. Now, gets caught out.
All right, being caught out though by might be able to survive this, but look at that over to the top side though. We do see Astral with the killing spree. Beautiful ball delivery system there to be able to use that ultimate to take down Fearless, as we do see that Fearless hasn't been very much effective in turning some of the tides around.
Indeed, and I'm looking at Dan here, who's already used his element. Now the GA gets popped as well. RSSG, they try to actually find another pickoff, but that's all that she wrote. So Silent Killer now can actually go in for a reset, go in for the next Drake, and that's going to be the Infernal. Axis Legends may look to contest, but first and foremost, they have to balance out the wave. Top side is being shoved towards their favor. So getting a little bit of farm off. Well, we saw that sort of split decision making when it comes down to defending. Didn't really result to what Axis Legends should have actually done is just to try to collapse when they move in towards the inhib. But they definitely gave away a little bit of an advantage. Now, SK, they will be able to get 3 consecutive dragons. And this is just looking a little bit too concerning for Axis Legends.
Oh yeah, very concerning indeed here, Contra, as Axis Legends right now is going to be the latest casualty for game number 1. If this keeps up, oh, very nice gun challenge there, right, with the Fearless being able to at least go for the I Know the Run onto Justice Punch right into it. But look at that ball delivery system with Shockwave, definitely working on wonders for them. We do see that one has been taken out for the side of Astral, as we do see more and more. It is going to be Axis Legends that's on the back foot.
Yeah. After that, members of Axis Legends, at least they get that opening by getting the kill over on the side of Astral. But Dan, he really needs to heal up before finding another sort of the way to actually kickstart all these sort of the aggressive plays. They do have a ward being placed in Baron Nashor, so that's actually good news for the likes of Axis Legends if they were to actually make a significant steal. So now, members of Silent Killer, they're already moving right in. I don't know how long the wards will last because there's the sweeper to perhaps negate a little bit of vision, but the Rakan has not been able to spot it out. So good news still for the side of Axis. Now, the question is, how will they commit when the Renekton hero, Sunshine, is going to be pushing from the bottom wave?
Right, Sunshine here, pushing onto the bot side. Has to be careful there, doesn't get locked down by Tail Eater as well as Fearless. And we do see that it serves to be a distraction here. Distraction comes on a nice metal platter, as we do see that it is going to be Baron for this team.
Oh, smooth cruise for the likes of Silent Killer thus far. 60,000 gold to 45. That's a 15k difference, and here comes the dive. And joining along is going to be just trying to actually halt them No way out for the side of Sunshine, but he does have Slice and Dice. He should have actually committed, there, with only Nerder on attack to actually land a killing blow, but he lets him survive. Now here comes the TP coming available for Sunshine. He comes in with full HP, and the Cockle will hunt them down with beautiful arcade shift as well. And this will be a beautiful ace. And Axis Legends, they're shunned off with the very first one going to the Silent Killers.
Very, very unfortunate for them. I feel like that could have turned out very, very well for the side of what was the name again? Axis Legends. But then at the same time, I felt that a lot of what the other team did, Silent Killer, they were very much, the only silence that was coming out of them was their silence, but everything else was just, I'm gone, I'm out, I need to wait in the lobby, I need to wait in the fountain for 50 seconds. And man, was it some textbook Wild Rift though, Contra?
Well, I gotta say that this is quite the textbook Wild Rift that I really wanted to see. Like, take one objective after another, play it cool, play it safe, punish your enemies from going there, not your teammates, by the way. So, overall, just look at how clean they've been playing. 706, this is probably the best Lee Sin that we've seen for today. And I only got a lot of great words to say about Silent Killer on how well they managed to juggle with the pressure that was being brought forth from Axis Legends. Like, I get the idea. Okay, you bring that Xin Zhao in, and you essentially want him to start almost every other fight, and you want people to actually focus him down or just ignore him completely. But they don't have that team fight synergy that I'm looking for. Well, majority of the time, that hero's entrance did not land onto the right people, or it's just hitting blanks overall. So if that's the case, I would rather see a change of a champion pool heading in towards the mid lane.
Okay, this could be a very interesting one indeed as we take a look at the numbers for both these teams. It is going to be the blue team with the total amount of damage, with the exception of Rakan. But wow, look at that, how to say, the amount of assists as well that came from some of these players. That I feel that it's really important to note as well that participation in fights is just as important as not losing your fights and going even supposedly. So that's
Indeed.
something that we need to talk about more.
Yeah, I was just looking down, checking some of these stats. Overall, like, I just believe that things have been looking a little bit too clean, and Access Esports, they will try to force open some of all these objectives, but they don't even get themselves into the halfway checkpoint. So it's a little bit iffy to me that, you look at some composition that can actually commit to this full dive. I was mentioning, okay, Camille gets that perfect lock onto Martin Lawson, right? But he can always arcane shift and dance around the Camille, even if you lock him down. So you need more people to be committed on the same cause. So having the direction, having a direct target, doesn't matter who it's going to be. You want to aim a tank? Okay, cool. Just go for it, And many times, they just went out without being punished. But that's all that we have for game number 1. We do have another 4 minutes before we get on the next one. And we'll see you right after this short.
Ya, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadam dan into the infernal pounder Turi Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. And call Mega Infernal Bomb.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
I'm so sorry that I wasn't really there for me. Cause nobody else is showing any empathy. Rudely awake and quiet undertaking. Did I do something wrong? Life isn't easy. Why did you leave me here with my thoughts alone? I don't wanna wake up messed up, cause I can't spend another day like this. Another type of caked up breakup, where I've been finding any way to my fix. But I need you now, cause I don't wanna be.
Lihat tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan into the infernal pounder Turi. Solar Blade. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol mega infernal
Pertama, dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima the damage dengan sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan quadra kill.
Hey guys, welcome back once again. My name is Contra. This is the Hound. Joining alongside with me.
Can't hear you.
all
We
your
can't
matches.
hear you, Contra.
Again.
Again, Contra. We can't hear
Again.
you.
Okay. Is it a problem with my mic? I dub so. I'm actually good. It's your side
Huh?
this time around.
I can't hear you.
So,
What?
yeah, it's not on me. It's on you. So, don't worry. We'll slowly get you sorted out in the way. Anyways, this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific presenting to you the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. And all of this is great League of Legends WoW Rift action. Now, it's just interesting to see how the Hound is looking to be very much puzzled. So, I guess that Hound, he didn't really mute himself on Discord, but then again, no worries. It seems like we won't be getting back on track, so don't worry. You know, I took my own fair share of a breakaway, but this time around, we'll get ourselves ready for game number 2, but we can buy a little bit more time for the Hound just to hop back on board. And well, I know I have a bad hair day. You guys don't have to remind me on that. So all this is also brought to you by ESL as well as Riot Games, and Maggie Hot Cup is what you need in your hand while you watch through all these epic actions. So glad to have you back here to Hound. So you know,
Finally.
don't always blame it on me, man. It's not me always.
It was all a bamboozle. I didn't want to take the blame, sir. But anyway, let's get into the drafts. Brought to you by Maggie's Hot Cup. I almost said Super Cup. Excuse me, Maggie Hot Cup. All right, so guys, we're about to go underway. Axis Legends on the blue side, Silent Killer on the red side. It's still very much similar in terms of picks and bans. Most likely, it's going to be Brom and Gragas, if I'm not mistaken, and Ziggs and Twisted Fate from the side of Axis Legends. So, oh no, I was bamboozled.
Don't worry. We already get the mic sorted out. Now we also have the picks and bans being sorted out. Take a good sip right there. Cool yourself down as we have a quirky ban. Okay, what this is telling us, coming from both ends, is that they want all these very nasty champions to be unleashed. But then again, they say, okay, I'll think twice. I'll ban away the Camille, and like you said, Twisted Fate. Very good pick. Therefore, now that it's being left out in the open, he dishes quite a number of burst damage going in with the Destiny plays to pull off crossback ganks. That's what you need as a mid laner overall. So that's a good replacement for a Galio, or you can definitely say a very offensive one at that. Now, to try to stop this Twisted Fate from doing anything at all, I believe that Rengar will be brought into play just to have the Turtle Hunt hunting them down, especially Twisted Fate. He doesn't really have too much escape mechanism. So you want to see how much can you actually pry things open. Now we have a Wukong. Not sure if it's going to the jungle or top side, but I like it either ways.
Yeah, I really like this Wukong here. Very, very flex in terms of the pick. Fearless going to go over the Graga. So both these picks for Aidan as well as Fearless are very much flex picks here. They can go either support, jungle, mid, or top, in my opinion. And I feel like, well, with the exception of Wukong, that is, right? But looking at what Silent Killer is doing, I think what they're doing is really good because Astro picking out the Janna means that they are going to be using the Howling Gale as a form of the Howling Gale into the Monsoon as a form of how to say a disengage. I think Janna is one of the best disengage. We did see Yuno now hovering over the Rakan and locking it in, and we're gonna be seeing Gita OP with Vayne. Ooh.
Okay.
I'm not honestly. I'm not a big fan of a Vayne pickup. Actually,
I actually prefer the likes of Silent Killer a little bit better because of the burst damage that you could just collapse on top of somebody. Once Chum the Waters hit, then where else can this Vayne go? So she will need to actually find good ways to actually tumble in. Rakan needing to do a lot this game to be the game-changing playmaker of the whole of this series. So I'm wondering, do they really have what it takes here? Because Axis Legends, they are one game down already, and Silent Killer knows the recipe to be able to actually shut them down. So Silent Killer, they're all looking to be like assassins, like Silent Killer, just like their name. They want to swiftly go in, and quietly so, with the Rengar coming in with the Trill of the Hunt. And that's where they will be able to actually position in such a way that you go in with some poke damages, you go in to just go with a big burst of damage, you can go in for dives. So, plethora of options available. Now, here we go. Two of the teams will collide once more, and we'll see where they can. Axis Legends hold on and put it to a tie.
all right. So both these teams are going to go against each other in a way that could be very. Oh wait, Fearless now. On to the mid side here. We should take a look at the mid side. Maybe we might see a fight there. Nope. We do see the Axis Legends try to cheese members of Silent SK, and none of them are going to be put into that much danger. As we do see that both these teams are actually very much even across the board. We're not going to be seeing that mid side top laners helping out with the mid laners, sharing XP for pressure. But overall, we do see that it's very much an even start across the board.
Yeah. Now, into this matchup in the mid lane, Astro just really want to slowly get his EXP just to hit level 5. He may lose a couple of minutes. That's absolutely fine. If you lose them, if you stay nearby, you still get half the amount or just a quarter of it. Sunshine, though, he can actually bully off the Gragas in the early phase of the game until he gets all these defensive items up. Now, look at the sort of coordination rate. Gray rate. That is the items. So, of course, that's not the name of the items, but that's a color synergy overall that Axis Legends do have with the Ruby Crystal alongside with the Longswords. Meanwhile, Boots coming in from the side of Dan because he really wants to build an early redemption. Now, fighting for the Scuttle, 3-man collapse upon and the rights of Silent Killer. They are getting members knocking him up in the air. How long can he hold for? Dan now getting so little health left, but RSSG, he gets a little heal off, and this is going to be all the members that will slowly fall. And he tries to flash away, and he will survive to tell the tale at the very least.
Wow, that was just a beautiful collapse there from the side of SK onto Axis. And I feel that Axis just, we're just caught in a situation. We're just caught in a fight that just wasn't good for them, in my opinion. And I feel that sometimes Axis tends to, oh wait, before that though, Aiden, what is he doing? He's gonna get blown up here by a Silent Killer, as SK now are able to actually control most of the map here with their movements. 3 members already down for the side of Axis. The Silent Killers now are slowly but surely building a lot of their advantages.
Indeed, they are. Silent Killers now managing to steal away the blue buff as well. A very rough start for the Wukong, and Wukong definitely is very heavily reliant on all the mana that he can get. And here comes Trill Hunt already in. Well, this is a catch, and this is what we were talking about. Camp the TF, and you're probably done here. Now, 4-0 lead, Silent Killer just exerting dominance across all lanes. Well, maybe over the Sunshine side, it can be a little bit better against the Gragas. Gragas managing to hold his own, but Bottom side, we have Guido OP just holding on strongly because they know that they all want to actually chunk down the health bars of not allowing them to do so.
As we're seeing it for both these players, I think for both these teams, excuse me, we have to talk a little bit about some of the specific matchups between Silent Killer as well as Axis. They are very much well aware that with the priority being built up over the top side with Sunshine against Tail Eater, right? They do allow. Oh wait, but before that though, it is going to be a very aggressive turn here for the side of Sunshine onto Tail Eater. Both of them exchanging damage, and I feel like with the nerfs that was experienced by Gragas, I think in the last patch, I feel like that is going to actually put him a little bit behind in terms of his sustainability. But overall, when we look at it, it does signify that the top side could actually all reset. All of them are going to be resetting and making their way to the fight. We do see that Destiny has been opened up. This could be a turn here for the side of Axis. Axis now very much in a bit spot of bother here. Very good positioning for the side of Yuno that will be able to do quite a bit of damage as we do see a beautiful steal coming in from the side of Axis. Axis right now turning the fight around. Look at that. Very nicely done from the side of Yuno with the final hour already being used. He does flash into the fight. With it, he does try his level best to get it through. Oh, the snipe contra. The snipe by Martin Larson.
1 HP and a dream, and Martin Larson is doing it. Can you say that this is a Smurf in Malaysian Reckless? Yes, he is. He managed to pull a last-minute barrier against Yuno, and Arcane shifts away through that wall to get himself some spacing, and he has that high-level awareness to turn that fight around. Impeccable finish, judging it was a 2 versus 3. And that particular fight, once it was all over, Axis Legends, they finally get a little bit of an advantage when it comes down to the objective. Getting that Inferno Drake is the best case scenario, but here comes Fearless now getting the alpha punch on the walls connect. He just walks out, giving this kill to the Fizz. Now, it's 4-0 for Astral.
All right. We do see that even though that members of Axis were able to turn it around for themselves against Silent Killer, it seems that SK is still very much ahead in that fight. Although that steal worked out wonders for Axis. Oh wait, Aidan now is going to come in. Beautiful stuff there coming in with the ultimate, but Aidan gets blown up immediately. Look at that, the quickness as well as the beautiful grand entrance is starting very, very well for the side of Axis, but the turnaround could actually be very dangerous for the side of... Ooh, just a little bit before the True Shot Barrage was almost hitting out the Jito OP.
Okay, now we do have a little bit of a damage distribution issue right here for the likes of Axis Legends. I like the response. They managed to actually pick off one member out there, but it doesn't seem to be enough because Fearless, he gets punished for playing this Twisted Fate, and the really great answer to this counter is always the Fizz. And when you have a Rengar, it makes it so hard for him to even survive. Here comes the Destiny as well, trying to make a play. Fearless now coming in with a Gold Cock, gets in all stunned up. Hard to actually survive. He will eventually fall to the hands of Axis Legends. And Fearless finally getting a chunk of gold. He's already got the Rod of Aegis. Now he can slowly work towards the Lich Bane to get a little bit more of a burst. But Silent Killer, they come in with the exchange. They go trade turret for turret, leaving down bot, and they also get the access to the Rift Herald. So good news overall, Axis Legends, they are going to be losing all too much. And once again, RSSG not even needed in the pit to secure the Rift Herald, as he has slain Aidan off the Rift.
Yeah, beautifully done. On towards Axis Legends here as Silent Killer just, like I said, they're just very, very much setting up all this death brush with RSSG as well as Astral. And I feel, oh wait, over to the top side though, we're going to be seeing a bit of problems here. Chum the Waters has come out. Oh, even though he flashed out, it seems that it is not going to work out in his favor here. Astral will be able to take down Tail Leader. Nicely done with the help of RSSG.
I absolutely am a big fan of Silent Killer right now. They know what their advantages are. They press on the issue, and that small little scratch of a wound from Axis Legends now turns into a giant open wound and will scar them if they were to drop this game. Going down to the lower brackets, definitely no fun at all. And Martin Larson has been able to hold his own. He's already got the Iceborne Gauntlet going on his way. All he needs right now is the Blade of the Ring Kings, and he'll be able to shred these tanky units overall. Dan now tries to actually get a little bit of vision. No vision is set in sight, but the health bars are dropping low on the Dragon. I did a little bit too slow on this, but he comes in with a cycle, knocking them up in the air. Jada cannot do anything at all, and that's where GLP, he gets a little bit of a knock-up on top of the members of SK. Wow, that's where we slam the Rengar to the wall while Gito OP. Here comes the Destiny as well. A little bit of response coming in. Fearless goes in with a gold card while Gito OP, he gets a shot of the turret, but he survives. 4 members, 5 members, they all stay alive. And oh my goodness, I spoke too soon with a true shot barrage to swipe away Gito OP.
Oh no, Contra again! It seems that Axis Legends seem to be resting on their laurels a little bit too much here after some of those fights. I feel like that wasn't worth it at all, in my opinion. If they were able to actually not lose out in that fight and actually walk away with the Drake, that could have actually been a big win for them. However, Silent Killer just knows how to turn some of these fights around. We're going to be seeing third turret in favor of Silent Killer here, as Axis Legends may be in a spot of bother.
Oh boy. Now, Silent Killer, yeah, they drop a couple of kills here and there, giving a little bit more shutdown go towards members from the likes of Axis Legends. So they really just have to protect this Vayne, babysit her. As soon as she gets her third and fourth items, that's where things are going to go good. But for now, things are looking pretty bleak for not only the Twisted Fate, but also the Gragas. Now, no matter how tanky you are, some of the waters absolutely slows them down. But here comes Geek OP, trying to pick off Sunshine. And this is where, gold balls even further. Here comes the Cyclone trying to buy a little bit more space. But here comes Astral as well. Idan still has his G intact. He will just give this turret away to Silent Killer. Now, gold lead 8,000. In favor of the side of Silent Killer. Here comes Destiny as well, trying to go in for a manhunt. But how long will they actually stay? And that Rengar's not going to be staying for far too long. Destiny will be put to waste overall by Fearless.
Yeah, we do see that for members of Silent Killer, they are very well aware of what they need to do in order to catch members of Axis Legends behind and down for the count. As we do see that most of the engages revolve around Thrill of the Hunt, and Astral also following up with Charm of the Waters. Charm of the Waters, yes. So I do feel that a lot of this turnarounds potential for the side of Axis has got to be revolving around the fact that whenever Thrill of the Hunt happens, they need to have Gito nearby to make sure that the disengage actually works in their favor. But it seems that this could be another way. Oh, look at that. Very, very interesting indeed. That was a beautiful monsoon to make sure that our SSG is still able to be alive. The Rampage is going to go over towards Yuno being able to get a good amount of shutdown goal. And this is where Axis Legends are slowly going to come back into the game. Why? Because they are able to let Yuno scale into it. But at the same time, if Yuno dies out in the fight really early on, but oh wait, Sunshine as well, Tail Leader, both of them exchanging a little bit of love taps.
Yeah, but Sunshine says that, that's not enough love. No damage at all. And, as much as they say love hurts, I guess all's fair in love and war. So, Axis Esports, they really do have a big fat Vayne. So, in order to actually make her survive even longer, she will have to eventually build a Guardian Angels. But even if you have the Guardian Angels, you need the rest of your teammates to really set up something perfect. So Axis Legends, they managed to hold on to this significant trades that they've been doing. Now, they just really have to look for another pick. Now in the front lines there. Destiny being popped up. Here comes the gold card dropping into Dan. Dan will be shut off, but the rest of the members of the Silent Killers have already arrived. The Thrill of the Hunt will not be able to contribute too much. Still survives. He turns golden. Both of them turn golden, but Astral will go down. a better fight coming out of Axis Legends, and this is what we've been waiting for as they turn the tides. Now, as much as there is the goal lead, this is going to be the Drake. Now, in favor of the likes of Axis Legends, well, they have to actually give way. Here comes the snipe. Did they manage to kick it? Axis Legends still get it in the way, but RSSG, he went in for the shove over onto his mid as well. And now he's getting cornered up. Here comes the gold card, and he immediately cleanses away. Oh my word. This is one kitty with tenacity.
One kitty with tenacity is definitely what our SSG wants to be known for here. Very wise of him to be able to get those ferocity stacks and make sure that his raw was able to act as a mini cleanse. And I feel that working out for the side of SK, they need to be very wary of how they're going to be taking some of these fights, as we do see that Yuno already has the Mortal Reminder, and I feel that that's going to be rather painful for the side of Silent Killer, because they do have quite a bit of heals here in terms of the Jana Monsoon. But at the same time, right, looking at it, the scoreline for both these teams are rather similar in their ADCs. We haven't seen Yuno actually be eliminated at all in this round, as well as Larson. So I think that for both these teams, it's, I think, very important to see how the fight actually starts, you know, when they are able to actually catch out Yuno, and they're able to wait, Yuno.
Oh wow, he runs past many of
all
these
they
members.
need is that.
Okay, Trillo Hunt right now already being popped away, as he's just waiting for the right moment to actually collapse. There's no golden opportunity for the likes of Silent Killer. Now, the problem is that there's so many layers of defenses that Axis Legends have already set up. So the best defense is their offense right now. Now, starting on the Baron. Tail Leader is nowhere nearby, but he does have the teleport available. Destiny now being popped up as well. And here comes the TP. So, Silent Killer, they also move right in. Same goes to the teleport coming in from the Renekton. So both of the Baron laners, they will join right in. Dan now try to hold them all the way back. Axis Legends knows what exactly they are doing. Now that they have already stabilized, it's all about setting up something on the late game. And SK, they just need to slowly pick them one apart so that you have the advantage coming in towards a full team collateral. So now, Baron Pit is absolutely emptied out, and members of the side of Silent Killer can look to actually go in for slight exchanges, but the rest of Axis Legends ready to respond.
All right, we're going to be seeing that Axis Legends is slowly trying to pivot the game around, and I feel that Axis Legends does one thing really, really well in this regard. They're able to fight from front to back, right? Whereas Silent Killer has got to be very wary on how they want to pull the trigger. I mean, Sunshine, Astral, as well as our SSG, their kit revolves around the fact that they need to get into the high-value target area and try to burst any one of those high-value damage dealers down for the side of Axis. But we do see that there might be a Baron pickup here for the side of Axis, for the side of SK. SK, oh wait.
Oh boy.
This is interesting.
The gold card
Very
already
interesting
being thrown out, but this is Silent Killer. They're walking away with the Baron as well. But Yuno is right up front of the face, not letting him slide. But oh, the dash is not good enough. He could have actually walked away safely, but then again, Silent Killer, they lose a few members, but they still have 3 more buffs intact. So, still great news overall. 60k is the number of gold that has been accomplished by the likes of Silent Killer. 9,000 behind Axis Legends. But the problem to this whole scenario is that the Twist of Fate, instead of trying to get the Destiny up online much early to find that pick in towards the Baron or get more information, they go in for such a play, and now 2-on-1, absolutely not fair. Astro tries to buy a little bit more time, but that's all he can do for the moment.
And that's all she wrote there for Astro. Astro's going to be down for 50 seconds. It's going to be very problematic for the side of Silent Killer. We do see Destiny being popped up here. They will be able to spot out Martin, RSSG, and Dan. This could be one thing that, oh, the explosive cast. I don't think that's a really, really good time for them to go for the explosive cast, as we're going to see Tail Eater right now.
Oh.
Look at that. That was not worth at all. I do not know why he didn't at least wait for his team to come back in. Elder Dragon has come into play. Look at that. The quickness has been hit by 3, as we do see Godlike is going to go over to the side of Yuno. Yuno is going to be able to do a lot of damage there. The flash over the wall from the side of Sunshine to be able to get him away from the push that came from Yuno.
And this is the problem for the side of Silent Killer. There's too many layers to even get through this vein right now. And even when she was going up front, nobody's actually punishing her. And here comes Drilled Hun. Now, not getting spotted out just about yet. Now, he's going to be looking for Fearless. That's going to be a grand entrance. Now, getting catch onto Sunshine. Sunshine, he loses his life. But RSSG, he was just looking by. He could not really startle it up. Now, he's going for the chase as well. Now, Silent Killers is either they force every single one of these ways to crash right in with the Baron buff, or else they will waste this golden opportunity. Now that when they get to the late game, all these items may not even matter anymore. I'm just looking at Guido there. He's only got like maybe 2 items up available alongside with the Gargoyle Stone Plate. I guess that's decent for a support in specific, but once you actually get even the Rakan being tanky enough to soak all the output that Astral offers, or even Rengar in particular, then Axis Legends, they know this game is going to be easily over and they could just shut them down, getting one good team fight off and just rush it around mid.
As we're
That's
seeing
right,
it
so-
here, it could be Silent Killer that has more.
Right.
Oh wait, Destiny again. Right onto the high value target, right into the quickness as well. We do see that the main damage dealer for the side of Martin Larson has been taken out for the count, as we do see for the side of Silent Killer. They are going to be evened out with Axis Legends. Axis Legends right now slowly knocking on SK's door, as it is going to be almost game for the side of Axis Legends as they come back. And I feel that members of SK made a grave mistake by letting that Vayne scale.
That's right, and this is the reason why you want to play a Vayne into a certain type of matchup. And now here comes another big fight. Goldcard being thrown towards the Renekton once again. Sunshine now running for his life, but being knocked up in the airborne state. It's going to be eyed, and they're getting taken down. Now Astro buys a little bit of time, turns golden, and the rest of the members, such as Yuno, will be able to still march right forward. Drilled Hun already being popped up. Now Yuno is the main target on the chopping block. Now backdoor coming in as well. Tilt Eater walking a little bit way too slowly. I don't know how much time can be bought here, but Astro once again pulling the attention, but he will eventually go down. That's not going to be hitting the quickness. Okay, they demand a touch, but when the still have 2 members remaining, but can they even do much about the Baron right now? Because Axis Legends, they can force it and maybe walk away with the buff.
And if they're able to walk, wait, RSSG now. Oh, with the condemn, beautifully done there from the side of Yuno, but they want to be forcing it down. Yuno goes golden. Oh, beautifully done there, coming in from the side of Fearless to be able to get Dan down for the count, as Dan walks away with a sliver of HP and will be able to recover with the honey fruit. Luckily enough, it would have been danger zone for the side of Silent Killer if they lost that fight.
Indeed, it would be. Now, still have so many of all these great items to be expending. Even if you hop onto the Vayne right now, she has the Guardian Angel to keep herself alive. Now, this Rengar will be able to actually go back into base for a quick reset before they set things up for Baron. Now, sure, 21 minutes in, 19 Axis Legends really impressed me on the way that they maneuvered and stabilized themselves. Yes, they may have not played the perfect game in the early stages of the match. Silent Killer now skills off. Fizz may not be able to burst somebody down from 100 to 0 all too quickly. So 9-0 for this Vayne, and you know what's up, right? Full items being stashed in. Got the Maul of Mortius, so even if Chum the Water hits, it's just going to be, a slight tickle, or should I say so? Because if it lands perfectly, this is what will happen just next. Cyclone now looking for the rest of the members. Well, we'll be able to get some members drop, with the Janna being the first priority target, and that's where Destiny alongside with the rest of them will come right through. Fearless now trying to actually soak into some of these hits. Look at the layer defense, but the backdoor is coming through. Now Astro tries some time for this Renekton to be able to actually make it all play. Silent Killer, they're doing it right there, right now. And get OP, they will be able to actually take a few more shots, but Silent Killers now has been able to activate the Baron.
This is very, very bad here coming in from the side of Axis Legends. Astral will be able to score another GA down for the count for the side of Axis, as we do see that Axis were able to bring the fight very, very close towards SK, but SK are able to get a Baron for themselves. This is bad. This is terrible, and it seems that we were only singing the praises of Axis, and all it took was for one team fight to pivot in favor of Silent Killer, and so much of their lead, or so much of the work where they were trying to come back from all of that detrimental situations are slowly starting to crumble for the side of Axis, as we do see that Silent Killer are the ones going to try to end this. A few more team fights though stand in their way, however.
Yeah, and this is not going to be all too clear-cut. Tail Eater has to respect this Rengar. There is still a little bit of a damage output that he can put substantially so. And here comes From the Waters. It will be taking a big bite onto Fearless. The only member that he could potentially burst down with a full spell rotation overall. Now, this is where all the inhibitors are being threatened from all ends, and Axis Legends now being forced to hug and sit tight, clear all these minion waves, and here comes the redemption. They're getting a little bit more health. P will survive, but oh, they make a jump on top of Yuno, knowing that he doesn't really have Guardian Angel available. Now P tries to actually make an escape. Now they're hitting on the Nexus. Silent Killer, 2 back-to-back wins. Although Axis Legends, they tried their hardest, but it will be the damage output overwhelming the likes of Axis, and Silent Killer takes a 2-0 straight.
Beautifully done there coming in from the side of Silent Killers. It did come at a bit of a cost, though. It was very, very scary indeed coming in from the Silent Killers going up against Axis Legends. Not to take away from Axis Legends, they did really, really well in that matchup, but it seems that they had their numbers cut out for them. I felt that there were some opportunities for Axis Legends to come back, but I felt that as soon as they were able to take down in some of those exchanges contra, it was literally game over for the side of Axis Legends.
Indeed, and all this definitely made possible by the Rengar coming in with some beautiful setups. So the moment that you put True Hun, you don't want to immediately hop onto somebody. You want to walk around and see who else can you actually spot with the ultimate. And Morten Larsen, I just got to give it to him that he's been able to play all too safe. And Sunshine, this dude is basically the meat shield overall. And he took quite the beating from the likes of Axis Legends. I think that heading into the late game, Fearless, Tail Eater, every one of the members of Axis Legends were pulling all the strings necessary to really hold on. But that final fight, which we saw a very big chunk of waters drop into a Fearless, he has to just hit right back and sometimes burn the status enchantment, so it's not going to be all rendered to the best of use when it comes down to this Twisted Fate with the best of ideas, but not really in the right game to have a safe laning phase. So Silent Killer, they know how to actually play it out, although it is a little bit sloppy. We saw this going 20-20, but they definitely had better control of map heading into the late game.
Yeah, they could have done a lot better in my opinion. I'm not going to lie, a lot of it mostly revolved around the fact that was able to pop off, and a lot of it also revolved around the fact that Tail Eater, Gito, as well as Aidan were able to actually set up some of those fights really, really well for to be able to consistently push out some of those damage dealing wins. I feel that actually worked out wonders for the side of Axis, but I felt that what was really important for the side of what's the name of the team again? SK, was for them to actually make sure that they knew when to pull the trigger, they knew when to actually be patient, and at the end of the day, Contra, I guess that is what's it all about, just making the most smallest margin of error defeat and punishing it with defeat.
That's right. So far, I think everything has been a smooth cruise for the winning team that gets the very first point. Now we only got one more series left available to be able to actually conclude the entirety of day number 1. We still have 2 days to go, I do believe. So as we look into who's going to be qualifying into the top 4 of the brackets, we will need to stay tuned because this is just the beginning of it all in this close qualifier. My name is Contra. This is the how you're currently watching the ESL Mobile Open, presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift C Icon Series Malaysia. And all this, of course, is brought to you by Riot Games as well as ESL. Now, big shout out to Maggie, and we'll be right back for our final series.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan into the Infernal Boundary. Solar Blast. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan. Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol Mega Infernal Boundary.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage.
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Can't pretend to like you. I hope you feel the same. I take a chance and not lose. I can't pretend to like you. It's just I never thought you were sitting next to me. I don't understand. It's just I never seen you smile. You wanna make out, give me a second.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stevie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! Pulapan lagi nyawa Nadal dan into to the Infernal Bomb dan Turi Solar Blade.
Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh.
Engkol Mega Infernal Bomb.
Damage yang dilakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Adakah dia berjaya mendapatkan triple kill mencari yang keempat dan quadra kill?
Open. We're going to be presenting you some League of Legends Wild Rift action here in the Southeast Asia Icon Series Malaysia Fall Season 2021. I'm Hound. Alongside with me is Contra, and we are going to be your casters for this final series of today, featuring the last two teams that are going up against each other. And man, oh man, has it not been a heck of a day, Contra.
It definitely has been a very, very epic proportion of battles that have been ensued inside of the Rift. So I guess that when we go into our very final series, the question now is, will the streak be broken? That 2-0 victory, will it turn into a 2-1 in either side of favor? We still have two more teams remaining, and we'll be checking out on who will be able to come up on top in this form of the bracket. So the next upcoming match, we'll be seeing two new names on the table. It's going to be Arctic Fox against Assassin Academy. So two of these names here is relatively unfamiliar to me, but I love to be surprised by what they will be able to actually bring up. So let's start things off. Assassin Academy, they are a Malaysian esports organization headquartered in KL, as they've been founded just quite recently on the 25th of June. So I really want to see, this brand new team now making a big splash of a wave here into the close qualifiers. What else could they possibly pull up this time around? Now that they will be taking against the likes of Arctic Fox, they will be fielding alongside a couple of all these new players as well that I've not seen before. So I want to find out what will be in store for us. Hopefully something that, add a little bit of cheese, just like how you can do on your Maggie Hot Cups.
Yeah, let's take a look at the matchups here between Arctic Fox and Assassin Academy. Very much interested to see what is in store for us in terms of picks and bans between these two teams. But let's take a look at Sylvie on the top lane. Chewy, Kraken, Wax, and Mori Calliope. They are going to be going up. They are representing Team Arctic Fox. And it is going to be very, very interesting indeed for those of you guys who don't know. It is one of those games that could be that, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kraken, wait, who is the captain? No, Muhammad Faiz bin Saidun from in the jungle. So I think this is going to be very interesting, because a jungler captain actually is going to be a lot more impactful compared to a support captain sometimes, mainly because of his overall awareness of the entire matchup. But let us take a look at Assassin Academy. Assassin Academy is going to be G-Ruler, Niels, Seki, Zen, and Spino Flash. And it's going to be G-Ruler onto the top side, who is going to be the captain for this team. And what do you think about this thus far? Do any of these names look very familiar to you, Contra?
Honestly, not at all, but I do love that the support role has no flash, but maybe and hopefully they will be able to survive. And these are all these kind of fun names that tells you that they've been playing a lot of normal games, and finally they managed to build a team all together. So let's see whether if G-Ruler will be the king to rule them all off. So overall, I don't know what exactly to expect if you were to ask me, because this is the very first time that both of the teams are actually meeting each other as well. So I wanted to just see high tempo of play, just like how we saw early on from the side of at Team SK, who have just recently won that 2-0 trade. I'm not saying that I want to just see a straight up 2-0 from either side, but I want to see that back and forth going on. I want to see somebody limping their way out and still land that true shot barrage like what we saw early on in the Ezreal. And yesterday myself, I was basically playing this game with a friend of mine who, was the owner of RTC back in the days, and he has been able to pull something crazy flashy. It was over the Baron lane. He managed to snipe away a Rift Herald that was over on the bottom side. So that to me is kind of nuts. So I want to see these kind of plays.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see this kind of plays as well. And I feel that a lot of it actually revolves around the fact that a lot of these plays are basically revolving around the objectives. And I feel that when you play around the objectives and you're able to play around the fact that these objectives often lead to an advantage is where you're able to win big out of it. A lot of times I feel like, especially during the close playoff sessions, a lot of teams don't know how to play around the fact that once they get a certain objective or once they get a certain amount of priority in any of these lanes, they don't know how to basically use those advantages to get them a win. So I feel that's something that needs to be really much, better defined, and a little bit more cleaned up in that sense, because efficiency, sometimes we do see that efficiency is the name of the game, and sometimes we do see that playing around your power spikes and advantage and timing your advantages where you're able to win big and affect the lane directly is really, really important as well. But there are a lot of things that actually help indirectly. I mean, sometimes the jungler coming into your lane to help you push, to get you priority, to free you up, to make sure you're able to help the jungler with the Drake is also something that needs to be implemented as well. And I feel those are some of the strategies that need to be basically put into the overall gameplay for these players.
Like, to add on top of what you were mentioning, right? So any team that really wants to win the game, it all starts from how you prepare for it. Not just, randomly hop right in, do the picks and bans, and just let it roll. The planning phase is the most important part. That's why picks and bans is of utmost importance. If you don't really have your key favorite pick, what's the next best option on the table? How do you play towards this certain priority? And you stick to that game plan, and that game plan can take you far enough. But if you were to stumble upon maybe a brick wall at a certain point in time, you just have to walk over that brick wall, as much as it sounds a little bit easy. But it is what it is, right? Like, there are times that there are setbacks, but how do you overcome it as a team will put you into the map on how well you play League of Legends Wild Rift overall. So I want to one day see these teams to be able to challenge the likes of BJD, Geek Fam, SEM9, RTZ UndeRank overall. So these are the 4 teams that have already been able to hold on to their slot for the fall season, and we're just about to get ourselves ready for the upcoming draft. So today we see a lot of popular picks such as the Ezreal over on the bottom side, and I guess that this is actually pretty good to me, like just seeing how well that they managed to show off and display the skills, just like how an Ezreal's supposed to do, alongside with some Kaisas being brought to play. But Kaisas in general, I haven't really seen those kind of Sagi-like moments other than, Martin Lawson tried to move forward with his arcane shifts. But if you were to play Kaisa, sometimes you just gotta be the one to start off that fight.
Yeah, and that's the thing I feel that puts them in a little bit of problem, in the danger zone. Sometimes we did see that sometimes when it comes to the killer instinct, you want to be able to get that kill, get that secure, and immediately disappear from the flanks. And I feel that, yes, although that there were a lot of moments where the killer instinct was used properly, there were an ample amount of times where the killer instinct was used a little bit recklessly, in my opinion. And those are some of the things that needs to be adjusted accordingly, because in order for you to be able to get that high risk plays will definitely bring you a lot of like style points for sure. But you've got to balance out the gain that you go. I mean, high risk, high reward, right? You don't want to go for high risk and just a medium amount of reward. Sometimes it's just depending on your understanding of the matchup and also how some of these fights actually transpire between the two teams. We did see it just now, and one of the reasons why the game was a little bit hard for SK to close out against Axis was mostly because of that. They had a little bit of problems because Axis was starting to understand what they needed to do in the long run for those fights.
Yeah, that was apparently so. And finally, we get ourselves ready for our very final match of the evening. Tomorrow, we'll be able to actually have a whole lot more to come. For those of you guys who are currently tuning in, make sure you guys watch and stay put tomorrow, because tomorrow is where we will finalize at least 2 teams to get themselves into the top 4 of the bracket. So now we got Artic Fox on the blue side, just coordinating with their colors of their own Assassin Academy on the red. They go in for very standard bans. Now I'm seeing double right now. 2 bans on that Galio. I'm pretty sure that that's a little bit of graphic error. Don't worry, we'll get that sorted out. So there is the Renekton being banned away. So there's a lot of openings over the Baron lane in particular. One pick that I've been missing out on is a Fiora pick. I am a Fiora player myself, and I love to just bully out those laners out there. But to start things on a very safe start, we will have the Braum coming in online for the likes of Artic Fox, being ice cold chili from Freljord. Wow, Galio having Jirula to pick up this flex pick of a Galio.
Yeah, as I see it here, yeah, you're right. Maybe it is a little bit of a visual bug coming from both these teams. Artic Fox going up against Assassin Academy. Both these teams are going to actually go for that first, excuse me, not both these teams. The first pick for the side of Artic Fox is definitely going to be swayed towards the Braum. And I feel then it's a very, very interesting pick up here, very strong, very beefy, and a lot of interruption that could come. And we've been also told that for the side of Assassin Academy, it's not the Gragas ban, it is going to be a Ziggs ban. So there is not going to be a Ziggs available for the side of Artic Fox here, Contra.
Okay, this is interesting. There is a Seraphine in the game alongside with the Braum. So this tells you that the Seraphine is actually going to the mid lane. So I believe that Assassin Academy, what they want to do, look at the most squishy member up available, and that's where they will go. Mid lane to focus down on this Seraphine. Well, that's where Zen will be able to actually go into lock on that Ezreal that we've been speaking about, a heavy popular pick overall. So for it, Zaya definitely requires you to reposition a little bit more as compared to how Ezreal is like, because you just gotta position for that Blade Caller to return back to you for that epic amount of damage. Now, final pick remains, and this will be an Olaf that will be locking right into place. Now, I do believe that there might just be a little bit of a survey issue with the drafting itself, so I will need to wait for confirmation from the production end, but don't worry, we'll get that sorted out. We haven't seen the final pick remaining for the side of Assassin Academy, but here we go. We're going to go in for another repick. I guess somebody kind of tapped onto a wrong champion or a wrong banner. So there will be maybe some small little changes coming a long way. So here we are. We'll get ourselves ready for the upcoming draft, but the first few should be locked right in, set in stone at the very least.
Yeah, everything should be fine at least. We do hope that this isn't going to be how to say, one of those games that players are going to be like, okay, we've already done this, so why aren't we, like, you know, why aren't we going ahead? So we do hope that with all that has been said and done, it's not going to be detrimental towards our players as well. So as we said, right, Contra, a lot of it actually revolves around the fact that these compositions actually have to synergize really well with one another, and I feel that that's going to be something that is how to say, working out, because a lot of the times we do see that some compositions are harder to pull off than others, right? And sometimes it's just keeping it simple. But anyway, for those of you guys who just joined us, we would like to apologize. We're going to go on a short little break as we settle this technical difficulty that's happening behind the scenes. We will be back with more Wild Rift action. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! 8 lagi nyawa Nano dan into the infernal bomb dan Turi Solar Blade.
Perlu fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh.
Engkol mega infernal
Masa pertama,
bomb.
damage yang dilakukan. TC sekarang diperlahankan. TC akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
Motion of your hand, travel lightly, just your height, man. Just a one, just a believer. I don't care. I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Oh, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Yeah, yeah. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Wish we could learn how to love our mistakes, straight from the jump and not wait for an answer. Wish we could smile, which is rough nowadays. Change our reactions.
Feelings don't die around this neighborhood. We used to sell a double pills, young and misunderstood. My homie tell me what is changing from your point of view. A smaller circle, but the range is on some deja vu. I recognize my future, and there is nothing with you. Unless you turn your boat around, success might come recruit you. But unless you analyze in depth, that we're steps away from death. 1,000 possibilities, act on it, Johnny Depp. For real. Cause we're alone sometimes, trying to know what brought us down to here. I don't wanna be stuck in countless doubts. I just wanna smile and run away from here. I swear to God, man, I just wanna be a model for my brother. Hey, hey, I just gotta work until I'm on the covers. Hey, hey, I just gotta work until my songs are covered. Hey, hey, I just wanna make it.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Oh. 'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! 8 lagi nyawa Nano dan into the infernal bomb dan Turi Solar Blade.
Perlu fokus pada seorang saja berjaya untuk matikan
Bobo sudah jatuh. Engkol mega event
Masa yang pertama, damage telah dilakukan. TZ sekarang diperlahankan. TZ akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada
tinggi.
kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the ESL Mobile Open, where we present to you League of Legends Wild Rift for the Southeast Asian region, specifically Malaysia, Fall 2021. I'm Hound. Alongside with me is Contra. Whoops. A little bit
Wrong
of misdirection right there. Yeah, so I
Come on,
can't.
sync
Okay, yeah.
with me.
Okay.
Sync with
Okay,
me.
okay. Right. No, you're going through the
I'm
box, sir. You're going through the box. You can't go through the
okay,
box.
okay.
You shouldn't go through the box. Anyway, all
I'm
those
sorry.
jokes
Not
aside,
enough synergy,
it's-
guys.
it's been great. It's been great to be able to be reunited with one of my esteemed colleagues that we've been working together for years and years and years. So
Like, what,
it's
5
always
years?
been great. Yeah, no, longer, way longer.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay. For those of you who don't know, there was a little bit of a mix-up in terms of the picks and bans. Apparently, one of the players picked a champion that was already banned. So I feel like they are going to be, omitting that pick and ban. So maybe we have to go for another redraft. I think this could be very interesting in terms of how it is going to be, how the game is going to be here, Contra.
Yeah, indeed. So, as we go back to the picks and bans, so Renekton will still be locked away, meaning to say that there will be a reshuffle of what the Baron lane will actually entail with another different sort of pick. So, if you don't really have a Renekton, you don't have a Camille or a Ziggs coming in. So the sort of best case scenario that you will be looking forward for the Baron lane in particular, I did mention about Fiora being a very solid pick overall because you can flex it in the jungle, you can actually put it in towards the lane itself on the Baron lane. So either ways, it works just about fine. You can do a lot of good split pushing. So I'm thinking that, this is going to be something that some teams may actually give priority over, or they pick themselves the Gragas if it's not being locked away. But it was being banned in this particular series. So, I saw that you were feeling a little bit chilly over there, and you just like switch off the air conditioning just for a moment. I guess Arctic Fox is on your side, just being giving you a little bit of all the cool vibes overall. So I know. I'm trying pretty hard right here just to sync things up. Anyways. Going into the picks and bans. Now, if the Fiora comes in, we have hardly seen that much of Garen being brought to play, and we had very solid reason why. There was huge nerfs overall to the might of Demacia. So, as much as, the Summer Super Cup, we have rewarded EVOS Esports with the golden statue, or should I just say the Demacian sword over to the champions. It's all about, a new form of wave coming into the fall split. So let's head over to the picks and bans once again, or we'll just hop on top of the game just to elaborate what's going to be coming up just about next.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very, very important for heading into the game, because I think we are going to be going immediately into game, and we shall see how that is going to be working out. Between Arctic Fox as well as Assassin Academy. Both these teams are actually pretty much interested. I'm pretty much interested to see how the synergy of the comp is going to actually come and dictate the pace of the game. Sometimes when it comes to compositions, it actually dictates how the game is going to be played from start to finish in terms of pace, right? So let's talk a little bit about tempo. Let's talk a bit about, before we get into the game, of course, Contra, we talk a bit about tempo. We talk a little bit about how some of the teams are utilizing it or not utilizing it properly.
That's right, and I really want to look at what kind of styles of play will be brought out. Now, we have Assassin's Academy. The name Assassins tells you that they really want to play very aggressively. They want to look for those kills. And if we're talking about Assassin picks, one pick in particular that I would go all over excited for, we've already seen enough Rangars. Now I want to see Kha'Zix because every time he goes in for some leap and he gets the kill from all these void spikes or even a pick off on an isolated target, he can immediately burst somebody and reset it for another leap. So we have yet to see magnificent plays coming out of any sort of Kha'Zix players, and I want to see it happen. So make my wish come true, guys. Hopefully that will be the case. But we'll hop right back into the game right now. Now the finalized pick for Sylvie will be the Pantheon over on the Baron lane. And to also sum it up, yes, we do have the Fiora for the likes of Assassin Academy. Now, very aggressive maneuvers, and that will be a Braum that will be sitting over on the blue buff side, meaning to say that they just really want to clear off the way from the mid lane and immediately rotate back and towards the top side, giving the Fiora slightly a little bit of an adage of EXP overall, and that should be good to go. And after that, I guess both of these supports, well, I can't really call both supports now that Kraken is going to be the main mid laner. We'll be having the Braum heading back to accompany Wax for a little bit. Interesting choice of name, by the way. Like, of all things, how did anybody come up like, oh, I want to be Wax? What's the thought process like?
We've had some very interesting names across the board here. I mean, there's just so much that we can actually go into that, but at the end of the day, it's all dependent on, I guess, individual preference. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about this mid laner on Kraken. I do like a utility mid laner. They do give up a little bit of the damage to basically focus more on utility. And when we look at the overall matchup between Kraken and Seki, what do you think about it? I mean, Orianna but before that, don't yells.
Oh,
looks like it's going to be an interesting fight. Oh, the flash right into the dash, right into the lunge and the riposte. Not going to bring anything for AA, but AF, Artic Fox now going to be contesting the bot side Rift Scuttler here.
Yeah, and it looks to be that this is delivered for free. The likes of AMG, they managed to actually close up with 2 Scuttlers for themselves. Wax now has to flash away, not giving room for Assassin Academy to take them down. Well, we do see a couple of all these long swords. A very early upgrade in towards the Executioner's Calling. That tells you that, okay, we want to make sure that some of these life steals will be negated, especially when it comes down to G Ruler. Now, G Ruler, especially when he actually goes in with more of the lifesteal build, usually a Death Dance, Bladed Ruin King, as well as maybe a late game Blood Twister, right? But majority of the case, when she hits those vital spots, she can actually regain a little bit more health back. So you don't want that to be happening overall. What's being cleared up on the Tri-Brush. So still looking for a pickoff overall. We have a very safe laning phase for the 2 of them, while this Fiora does get a little bit of slight edge when it comes down to goal. Now that the waves are being shoved right into the Pantheon, they will be able to even up, any sort of discrepancies between the 2. Now, interesting enough, okay, a Manamune build for Fiora. How does that actually work wonders? Because is it going to be the case that you want to solve the mana issues of Fiora and get a little bit more low cooldown? What's the thought process like?
Well, I think the thought process can actually revolve around the fact that it may actually allow for a split push build. And I think that the reason why they want to be pulling onto the Manamune is give it a little bit more scaling. So the overall outright damage for the early stages of the game may not be as, may not be as explosive or as bombastic as normally you would build with the Trin Force or a Black Cleaver or whatsoever damage items that you choose. But with the Manamune, it does give you a little bit more opportunity to scale later into the later stages of the game. And also it does create an opportunity for you to be able to to be able to get the split push running, because you're able to have a lot of mana and you're able to split push safely.
Oh, here comes 7-1. He's going to be looking for the dive, but he will not be able to smite it away, though. Mori Calliope is right in the forefront inside of the Cataclysm, and it will be Nils to be taken out there. Arctic Fox is trading really well, but Zen is looking for a pick out there, trying to actually chunk down Kraken as well as Wax. Wax now trying to hold on, but this will not be all too long before he goes down. Double kill, as he will be slain off as well. So, as we know, Flash versus Flash, just to make sure that Wex will be in exchange. Now, that was some big fight going on, but it didn't really go all too clear-cut because Assassin Academy, they got the Cloud Drake, but in exchange for more kills, it's Arctic Fox there leading the pack. Slight goal differentials here, and Sylvie has already moved all the way down towards the Baron lane. And you can see that these two teams, they understand map rotations. They understand how to actually play good control after securing the Dragon. Now, they're already focusing on the Rift Herald, so this is definitely very much manageable. But Saki, though, getting some punches off. But Arctic Fox, they're ready to actually respond. Same goes to Assassin's Academy.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very good way for the side of for the side of Arctic Fox, opening up really well against members of AA right now. I think they do need to be a bit wary on some of these exchanges. They did manage to get the double on to Sen, and that definitely worked out wonders for them. But judging from what we have seen thus far, it is going to be a slight advantage towards Wax. And Mori Calliope was able to score a kill for his own as well as Sylvie. So we do see Arctic Fox right now being in a position of power, but it's only a matter of execution here for the side of AA if they want to be able to get this fight in their favor.
Very good concussive blast on top of Nails. Now, there's going to be a little bit of dance of death coming in from both sides to contest for this Rift Herald. Well, Seki is just going to be falling right back. He can actually put the ball, deliver it on towards Nails, who's already got the Guardian Angels up available. But now, pressing on, it's Arctic Fox trying to actually take a little bit of a push over the bottom side. Once they actually do so, the Grand Starfall can come in from the Pantheon to regroup with the rest of the team. Now, both of them seeing, okay, doesn't seem to be too much of a point of contest. Now, one plating in for the Pantheon.
Okay, we're going to be seeing a little bit of a fight here over to the bottom. G-Ruler as well as Sylvie, both of them exchanging some substantial amounts of damage as Assassin Academy will be able to score their first turret of the game. With a total amount here, we do see that it could be the Rift Herald that is going to come into play for the side of AA. Arctic Fox now focusing on the mid-side turret.
I love the response overall coming from Arctic Fox, the way that they actually prioritize on the turrets, and it leaves not much room. And here comes Zero getting built upon on. He tries to actually go in for the riposte. He tries to find one, not enough damage to take down Sylvie. There is minutes in the way, and he will still secure the kill. And that's a sad way to go about overall. But 2 turrets in exchange for a Rift Herald, it's quite equivalent to having, 2 Rift Heralds on your side. So I think that this is fair enough for an exchange. Both sides pretty much well balanced. Only 2,000 in difference of goal to set them all apart. Key items have already been built right in. Very interesting Deadman Plates build coming out of Sapot No Flash. But this is where they cannot overstep the lines. Arctic Fox will have to back away.
All right. We do see that for either of these teams, it seems that Arctic Fox does have a little bit of an advantage in terms of towers that have been taken down. But in terms of the Herald coming in, Assassin Academy has summoned it over to the bot side. So I think it's going to be a very wise choice because they want to be opening up the bottom side and give Arctic Fox kind of like a force Arctic Fox to actually respond to it. But look at that, beautifully done there coming in, as we do see a blue steal there coming in from the side of Arctic Fox, as they were able to get it very nicely done, as a lot of the fight are going to be revolving in themselves here, as Seki will be taken out. Killer Instinct has been taken out from the side of Wax. Wax right now in the middle of the fight will be able to land the Ikithian Rain really, really well onto Zen. Zen has been taken out, very nicely done for the side of Arctic Fox, as they were able to walk away 4-for-1 in that exchange. The one only coming from Vi for the side of Artic Fox. Not only the steal, but he is the only one that was sacrificed in that exchange.
Just look at how beautiful that team fight went in favor of Artic Fox. The collapse, the Grand Starfall dropping into place, the assault and battery, and also the encore dropping at the same tandem timing. And that snatch from 71 has been able to get their dragon. And not only that, now it's 9-4. Team fights, it's not looking all too coordinated coming in from the side of Assassin Academy. They were in position, but they all got caught in that big ultimates that was thrown out by the likes of Artic Fox. Now, I'm just excited because both sides, they showed their strengths during the laning phase. Let's look at it over again over the Maggie Hot Cup replay, because in this fight, particularly, look at Swag's positioning. He has been able to chunk out all the majority of the help of Spot No Flash and further burst it down Jirula, and then connected with the Killer Instinct. Big, massive plays coming from Wax. Or, you know, if you go to IKEA a lot, you know that this seems a little bit Swedish. So you can call it Wax. 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 Somebody help me out here, you know?
I guess that checks out for sure. I'm not entirely familiar with Sweden, but I guess that does check out a little bit. It does have that little squiggly line over the A. So I don't know about you, but looking at squiggly lines isn't exactly my forte, but casting a game is definitely my forte. So we do see that looking at both these teams head to head, it is going to be pretty much even across the board for towers. And 7-1-3-5-8-9-2-6-6 is definitely going to be pushing from the top side over to the bottom side. They may actually tunnel in towards the mid and get that priority, get that pressure building for themselves and force AA to get into the fight.
I reckon that the Vi's name is particularly his bank account number or something like that, asking somebody to, you know, cash it right in. Probably flexing his credit card, but I look at the bars of numbers. I don't even know. Is it a cryptic message or not? Sylvie, though, he gets a very beautiful pick, gets the sun off. Seki still survives. Big fat shield being brought upon. Same goes to Redemption being fallen upon their edge. So, after all that was said and done, this Manamune build coming in for the Fuhrer has costed her quite a bit when it comes down to early game skirmishes. So I would still prefer a traditional start coming in with the Trinity Force. And is it really necessary, though, to build such an early execution of calling it first? I prefer it right after the Trinity Force because majority of the case, nobody will build lifesteal in specific. Yes, you want to get your catch onto Kraken, and how much healing does, you know, one of all these shields that she brings up could actually do. Like, it just gives you a slight edge when it comes down to team fights. But overall, I guess the ideation is there. I just want to look at the late game, how Juruler actually plays the game, because he still has a really high impact, but he's just trying to fend up against Sylvie right now.
Yeah, we're going to be... Oh, wait. Grand Challenge has been taken up by G-Ruler. G-Ruler there gets in the middle of it, but it's got to be careful. One more vital could have been very much the win. Oh! Sylvie with the spear!
What? That's almost max range! This Pantheon is absolutely nuts. Okay, Jose. I think we've seen enough of all these aggressive plays, but I can't get enough anyways. Sure about you guys watching it. Oh, so Dragon now being spawned up. It's gonna be Infernal, very much valuable. But one more turret being taken by the side of Artic Fox. They're playing it very calculatively so. And I'm just getting my words jumbled up. Pardon me. 701 on this Seraphine, and she's got her third item coming up next. She can opt to build something like a Rabadon staff cap, judging that she is, after all, the mid laner. So the Seraphine can actually dish a lot more as compared to the usual support build where, you know, you get the Iron Sensor going on, you get whatever fits the build for your teammates to survive. But not apparently the case. I think overall, very big team fight potential for Artic Fox that has been able to pull all the strings all together.
Okay, so we do see that Artic Fox is ahead by 6 kills and 1 turret, and this is indicative of the lead that they have built up for themselves. As we do observe from the abilities of Assassin Academy to try to force these fights out. I do think that Seki is having a bit of a problem trying to put the ball onto Sport No Flash as well as Niels. Those are going to be the main ball delivery systems, as well as G-Ruler. But for the most part, we do see that G-Ruler is going to be having fights alongside with fights directly with Sylvie, rather to respond to a lot of these other exchanges between themselves, between Artic Fox and his team. So I do think that a lot of it revolves around the idea that they need to be quick. Oh wait, but before that, no, it is going to be a beautiful steal. Going to be Dragon for the side of Artic Fox, as we're going to be seeing the on-call will be able to hit onto 4 people, but the amount of damage that's coming in from the side of Wax is able to do so. Very nicely done there. Even though G-Ruler was in the middle of it, it was not going to be enough. Look at that, Wax is still very much free. The flash has come in. He's got to be careful though that he doesn't get off. A beautiful ace from the side of Artic Fox to close out that team fight after the Drake. Even though 2 members were removed from the game in the form of Kraken and Mori Calliope, Wax, Seven, and Sylvie still in the game.
I'm pretty convinced that Artic Fox is one of the best teams that we'll be seeing for the entirety of the day. Just look at how well they actually juggle with all these waves, and the way that they actually handle team fights. It is at above my expectation at the very least. Let's check out the instant replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. Look at this sure focus, and Wax was in that prime position, heading backwards there. Didn't really have to pop that killer instinct until he needed it the most. And even when he was so low on health, he's just playing around that brush, and flashing forward was the right call for him to secure that triple kill by the very end of it all. So very well done, as they managed to also walk away with their Infernal Drake much early on. Assassin Academy now struggling to find that sort of footing because of the way that they've been handling these team fights. They don't have that sort of chain CC. So perhaps what they really have to do right now, get this G-Ruler split pushing, and the rest of them has to actually find another different objective, and that will actually tear Artic Fox apart on how well they actually manage to wave. But then again, there's always that Pantheon that moves right in. Here comes the Ton, here comes the Redemption as well. The rest of the members will be marked with an Encore, and that's where G-Ruler gets taken down. Now lifting up in the air with the Assault and Battery, the next one to be slain off is going to be Niles on the chopping block. While they are actually chasing right in, here comes the flash. Sylvie gets the stun off. Zen can only buy so little time. Seki coming in from the edge as well. He shifts away, and that's not going to be enough. Spear to the face, like Stone Cold Steve Austin, baby. And Artic Fox is going to be able to actually nail this one down for a power play.
A big power play here coming in from Artic Fox, definitely flexing their muscles against Assassin Academy, as we do see that it is going to be the start of the end if they keep this up. And I feel that members of Assassin Academy need to actually be very much aware of how they're going to at least stall this game out. The more they stall, the more chances of them denying the Baron push could come into play.
Well, I believe that Assassin Academy, they just need to hope to stall the game. When you stall the game, the Pantheon will be rendered a little bit more ineffective, because generically, he's just going to be that stun bot machine where you just lock somebody down and keep G-Ruler at bay. Now that G-Ruler has absolutely got demolished 1-6 on that Fiora, and he didn't really expect this Pantheon to be able to actually work so well. Sylvie just showing a masterclass performance, and here comes a solid battery dropping right in. Seki now has to run for his life. Captain's a big drop right in as well. They get all shelved aside, and here comes the Starfall, and the rest of the members of Assassin Academy, they have to give away the Nexus. This is game 1 in the hands of Artic Fox.
Very good game there for the side of Artic Fox, being able to just get the win very much very much convincingly against members of Assassin Academy. And that was our Bahasa Melayu casters. For those of you guys who want to watch the BM cast, you guys can check out all of our streams, whether the Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, wherever you like to watch, whatever quality you so desire. Anyway, Contra, what do you think about the game? I think it was a very good, I think it was a win from the draft, because Artic Fox just knew how to realize their win condition a lot better comparatively.
Yeah, and I do think that Assassin's Academy, they were doing pretty decently when it comes down to the early game. The sort of exchange that they keep on trading for. It started from that one big team fight over on the river where they were contesting for Dragon, and that's where they lost to Drake, and Arctic Fox continuously punished them over and over. And now we're hopping right into the post-game stats, and you can evidently see that, you know, the Fiora was not the only one struggling. Niles, he went in for a very defensive sort of build, and in fact, he tries to survive a little bit longer in team fights. That's why he's building on the Redemption. Generically, other sort of Jarvan players, they either want to go Righteous Glory or even for a Locket at times. But the best one in particular, if you really want to put it into perspective, Gargoyle Enchantment, because you want to be that meat shield to tank for your team. There's nobody else to do so because you want G-Rule to be dishing out damage. So that Monomune build is not working out. Go back to something traditional and maybe they can actually go about it. But Arctic Fox, I only got great things to say about every single one of these members. Yeah, they only suffered maybe 1 kill apiece, and Vi just doing her duty, take someone extra D, well, Death in particular. So just looking at the items, you just see a great build, solid stuff coming out from side of Arctic Fox entirely. And Assassin's Academy, they seem to be lacking in terms of, you know, sure firepower once this Furor gets shut down.
Yeah, we did see that a lot of it actually revolved around the fact that Arctic Fox, I think what Arctic Fox really did really well was the fact that Kraken as well as Mori Calliope played it in a sense that the engages that came from the Encore as well as the Glacial Fissure as a secondary engage or at least a disengage factor could actually play really well into the hands of Arctic Fox and their capabilities to do so much damage. I think also the fact that Wax was able to do so much DPS freely is also something that they need to that they really need to consider here, because when they don't give enough attention towards him, that is going to be a very terrible one indeed, because free damage is definitely one way to win. I don't know about you guys, but it is we got 2 more games potentially lined up for you guys in this final best of 3 for today. Don't you dare go anywhere. He's Contra, I'm Hound, and we'll be back after these messages.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro! 8 lagi nyawa Nadam dan into the Infernal Pounder Turi Solar Blade. Perlu fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh. Pilihan cantik. Engkol ada kali berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
And I know it feels like a light years in the making. Up, 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, 1,000 miles of luck. Oh no, we stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Travel like land, just your height, man. Just a one, just a believer. I don't care, I see you loading up my mind. Place me on the side, oh, fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, trying to be weightless, like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Yeah. And I know it feels like light years in the making. Up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, yeah. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, but we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck, oh no. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand, just the motion of your hand. Just the dust, just the sand, yeah, yeah. Travel like traveling. Just the dust, yeah, just the sand. Hey, yeah, just the dust, just the sand. Just the dust, just the sand. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, trying to be weightless. And I know it feels like light years in the making.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. That was a little bit like the most like sudden transition I've ever had.
Pretty abrupt, but I really like it overall. And if you guys are tuning in, this is the ESL Mobile Open Asia Pacific presenting to you League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon Series Malaysia. My name's Contra. This is the Hound. You know, we've been having some fun times overall, and we are in the midst of a series going down here. It's Assassin Academy alongside with Arctic Fox. They both took it out for the chance to qualify into the regular season of the Sea Icon Series MY. So just looking at game number 1, it seems to be Arctic Fox playing a great game overall to be able to actually get those big leads, and the ideation, the sort of team fights, this is how it should be played out. And I'm fancying their chances right now to really take 2 games overall, but I could not write out the likes of Assassin Academy just about yet, because we saw early game they managed to match the sort of tempo, the sort of rotations when it comes down to how they play the game has been done well. Not so much on the team fight portion of, you know, game number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very good one indeed, because when we look at the game, when we look at the team fights that Arctic Fox actually started out, I feel like a lot of it actually was the fact that they were able to engage a lot easier. They were able to team fight after the fact a lot more effectively compared to AA. But enough about that. Let's go into Champ Select, Picks and Bans phase, brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup. And we can't wait to see between this fight between AA and Arctic Fox. Any predictions here, Contra?
Well, I am starting to become a fan of Arctic Fox, and you know, you felt the breeze. Therefore, you turn off your air conditioning, but you still feel the chills. And that's why these boys are here to deliver. So, anyways, stories aside, this is where the bands are. We got the Gragas as well as the Vi being locked away. Assassin Academy didn't want to face off against the Vi, being a very easy pick potential coming with the solid battery. And there's a lot of all these jungler matchups that have been banned away. That opens up the Renekton for Assassin Academy, and that will immediately be picked up. Can be flexed to the mid lane still, so I want to see how it goes down, because Sylvie has been playing tremendously well.
Yeah, it has been a very interesting one indeed. And just so you guys know, right, for Arctic Fox, if I'm not mistaken, Kraken is a lady. Yeah, so for those of you guys who are very interested in knowing why Arctic Fox mid laner is so strong, well, know why. Get your numpads ready, guys. Get your numpads ready, guys.
Numpads, all right. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting to see that we've been calling Mr. 71 by numbers, but his name is actually Chewy. So we'll keep that in mind for this game to come. And hopefully, if they manage to qualify to the regular season, then that's where knock knock, Chewy, you gotta just change your name. It doesn't cost you too much anyways, it's for free. So
Yeah.
now going down to the list, we have a Wukong very likely to go into a jungle pick, but then again, matching up against a Renekton will be doing pretty decently as well. Niles responding with Olaf, as well as now having the Tristana alongside with Rakan, a very stable laning phase overall for Assassin Academy.
Yeah, it is. I think what's also really important to note here from AA is the fact that they do have the Renekton over in the top side, Olaf in the jungle, so there's going to be an unkillable Olaf depending on how that goes. They do have an Akali that could actually play onto the top side or in the mid side as well as the Renekton, so it's a very interesting split. It's a very interesting flex here. So even if, let's just say, Seki isn't able to fight off against Kraken, then they can actually swap lanes and it can still work out. But then Sylvie is going to be the Darius here, so there's a lot of team fighting potential that could actually not work out in favor of AA, in favor of AF. Why? Because it all depends on the decimate into the crippling strike and the apprehend, and of course Nox and Guillotine. If you're able to get one kill and you're able to just set it up where you're able to just keep resetting the Nox and Guillotine, it's just going to be bad days for you. You don't want to be a bad luck Brian in that fight for sure.
Not at all. Bad luck Brian? Well, hopefully not the case. So just seeing the whole entirety of the composition, right? Like, it will tell you that they won't like to actually commit towards a better sort of the extended traits when it comes down to team fights. There's also very good dive potential coming in from the likes of Arctic Fox, if you want to put it that way, because you got the Spirit Rush, you've got the Wukong that can just dash right in alongside with Killer Instinct to follow up if they were to be low on health but not being finished off. So Arctic Fox definitely have a great idea of how to play the game. So judging from the fact that you have Renekton, this is going to be, interchangeable if you want to send the Akali up over the top side. But I think she should be able to do just fine facing off against the Ahri.
As we're going to be seeing these two fights here, these early fights from AA as well as Arctic Fox. What do you think are going to be some of the more, how to say this? What do you think are going to be the more straying observations that could actually work out for the side of AA if they're going to be forcing the fight over to the top side? Because Sylvie will most probably try to push the lane as much as he can. So I think, over to the top side though, some very interesting turns here from both these players. But I think that could actually set up a very good opportunity for Niels to come into the top side and try to do some disgusting damage and help G-Ruler scale into the later stages of the game.
That's right. This is where G-Ruler managing to actually go in just to call the meek and also put a little bit more of a dent to the health bars of Darius, which is why I really do love a Renekton matchup against a Darius overall. But if he gets punished, it's going to look pretty bad on Renekton if he were to be apprehended. Now, rotations being set, and that ward's going to be able to spot the members of Arctic Fox. Jiro's getting ready, and this is where it all goes down. One more hit, and that will be sealing the deal. Well, the Grand Entrance knocking them all up in the air. Now, Sylvie will have to pay it all off, but hey, he flashes off and still walking away to safety. Arctic Fox, they commit a whole lot just to get a Rift Scuttler, but I think it's worthy of that trade because they've already lost one already.
All right, so I think what is the biggest win here? What is the biggest thing to observe between AA as well as Arctic Fox is that both of these teams were actually evened out in terms of those fights. But we did see that some summoner spells were used up in that turn from AA against AF. As we do see that two flashes were already burnt for a barrier as well as an ignite from Seki and Ruler as well. So I think it's pretty much even across the board. So I'm thinking that both these teams are actually pretty much looking to force some fights that could actually bring them some big wins here, as we did see in game number 1 between AA and Artic Fox.
Indeed, apparently so. Now we are looking at a Landry's tournament to be built out by the Akali very early on. Many of the players nowadays will opt to go for the Spain start. Now, Niles, he's camping by the mid brush of the lane, but Sylvie won't be pushing anytime soon. But this is where they want to land the stun. If he does connect it, then it easily pop the Ragnarok, run right in towards the face of this flashless top laner of the likes of Artic Fox. But buying too much time, it's better to actually retreat, reset, get yourselves ready for the upcoming Drake, because 20 seconds from now, Ocean Drake is going to be a very valuable target, especially when you have an Olaf that can rejuvenate the health from the lifesteal whenever it is necessary. So, Omnivamp, definitely the way to go for either side. So, Artic Fox, they don't seem like they are ready to actually get themselves in towards the river, but Assassin Academy, they want a full-fledged fight happening. That's where Renekton, they will try to recuperate, and he will be heading in towards the bottom portion of the map.
All right, bottom portion of the map could be where the next fight is going to transpire between AA and Artic Fox, as both these teams now are going to be playing the rotate game, depending on how they are going to get the tempo. Tempo is going to be slightly on Artic Fox here, as they are going to get an immense amount of pressure onto the top side. However, it is going to be a 4v5 if Ruler is present. Okay, so Ruler is present. Sylvie is the only one onto the top side. Which, oh, wow, look at that beautiful, beautiful grand entrance onto 3, excuse me, as we're going to be seeing the first blood going to go over towards the side of AA. AA right now being very, very aggressive. Indeed, Niels has been taken down for a very, very good trade, but Wax is in the middle of it. Look at that, Ikithian raid. One more hit, and he gets it, but it's going to be the jump right in. But no, Barry Calliope is in there. It's going to be very, very close indeed, and it's going to be a 2-for-2 exchange between both these players, between both these teams. Sylvie now free to push onto the top side.
Wow. What an explosive fight that was. And it was all perfectly played out by the support of Assassin Academy. Well, I'm not going to call it support no flash all the time, right? So bear with me. Gargoyle Stone Plate has a starting item. So that's where you see the support just moves right in and just soak in everything that's necessary. And that leaves so much room of play for the Tristana. While Artic Fox, like you said, it was a 4v5 in particular. So it wasn't the result that they were looking for, but look at how well they fend them off. Artic Fox, they lose the Drake, but they're still having the better of the exchanges by having that top lane turret. So I guess it's fair to say that, you know, Sylvie, he's just going on this scaling journey, and this Darius is going to be bringing a whole lot of truck of pain alongside with him later on. And as we look at the side of how Kraken was positioned, it wasn't leaving her too much room to, you know, get the significant pick because of how these guys have been just collapsing over the bottom side. So 2-for-2 is the best thing that they could possibly get out of it.
As the Herald has actually opened up, this could actually signify towards Assassin Academy that they are actually trying to get the priority over towards the mid side. But the problem is, they kind of, despite the fact that they were able to get the Ocean Drake, they kind of opened up the floodgates here, because top is always going to be perpetually pushed in. And man, oh man, it's going to be a huge problem for the side of AA, because if they lose out on this, they may lose out big.
Yeah, there is a potential for them to be crashing out there. Now, Jiro is suffering a little bit of blows. This is what we were talking about. And with the full hammer stacks, he'll be able to actually survive for only a slight bit with the Dominus. Okay. All right. He gets out of it alive. So, Jiro, big brave plays out there. He gets the teleport, but he loses his turret. So, fair to say that it is a very even exchange, especially you burn a lot of all these summoner spells. But the Darius, he has to join right into the fight in order for Arctic Fox to lay their hands on this Rift Herald. So, Assassin Academy, they better be staying pretty prepared for this.
Okay, now there is going to be a little bit of a wave here being, a little bit of pressure here being built up for the side of Arctic Fox. Why? Because they want to be contesting this Herald, and because the top side turret has been opened up, this could be a signifier, a big signal that the fight is going to transpire here, Contra.
Oh boy, here comes the Cyclone heading on towards Tree over these members. The Kraken trying to look for a position. She gets got lapsed upon, but now finding a little bit of room. Seki is going to be hopping on top of the Ori, and there's only so little health left. And that's where the perfect execution strikes. It's a triple kill for Sylvie after all. And they're still going at it now. Seki's pretty much stuck in a rock and a hard place. Arctic Fox, they managed to eventually get perhaps a little bit of a 4K overall out of all these sort of shutdowns. And now Sylvie just marches downwards for the tier 2 turret.
As we do see it for Arctic Fox, they are opening up quite a bit. I do think that this goal lead is definitely going to work wonders for them. Infernal Drake is where they are going to actually be competing against members of AA for it, because they do need that extra damage. Niels is actually hanging out over to the bot side, which actually opens up the kill because there is a Blasco nearby. But it seems that timing is against them though. Can they make it, Contra? But it seems that they might actually go against it.
Seems to be the case. Now, SP No Flash is the only one trying to hold the fortress. I think they want to give up the tier 1 overall. Getting 2 knockups is not going to do any sort of wonders, but Arctic Fox holds the goal lead right now. Taking down that turret will give them about 5,000 overall in this sort of a goal difference now that the Infernal Drake has already spawned up. And look at how well Sylvie is holding up by himself, keeping the Crocodile at bay. And SP No Flash now tries to actually scan right in, getting the vision done. He does have the quickness though. Can he actually pull it up in time? TP available. And the rest of likes of Arctic Fox, they're ready to actually take out this collapse. They still get the dragon though. And the first one to go down is going to be the Kali. Now they don't have the damage. And the dog comes through. Sylvie gets them all killed up. And Zen is the only one left standing. And this calls for Baron power play.
As it is going to be a big Baron power play for the side of Arctic Fox, 10-5. It seems that itemization is going to be very revealing indeed, as Sylvie not going to go even for the beefy Darius. It's going to go for the full damage Darius, and that's going to be very, very much revealing is towards what he wants to do in the fight. Sylvie now back into it. They're going to be very dangerous for the side of Arctic Fox here. They're playing it very close to the chest.
Oh boy. Now a little bit of a scanning being done. And Arctic Fox, they got that one cleanly without needing to actually commit to any sort of exchange. And that's the best case scenario for the likes of Arctic Fox. Playing to the lead, playing to the strength. And we're currently seeing this Kaisa snowballing out of control already. He just needs to go in with a few items finalized, and that's pretty much of a done deal. You can go for Runon's Hurricane, get some extra attack speed going on. Wow. Niles can actually get the skull for free anyway, so heading in towards the bottom side of the portion of the map, Renekton is severely underfarmed, and let's have a look at the replay brought to you by Maggie Hot Cup.
Oh, this fight is definitely going to be one of the bigger fights that could actually be the determining factor of how much lead that Arctic Fox was able to actually pick up from the side of Assassin Academy. I do think that from the side of Arctic Fox as well, they are actually committing to some of these fights a lot more convincingly compared to Assassin Academy Contra.
Yeah, and overall, I guess at Assassin Academy, they're just looking for a vital pick. And speaking of a pick here, they're having 2 members to commit towards the Darius while they're losing out a lot of health bars on the turrets. So I don't really think that this is really much the wisest of ideas. But Rift Herald pop up in mid. What are you doing here, Shelly? Get out of the way! Okay. Coast is clear. Coast is clear. Arctic Fox should be able to actually get the turret. And here comes the charm. A big pick
Oh,
up
the
comes through.
charm.
Glacial Fisher drop right in as well. And here comes the dunk, knocks into the team just to set them all apart. Well, Assassin Academy, this is the last who are coming in, and Arctic Fox, they're looking to close things out as they do have the Baron already expiring, only a few minutes and away. Can they hold on? And there it goes. Zeki now gets the assassination onto Chewy, but he turns golden for a slight bit. Sylvie will not be able to pick them all off. A very good defensive play, and they still live to tell the tale.
All right, so we do see that the turnaround from the side of AA actually kind of put Arctic Fox in the back pedal, and I think it is very wise from the side of Arctic Fox for them to back away because they don't have that pressure. If they overcommit and Assassin Academy is able to get an ace, then this could actually put members of Arctic Fox on the back pedal and somehow or another lose out on the power that they have so much convincingly accrued for themselves. So I like what Arctic Fox is doing, but at the same time, if they get too ahead of themselves, Contra, AA could actually steal this away.
Yeah, and currently as it all stands, this is quite a big lead in terms of goal for the likes of Arctic Fox. Honestly, they may not even need the upcoming Drake. They could just march right in towards the base and it can send members inside of Assassin Academy squirming for a little bit of help. Speaking of help here, I guess Sylvie is just buying a lot of time for them to secure a Drake. Not really worthy to actually get the shutdown goal over to the likes of this Akali. But hey, as long as it works, it's still going in favor of the side of Arctic Fox. Losing one member doesn't really dictate the pace of the tempo, but Assassin Academy finally calling the shots, taking on the very first turret of their side.
Okay, so as we see it from the side of Arctic Fox, right? They have this control, this sense of control that I think that members of Assassin Academy are having a lot of problems actually keeping up with. And the reason why is because that I think Assassin Academy plays around the fact that Zen needs to be within the fight, and because of the fact that Kraken as well as the Wook 7 and Sylvie are able to actually close the distance and actually trap members like Zen in the fight from AA, I think that's going to be very, very bad for them. Omori Calliope now getting in that death brush. It's going to be very interesting. Niels now going to come in. It's going to reveal himself. Oh boy, the death brush dominating for the side of Wax, and Wax right now showing all of them why they've got to be careful and they've got to not face check these brushes. Double kill going over the side of Wax. This could be the end of the game as we say it here, Contra. I don't think there's a third game needed.
No third game necessary. Look at how well Arctic Fox is playing. And this is where Kraken and the rest of the boys here of Arctic Fox should be able to find that winning blow to the Nexus and secure the ticket to the upper brackets. Congratulations to Arctic Fox overall. And what a way to just show how you play beautiful League of Legends Wild Rift. So tomorrow is where they will have to fight their way to qualify in towards the regular season of CE Icon Series Malaysia. And this has to be my favorite team of the day.
Yeah, it seems okay. Now let's look at the previous matchups with regards to Arctic Fox. With regards to Arctic Fox, I feel that the biggest thing that is the biggest thing that we need to take into consideration is the fact that Arctic Fox, I think, as a whole, as a unit, is a little bit more how to say, they're a lot more well arranged. They tend to take off the fights in a more coordinated manner, and I feel that if they're going to be put up against all the other teams, they could give them a run for their money.
Indeed, it will be. Let's have a look at the stats as well as we tell the tale for a little bit. We saw some really great initiation coming from support No Flash, but the follow-up needs to be crisp in order to punish the likes of Arctic Fox. So they did get the very first Drake, but Arctic Fox managed to do a 2-to-2 exchange, and that resulted in Sylvie just staying on the lane. He got himself multiple triple kills, and it's a 6-1-2 Darius, which nobody has been able to address the issue. So the only few members that can actually deal with him was to actually send the Olaf straight to the face of this Darius, but the lower the how fars go, it definitely wouldn't work well for the side of Olaf, so they managed to respond it really well with this Darius pickup. Wax has been able to secure a deathless run throughout this entirety of the match, so managing to pick up the Runan's Hurricane alongside with the Infinity Edge, getting majority of all these upgrades heading in towards her skill in particular. So it is how well they just go in with the whole ideation of the winning objectives of the match.
Okay, so in terms of the stats, excuse me, oh my goodness. In terms of the stats, right, we did see that from the amount of damage that Wax and Sylvie were able to dish out onto members of AA Contra, I feel that a lot of it really revolved around the fact that Mori and 713 were mostly there to initiate some of the fights and at least interrupt some of the more key players for the side of Assassin Academy. Mostly because of Sylvie being able to do so much damage is because of the build, the itemization build that was built onto Sylvie that just decimated a lot of AA. I felt really sad for AA because Oniseki was the one that was able to do a substantial amount of damage comparatively, but at the end of the day, it's not a one man carries all game. It's a team game, Contra. It's a team game.
Indeed, it is so, and we just look at Arctic Fox to be the better team for today. There's still chances for Assassin Academy for tomorrow in the lower bracket run. So if you do have any of your favorite teams that's in the lower bracket, I know TODAK fans has been wondering, what's going on, guys? You know, like Group 1 as well as Group 2, so far it's been looking a little bit tough, but we will definitely have to go in for a little bit of recap of what went on throughout the entire day in case if you missed anything. So let's have a look into the bracket, shall we, of what has happened thus far.
Oh, wait, before that, you got a little bit ahead of yourself there, Contra. We would like to thank our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup. Thank you very much. And of course, thank you for keeping my good co-caster to my left over here well fed, and of course being able to get that spiciness into his belly, because that's the reason why he was able to cast like it was fire, because he was literally on fire from the spiciness of the Maggie Hot Cup. Anyway, for those of you who just joined us, we are at the end of the show. It has been a really, really crazy ride. It's been very turbulent for some of our teams, yet we have not seen a game that has reached best of 3 yet. A lot of it has been very concise in terms of 2-0s all the way. But at the end of the day, I feel that was just how to say this. I think that is just the beginning. How to say, foreshadowing of the amount of competition that's about to come as we separate the wheat from the chaff. I feel that the quality of games are just going to improve, and that's just going to reveal how to say the level of competition that we're going to be dealing with here at the C Icon Series Malaysia region.
Yep. That's pretty much what we have been able to actually witness overall, and things can only get better from here on, because tomorrow we'll see some of the teams qualify, and the day after we'll also be able to get even more of these actions to come. So, we still got some of these graphics to be displayed on your screen to tell you what's going to be happening for tomorrow, as well as the teams that have been able to make their journey to the upper brackets as well as the lower brackets. So let's have a look as well in a short bit whenever, the cue comes in from our producers. So not to worry too much. So how? Out of all these sort of games, I believe that there were a few that's quite impressive. I think we just covered one from Arctic Fox. Any other teams that you're excited about to perhaps stand a shot to get themselves into a top 4 scenario for C Icon Series MY?
I would like to see TODAK actually make a little bit of an adaptation and adjustments. I felt that there were some things that they did pretty well, but I felt like a lot of it kind of felt like they were just playing sometimes I felt like they were playing a bit of a pub game, in my opinion. But at the same time, I think that some of the adjustments that could be made, maybe in terms of maybe the drafting and maybe some of the overall rotations, I feel that's the only two things that TODAK really needs to consider moving forward. I do think that, what was the name of that other team as well that did pretty well moving forward? I think it was EBLIZ as SDGR against 5 Cavalry. I think they did pretty well as well. I think their capabilities in terms of what they were able to do with their roams and what they were able to do with the objectives actually showed that they have a pretty good understanding of the game as well. But I think amongst all, for this particular match, for this particular groups, I think INSOMNIAX has quite a bit of an interesting one in terms of them being a bit of a wild card here, a bit of a dark horse for this top 4. But then again, they have to get past Artic Fox, which I think, in my opinion, has looked like the most complete team thus far in terms of their overall performances. Contra, what about you?
I definitely think that other than Arctic Fox, of course, they look to be the most complete team. I can only sing a lot of praises for them because it has been looking to be a very clean game. And Assassins, they weren't really looked to be on the same sort of level of play, but don't worry, tomorrow is where they can actually prove me wrong. So other than that, Splatzone INSOMNIAX, one of my hot favorites out there, because we saw even the likes of EBLIZ, they were having a little bit fair share of struggle hitting into this early game, but late game is where EBLIZ actually shines the brightest. So I love the way that they have been able to actually sift through without too much of an issue. Today, we get a couple of 2-0 victories overall. We wish Group 1 as well as Group 2 all the best for tomorrow, because we saw SDGR EBLIZ, the first one to take the win. They will be meeting alongside Splatzone INSOMNIAX to get themselves qualified in that top 4 run. And even if they do lose out alongside the way, there will be TODAK as well as Splatzone, as well as 5 Cavalry to be fighting on that losers bracket. The winner of that will be losing. The winner will not be losing, by the way. The winner will be facing off against the losers from the upper bracket. So heading in towards match number 3 as well as 4, we saw another 2-0. So tomorrow, Silent Killer will be fighting alongside Arctic Fox. I believe this is the clash of styles where you see the assassins, the real assassins here, really trying to challenge the likes of Arctic Fox, and maybe they might be able to pull something special.
Yeah, there could be a lot of opportunities here. I do believe that Axis Legends as well as the Assassins Academy, both of them may have a second chance to go to. But no, like I said beforehand, for the first few stages of these matchups, we don't see a single need for a third match. It's all 2-0 thus far for the entire close qualifiers. But moving forward tomorrow for the winners brackets as well as the losers bracket, this could be a little bit more closer, because there's a lot more in terms of what is at stake. So they do have a lot of chances here, but then again, those that are at the loser bracket will have to go through quite a bit more against what is in store for them. So these are the winner brackets and loser brackets respectively. Is going to be EBLIZ going up against Splatzone INSOMNIAX, 5 Cavalry against TODAK, Silent Killer against Arctic Fox, Axis Legends against Assassin Academy. Who will qualify for the top 4 will be the winners of those winner brackets, and the losers from the winner brackets will go down towards the loser bracket finals. And from there, if they are able to win it out, it's all about it's all about that one final hurdle that will bring them to the top 4 qualifiers, to qualify for the top 4s and towards the next stages here, Contra.
Indeed, it will be. So I really just want to see the best teams heading in towards the CE Icon Series Malaysia, because the quality needs to be improved. There's still a lot of room for growth for everybody, including the top 4 from the past season, to really step up the gameplay. And only by having the best, we'll be able to actually bump up in terms of all the stylistic plays that can come out from the Malaysian region overall. So let's see. Whoever perhaps will be the champion of Malaysia, they'll be representing us in maybe another Southeast Asia tournament or even something of a bigger proportion to come. Of course, we'll wait for news coming from Riot Games, but that is all that we have for today, and this is going to be tomorrow's matches. We got TODAK taking on 5 Cavalry on our very first match, happening at 1 p.m. 8 GMT, and later on, it's going to be Axis Legends taking on Assassin Academy, and last but not least, SDGR EBLIZ will fight Splatzone INSOMNIAX.
All right, so these are the matches for you guys to look out for. I don't know about you guys, but give them your energy. Give that energy to them because they're going to be needing it from you guys at home. So make sure you tune in wherever you like to watch, whether it's Facebook, not Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube. That's the places for you to be. You can follow, of course, ESL Malaysia on Instagram for all the updates, and of course, handsome pictures of Contra and myself all up there because of all the stuff and all the updates and announcements that come with regards to everything related to Wild Rift and ESL Mobile specifically, especially ESL Malaysia. So I don't know about you guys, but I guess that should be it from me. Contra, any closing words before we sign off?
Well, make sure, of course, you guys stay put here for just a little bit because we do have the highlights coming up shortly. We thank you all for tuning in thus far. It has definitely been a blast. Tomorrow, we'll see you guys at 1 p.m. So make sure, you guys check out all of these highlights, all brought to you by ESL as well as Riot Games. So, you know what? We just really have to say thank you to also Maggie because they've been providing me with great hot cups. I'm sure they'll send you a few along the way. I know that you love to slurp from some of that. So just be a little bit patient, or you just go into the nearest convenience store, just order it online whenever you can. Because, all of you guys, make sure you all stay safe. You don't want to be locked down in another PKP for another few months. So make sure.
Please stay at home. Stay at home. Stay at home. Stay at home. Stay at home, okay? Don't go out. Don't go out. Even if a meteor lands on your house, don't go out, okay? Really, just don't go out. Anyway, all jokes aside, we would like to thank everyone that has been involved, everyone in the production, and of course, Contra, I would like to thank you. And of course, it's been always great to have a colleague of such impeccable style and great knowledge like yourself. It's always great to be reunited with some of the some of the faces that we've been working with throughout this entirety of this industry, and it's always great to actually be casting for you guys at home because we can't spell fun without you. That's all about the funsies there. Because if it wasn't for you guys at home supporting everything that ESL Malaysia is putting out, it is definitely not possible. And of course, without our partners and sponsors, and of course, everyone at home who have been tuning in and following all of the action from day one up until now. And of course, for those of you guys who joined us from start to finish, we also got some some interactions for you guys that will be coming up over the next few days as we improve the production. So please, guys, make sure that is on the horizon. That is on the horizon for you guys. So make sure you guys stay updated. All right.
That's right. And of course, stay safe, take good care. We'll bring you guys the highlights real shortly. For now, I guess it's Contra as well as the Hound. We'll be signing off. Till then, peace out. See you tomorrow. Or not.
Awkward silence. Let's go.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
For
Lihat, tunggu Stewie. Boom! Wah, bakar bro. 18 lagi nyawa nak dan into the infernal bomb dan Turi Solar Blast. Fokus pada seorang saja untuk matikan Bobo sudah jatuh.
Cantik je.
Engkol mega infernal bomb.
Dia bisa melakukan. Tizi sekarang diperlahankan. Tizi akan menerima damage yang sangat
Ada kali Berjaya mendapatkan triple kill, mencari yang keempat dan kuasa kill.
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever.
Up, 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 1,000 miles of luck. Don't look down, we made it. Feet far off the pavement, and we go up, up, up. 1,000 miles of luck. We stay understated. Pressure feels amazing. Just the dust, just the sand. Just the motion of your hands. Travel like lands. It's just enough, oh yeah. Just for you, just a man. Just an ocean in the wind. We ain't gotta make plans. Fair enough, oh yeah. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. Like we're the two surviving pieces of something. Always you and me, tryna be weightless. And I know it feels like a light years in the making.